Chapter 4007. Shin Family Village. Shin Dezhuang and Shin Xiaojia ran back to the village entrance and turned their heads to look at the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they couldn't see the battle scene, the terrifying aura made them tremble uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Shin Yulin asked. The others in the village were also looking at the two of them. "It's Madman Mo and Long Qin," Shin Dezhuang said excitedly. "What?" The villagers were incomparably shocked. It was actually these two terrifying existences. Someone asked, "Then who are they fighting with?" "They told us to hurry back to the village, so we don't know who they are fighting with. However, Madman said that they are protecting our Shin family village." Shin Dezhuang frowned. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Protect our Shin family village? When the villagers heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Shua. However, at this moment, 4 figures appeared without any warning. They were Li Feng, Old Poison, Qiao Shui, and Li Zhongxing. "Who is it?" The villagers were shocked. "Don't be nervous. We are also here to protect your Shin family village," Li Feng said without turning his head, and then he and the other two crossed the void and rushed to the battlefield. Their appearance was of course caused by Little Wimp. The people of the Shin family village were unable to see the battlefield that was thousands of miles away. However, Little Wimp, Li Feng, and the others could clearly see the situation of Madman and the others through the image in the void. So, Little Wimp let Li Feng and the other 3 go to help. "He seems to be," suddenly. Shin Dezhuang stared at Li Feng's back and trembled with excitement. "Dezhuang, what's wrong with you?" A woman looked at Dezhuang with concern. Shin Dezhuang shouted, "Auntie, he seems to be the legendary little devil, Li Feng." "What? He is the little devil Li Feng? The disciple of the great devil blood ancestor?" Everyone was dumbstruck. What was going on? Madman Mo, Long Qin, Li Feng, they all appeared in their Shin family village and they were all here to protect them. The most important thing. Whether it was the 2 women who claimed to be Gu Feng's wife and sister, or Li Feng's group of 4, they all appeared out of thin air. Little Demon King? Although he was already very far away from the Qin family village with Li Feng's current cultivation, he could naturally clearly hear the villagers' discussions. This made him rather surprised. When did he get this nickname? "This nickname suits you quite well." Old Poison snickered. Li Feng smiled helplessly. He couldn't treat the old man as a little demon just because he was a big demon. In fact, he was very kind. But who would believe that? No one would believe it. During the conversation, the 4 of them arrived in front of the barrier. White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin were seriously injured again. The fiend ancestor had been sent into a spatial divine item by Long Qin. If the demon ancestor were to stay outside, he would only become a burden to the 2 of them. As for the battle between Feng Zi and the other 3, it had already reached its climax. Their bodies were covered with injuries of varying degrees. Heavenly God Sword, open the barrier. Li Feng scanned the battlefield and suddenly shouted. This voice, Madman and the others immediately turned their heads to look at the barrier. When they saw Li Feng's group, a trace of surprise crawled up their faces. They really came at the right time. But Ryuko and the others' faces changed. Because they had all fought with Li Feng before. As Li Feng's voice fell, a crack appeared in the barrier in front of him. Li Feng's aura surged out, blocking the surging battle fluctuations. Then he stepped out of the barrier. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 followed closely behind. When the 4 of them left the barrier, the crack quickly healed. "Do you think there's no one in my sky cloud realm?" His voice was like thunder, his aura soaring into the sky. The 4 of them charged towards the 9 great prodigies. Li Feng's 3 puppet true bodies appeared, and his ultimate intent was fully activated. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 also released their own ultimate intent. Although Li Feng had only mastered 2 ultimate intents, the Slaughter Law and the Spacetime Law, he had 3 puppet true bodies. Including himself, that was 4 people. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 also mastered 2 ultimate intents. One was a Supreme Law ultimate intent, and the other was an Ordinary Law ultimate intent. In any case, their strength couldn't be underestimated. With the addition of the 4 of them, the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin's predicament was immediately reversed. "Revenge if you have a grudge," the White-Eyed Wolf roared. "Revenge if you have a grudge," Long Qin also roared in a low voice. They really had a tacit understanding. 7 ultimate intents surged out, and together with Li Feng and the other 3, they charged towards the 9 great prodigies. Damn it. If we had come one step later, the Golden-Winged Wolf King and Long Qin would have died without a doubt. The 9 great prodigies roared. "Your thinking is naive, but reality is cruel. Now the ones who will die are you." Li Feng laughed sinisterly. Dozens of ultimate intents shattered the sky and suppressed the 9 great prodigies. The 9 great prodigies couldn't block it even if they used all their strength. This was because the number of ultimate profound meanings had already shown a crushing advantage. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang and painful screams, the 9 great prodigies' blood splattered across the sky, and in the end their bodies were destroyed. This scene made Long Z2 people palpitate with fear and trepidation too. The 9 great prodigies were restraining the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin. They couldn't even defeat the frenzied one and Long Qin, let alone now. Now it's your turn. Li Feng turned his head to look at Ryuko and Li Feng, and smiled coldly and immediately charged over. Long Qin, Li Zhongxing and Li Feng also followed closely behind. But the white-eyed wolf didn't move. He took a deep breath and stared at Ryuko and Li Feng. His eyes were filled with a shocking cold light. This was already the 2nd time. But last time, when the 2 of them went to assassinate the demon ancestor, they knew how to hide it. But this time they were brazen. Did they really think that the Sky Cloud Realm was a place where they could behave atrociously? Today, if these 2 were not taught a profound lesson, they would definitely become more arrogant in the future. Accompanied by an earth-shaking beast roar, a golden beast shadow appeared in the sky. Strip them of their nomological laws. The white-eyed wolf said coldly. In this world, a violent wind suddenly blew. Streams of formless energy covered the sky and covered the earth as they surged towards Long Z and Long Z. Not good. Run. Ryuko's face suddenly changed. Where do you think you're going? Li Feng and others rushed over and surrounded the 2. We can't let him strip us of our nomological laws. Directly self-destruct. Jiang Yunshuang roared anxiously. Boom. A destructive aura immediately surged out from their bodies. However, even in the face of the 2's self-destruction, Madman and others didn't shrink back and crazily rushed forward. They certainly wouldn't kill them. They wanted to crush the 2's sea of chi before they self-destructed. This way they could forcibly cut off the 2's self-destruction. Swish. But at this moment, a space-time passage appeared above the group of people. 2 figures drenched in blood ran out in a sorry state from inside. Seeing this, Madman and others' faces changed greatly. Because these 2 people were Yun Xiang and the masked Dajura. What's the matter with you guys? Li Feng asked. But Yun Xiang didn't explain. He stared at Ryuko and Li Feng and roared, "Don't stop and don't waste time depriving them of their cultivation and nomological laws. Quickly kill them." Madman and Long Qin looked at each other. Although they didn't know what was going on, since Yun Xiang said so and was in such a hurry, there must be a reason. Boom. The group of people immediately activated their ultimate mysteries and attacked Ryuko and Li Feng. At this moment, another space-time passage appeared in the sky. Following closely, accompanied by a terrifying aura, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out of the space-time passage. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and his body was as straight as a pine tree. His eyes were incomparably sharp and there were strands of white hair on his temples. He was filled with vicissitudes of life. With his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind, he was like an emperor descending. Heaven and earth trembled at this moment. It's too late. When Yun Xiang and the masked Dajura saw this person descend, their faces suddenly changed and they immediately rushed to the white-eyed wolf's side. Who is he? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. I don't know, but he's very strong. Yun Xiang and Li Feng shook their heads. However, at the next moment, a surprised cry let them know the identity of this person. Father. This was Ryuko's voice. He also stopped self-destructing. Jiang Yunshuang was also surprised. Ryuko's father, was there a need to ask? He must be the son of the Divine Kingdom's king, the big brother that the princess of the Divine Kingdom mentioned. When Madman and the others heard Ryuko's cry, they were also shocked. The son of the Divine Kingdom's king actually came in person. Moreover, the princess of the Divine Kingdom had long said that her big brother also controlled 3,000 incarnations. Sure enough, the middle-aged man glanced at the battlefield, and his incarnation suddenly appeared in the void behind him. They lined up in a row and their momentum was astonishing. Boom. What was even more terrifying was that these 3,000 incarnations actually activated 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. That's right. 6 ultimate laws, not a single one of them was an ordinary law. 3,000 incarnations, 6 ultimate mysteries, that was a total of 18,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. What kind of scene was this? It was simply shocking. If you dare to kill my son, I will kill them. The middle-aged man looked at Madman and the others and said. As his voice fell, 18,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws suddenly surged towards the white-eyed wolf and the others like a tide. Before they even got close, that terrifying and monstrous divine power shattered the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Madman and the others looked at each other and could only stop. Seeing this, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the 18,000 ultimate mysteries also stopped. However, his aura had been firmly locked onto the white-eyed wolf and the others, causing the white-eyed wolf and the others to break out in cold sweat. Haha, continue? Aren't you very powerful? Why don't you dare to make a move? I'm standing here, come on. And the golden-winged wolf king, didn't you want to deprive me of my laws? I beg you, hurry up and deprive me. Ryuko immediately clamored and laughed wildly. Madman and the others clenched their hands and silently retreated to the side of the white-eyed wolf and the others. Look at you, you're like stray dogs. Ryuko sneered. Too arrogant. Old Poison's face was full of malevolence. There's no other way, our backer is here, how can we not be arrogant? Moreover, even if we kill them, there's no practical use. Soon they will come back to harm the Sky Cloud realm, unless we deprive them of all their cultivation or shatter the divine soul they left behind in the divine kingdom. Long Chin secretly sighed, glanced at Ryuko and said indifferently, don't act like a clown, it's ugly. Chapter 4008. I'm a clown? When Ryuko heard this he was furious. 3,000 incarnations appeared behind him, and ultimate mystery soared into the sky, emitting monstrous divine power. Everyone's face suddenly sank. Both father and son had 3,000 incarnations. How could they play? They couldn't let Long Chin deal with the father and son alone. No matter how heaven-defying the god's domain was, there was still a limit. The middle-aged man looked down at Ryuko and said lightly, they're right. Don't do such a thing again. It's beneath the demeanor of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. But father, Ryuko looked aggrieved. How could he be reprimanded in front of outsiders? Yunxiang Shura, what's going on? Frenzy asked telepathically. When I heard the news here, I also planned to come and help, but I suddenly thought that this matter might alarm the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. So I contacted Senior Brother and asked him to accompany me to guard the core area and stop the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. But I didn't expect that this person would come. I've never seen the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. Even if we joined forces we couldn't defeat him. At that time he hadn't even activated 3,000 incarnations, so Senior Brother and I immediately came to inform you. I asked you to quickly get rid of Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang because I was worried about this situation. Yunxiang said secretly. Then what should we do now? Long Qin asked secretly. Now we can only delay. And none of us know if the people of the Divine Kingdom will come to the Sky Cloud realm later. Long Qin said secretly. He looked up at the middle-aged man and cupped his hands. May I know Senior's name? Heavenly Lord Ji. The middle-aged man said. Heavenly Lord Ji, Long Qin murmured and frowned. Senior, we have always had an agreement that the older generation won't interfere. Even your father, the king of the Divine Kingdom, made a blood oath. Now you're doing this. I really don't know what you mean. I do not deny this agreement. But you should also know that my father personally invited Qin Feiyang to join our Divine Kingdom, but he didn't agree. Heavenly Lord Ji said coldly. We know about this. Long Qin nodded and said, but this invitation is indeed a bit too much for Qin Feiyang. We didn't force you, did we? However, since it cannot be used by the Divine Kingdom, it naturally cannot be allowed to live in this world. Heavenly Lord Ji said. The white-eyed wolf sneered. You've been talking for so long because you're afraid that little Qinzi will be able to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and pose a threat to the Divine Kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji glanced at the white-eyed wolf before looking up at the sky above the Shin family village. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, his achievements today are mostly due to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. What? Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's face immediately became dull. Little Qinzi's achievements today are entirely due to his own efforts. What does it have to do with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race? You really know how to flatter yourself. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the white-eyed wolf's unconvinced face and said lightly, if he didn't have the bloodline power of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race, and if he didn't have the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race's secret technique of the 3,000 incarnations, how could he have survived until now? How could he have such a talent? Yes, you're an elder. Whatever you say is right. The white-eyed wolf nodded with a sneer on his face. But the meaning behind his words was quite obvious. Everyone present could understand it. You're an elder, but you came here to bully us juniors. Do you have any shame? What's the point of such a childish trick like talking nonsense? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the white-eyed wolf mockingly. Looking at your shameless behavior, it's indeed not very interesting. The white-eyed wolf retorted. You're courting death. Ryuko flew into a rage. How dare he humiliate his own father? The 6,000 ultimate mysteries above the 3,000 incarnations instantly shattered the void and the earth and attacked the white-eyed wolf. Long Qin took a step forward. The god's domain enveloped this area. When the 6,000 ultimate mysteries entered the god's domain, they immediately began to dissipate slowly. This is the god's domain. Heavenly Lord Ji sized up the god's domain. There was a hint of shock hidden under his calm expression. It was indeed the nemesis of the 3,000 incarnations. The 6,000 ultimate mysteries all dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this, Ryuko stared at Long Chen as if he wanted to eat him. You should feel lucky. If your divine soul hadn't been in the divine kingdom, you would have become a dead soul in my hands. Long Chen looked at Ryuko indifferently. Ryuko immediately felt ashamed and angry. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. But Long Chen ignored him and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. So you're going to do it? That's right. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. Long Chen's heart sank. Aren't you afraid that your father will be killed by the blood oath? Blood oath? Heavenly Lord Ji murmured and looked at Long Chen with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you know why my father didn't come in person? What do you mean? Long Chen was surprised. The eyelids of Frenzy and the others also twitched. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. The blood oath is indeed terrifying. Even a sovereign divine weapon can't resist it. But, speaking of this, Heavenly Lord Ji sneered and continued, the power of the divine kingdom isn't something you can imagine. We don't have the ability to resist the blood oath, but someone can. What? When Long Chen and the others heard this, their eyes immediately trembled. There was someone in the divine kingdom who could resist the blood oath? Frenzy suddenly thought of something and secretly wondered, could it be the sovereign of the divine kingdom? Ice Dragon and Small Beast had said that the divine kingdom was an independent world. There was an even stronger existence behind the king. This existence was the master of the divine kingdom, which was equivalent to Qin Feiyang's position in the Black Tortoise world. If this sovereign really has the strength to resist the blood oath, then this time Qin Feiyang is afraid. Long Chen couldn't help but turn his head and look at the sky above the Shen family village. His face was full of worry. Although Long Chen didn't finish his words, Frenzy and the others knew what he was going to say. If the king's blood oath was really forcefully broken, then the divine kingdom would definitely try their best to prevent Qin Feiyang from being reborn. In other words, they would face an even more difficult battle. Feather Emperor Shuezu, Big Brother, can you hear me? Immediately evacuate the creatures of the western continent. Suddenly, Frenzy raised his head and roared. His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. In the distance, Feather Emperor, and Little Rabbit each stood on the peak of a giant mountain and sealed off the fluctuations of the battle. Because if they didn't seal off the fluctuations here with the strength of Frenzy and the others, more than half of the western continent would be destroyed. And now, hearing Frenzy's roar, their faces suddenly sank. Was he going to turn the western continent into a battlefield? It seemed that this battle had exceeded their expectations. Without any hesitation, the three immediately ordered the reclusive old antiques of the various races to come to the western continent to help. At the same time, Long Chen and the others heard Frenzy's roar and saw his determination. They took a deep breath and immediately prepared to fight to the death. Heavenly Lord Ji saw all of this. In the past, when he heard his father praise the young people of the Sky Cloud realm, he didn't think much of it. But now it seemed that they were all rare talents. Even in the face of death, they were fearless. How good would it be if these young people were from the divine kingdom? With this kind of fearless spirit, they would definitely become the overlords of this world in the future. But unfortunately, they were born in the Sky Cloud realm and became a threat to the divine kingdom. Since they were a threat, they naturally had to be erased. Especially Long Chen, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Qin Feiyang. They absolutely couldn't be allowed to continue growing. Suddenly, the 18,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws suspended in the air before them erupted with world-destroying divine might and attacked the madman's group. I hope it's not too late to evacuate, Long Chen whispered. The next moment, a monstrous battle intent erupted from his body as his god's domain enveloped the area. White-Eyed Wolf activated his battle soul. Frenzy activated his blood eye. They didn't dare to hold back at all. Humph! Heaven Lord Ji sensed that his body was petrifying. The power of laws surged out and collided with the power of the frenzy's blood eye and the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. 6 ultimate laws that had reached the ultimate level. One could imagine how powerful they were. The blood eye couldn't petrify him. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul couldn't deprive Heaven Lord Ji of his cultivation. You guys are really overestimating yourselves. You actually want to compete with Father. Ryuko sneered. Boom. 18,000 ultimate mysteries, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, slammed into the godly domain. The godly domain immediately began to distort and cracks began to appear. The terrifying fluctuations made Frenzy and the others' blood boil. As the owner of the god's domain, Long Qin suffered a fatal injury. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. But he didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with determination. Although the distorted god's domain was still shattering, the shattering speed had slowed down. Brother, can you do it? Long Qin asked. Believe me, I can definitely do it. Long Qin took a step forward, charging at Heavenly Lord Ji. Brother, what are you doing? Long Qin roared in shock and anger. But Long Qin turned a deaf ear and took another step. Just as he was about to be drowned by the 18,000 ultimate laws, the god's domain enveloped Heaven Lord Ji. In an instant, the god's domain displayed heaven-defying divine power. Heaven Lord Ji's 3,000 clones immediately dissipated in the void. This was because the god's domain's ability was to nullify divine arts. Therefore, as long as Heaven Lord Ji was enveloped by the god's domain, the 3,000 clones would naturally be nullified. And as the 3,000 clones dissipated, the 18,000 ultimate laws also dissipated in front of Long Qin and turned into nothingness. This scene made Long Qin Frenzy and the others break out in cold sweat. If they were a step later, Long Qin would definitely be drowned by the 18,000 ultimate laws. At that time, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. What a risky move. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the hand-fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand-fighting bar. Chapter 4009. What are you waiting for? Go. Long Qin shouted. Frenzy and the others trembled as they activated their ultimate intents and charged towards Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. He activated 3,000 clones again, but he couldn't activate them. He tried to activate his ultimate intents again, but he couldn't activate them either. This god's domain is indeed terrifying. Heavenly Lord Ji whispered. Being enveloped by this god's domain, no matter how heaven-defying a technique or how powerful a law was, it was all meaningless. If it was someone else, they would only die once they entered the god's domain, because they wouldn't be able to use any means. But how could it be so easy to kill him? He took a step back. Moreover, he activated the moment of time and his speed was extremely fast. That's right. He wanted to leave the god's domain. As long as he left the god's domain, all his problems would be solved. Possible. He had underestimated Long Qin. Because in his opinion, Long Qin was only a junior. And he had mastered 6 ultimate intents, so he was naturally a bit arrogant. He might not even consider Long Qin as an opponent, so of course he didn't care about him. But he didn't know. If he really thought so, then he would have made a fatal mistake. Although Long Qin was a junior and his ultimate intents weren't as good as his, Long Qin's battle awareness and means were stronger than those of the older generation. He finally seized the opportunity to trap Heavenly Lord Ji in the god's domain, so how could he let Heavenly Lord Ji leave so easily? He took a step forward and also used the moment of time, but his speed wasn't slower than Heavenly Lord Ji's. No matter how Heavenly Lord Ji retreated, he was still inside the god's domain. The ultimate intents of White-Eyed Wolf and the others had already reached Heavenly Lord Ji. Seems like I was a bit careless. Heavenly Lord Ji whispered. Facing this group of young people, he had to treat them like he was facing experts of the same level. Boom. The ultimate intents bombarded, and Heavenly Lord Ji's body was torn apart. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. Father. Uncle. Outside the god's domain, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's expressions changed. Boom. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunshuang unleashed the power of his god race imprint. What do you want? The madman roared, and the power of the origin of all evil surged out like a bloody wave. Before Jiang Yunshuang could even get close to the god's domain, he was sent flying by the origin of all evil's power. Lunatic. Jiang Yunshuang was furious. As soon as he activated his Eye of Life, his injuries began to heal. Previously, she was able to restrain Madman because of this Eye of Life. Although the Eye of Life had yet to evolve, the Eye of Life was different from the other strongest fighting souls. The Eye of Life was used to heal injuries. Although it wasn't as effective as the complete Eye of Life, it still had a very strong recovery ability. Don't call me father. Madman snorted and stared at the place where the ultimate profound was. In the face of such an attack he should be dead. Although it was possible that Heavenly Lord Ji had left his divine soul in the divine kingdom, as long as he could kill Heavenly Lord Ji, he could temporarily resolve the current crisis. Boom. However, suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Whoosh. Before Madman and the others could react, a figure flashed out of the god's domain. Oh no! Long Chen's expression changed. Not only was Heavenly Lord Ji not dead, he didn't even have any injuries on his body. What happened? Looking at Heavenly Lord Ji, who was already standing outside the god's domain, Madman and the others were confused. He was actually unharmed? What kind of joke was this? Did he think that their ultimate profound was fake? But the truth was right in front of them. Heavenly Lord Ji stood outside, and there was not a single wound on his body. Look at his glabella. Suddenly, White-Eyed Wolf's pupils constricted. Everyone immediately looked at the space between Heavenly Lord Ji's eyebrows and saw that there was a purple-gold divine dragon mark there. It looks familiar. It seems to be, Madman murmured and suddenly looked at Ryuko. That's right. Last time in the Land of Buried Gods, when he fought with Ryuko, he also saw a similar mark on his glabella. At that time, when Ryuko was seriously injured, he activated this mark and erupted with a terrifying life energy, instantly healing his injuries. That's right. It's exactly the same. Li Feng also nodded. He was also present at that time and was very surprised. However, before this they all thought that this was Ryuko's personal means. For example, Madman's all-evil mark was only one in the world. But they never thought that Heavenly Lord Ji also had this mark. It seemed that it should be the same as the mark of the God race. All the members of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan had this mark. Boom. Suddenly, waves of terrifying power erupted, waking up Long Chen and the others. They immediately looked up and saw that Heavenly Lord Ji had once again activated his 3,000 avatars. 18,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound of the ultimate profound rushed towards the god's domain like a torrent. At the same time, with the help of the Eye of Life, Jiang Yunshuang's injuries had mostly healed. She and Ryuko looked at each other and charged towards the barrier at the same time. Not good. You guys go and stop him. Long Chen shouted. Oh. I can stop Jiang Yunshuang, but I can't stop Ryuko's 3,000 avatars. Madman roared. We have to stop him even if we can't. The hope of the Sky Cloud Realm is all on Qin Fei Yang. Nothing can happen to him. Long Chen shouted angrily. Madman gritted his teeth and turned to look at the White-Eyed Wolf and the others, roaring, "Let's go!" Except for Long Chen, everyone immediately rushed out of the god's domain and charged towards Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Boom. The moment they left the god's domain, the 18,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound blasted into the god's domain. The god's domain twisted again and cracks continued to appear. No. This has exceeded the limit of the god's domain. And, compared to before, it seems to contain a faint will. But this isn't Heavenly Lord Ji's will, it seems to be. Long Chen suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "The will of heaven and earth." That's right. This is the will of heaven and earth. It can also be called the will of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. The will of the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's eyes trembled. How could this be possible? All living beings in the world, no matter who they are, as long as they master the ultimate profound of the 6 supreme laws, they will be blessed by heaven and earth and will descend upon them. As long as you fuse with this will, the power of the ultimate profound will multiply. In other words, my 18,000 ultimates have already surpassed the power of the ultimates themselves. You can also understand it this way. These 18,000 ultimate profound have been blessed by the source of all evil or the mark of the God race. But for you, these are still too far away. Of course, you won't have the chance to fuse with the will of the heavenly Tao because you will die now. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying will burst out. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he was standing under the foot of the heavenly Tao and was as small as an ant. As the will of the heavenly Tao fully erupted, the 18,000 ultimate profound also erupted with an even more terrifying divine power, shattering the god's domain on the spot. It was like a withered tree, unable to withstand a single blow. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. The 18,000 ultimate profound aura roared and instantly turned Long Chen into a bloody man. How is this possible? White-eyed Wolf and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. They were instantly shocked. Brother. Long Qin immediately flew toward Long Chen. Don't come over. Don't bother about Qin Feiyang anymore. Run away immediately. Long Qin shouted. 18,000 ultimate profound of the supreme laws. It even contained the will of the heavenly Tao. As Heavenly Lord Ji said, the power of these ultimate profound was on par with the lunatic's origin of all evil and Jiang Yunshuang's God's mark. This had far exceeded their limits. If they didn't run, they would die. Therefore, instead of dying here, it was better to run away. At least there was still hope in the future. However, Long Qin didn't run away. Tears flowed from his eyes. If they were to die, they would die together. Lunatic and the others were silent for a while, then smiled at each other and continued to attack Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Yes, they didn't choose to run away. Even if they died, they would fight to the end. This group of little guys. The more I look at them, the more I admire them. But unfortunately, they are not from the divine kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head and sighed. His face was full of regret. Whoosh! Long Qin landed in front of Long Chen. What are you doing? I told you to go, didn't you hear me? Long Chen shouted angrily. I'm not going. Long Qin shook his head. He stood in front of Long Chen and faced the 18,000 ultimate profound without fear. Long Chen waved his hand and the heavenly god sword appeared. Then he pushed Long Qin away and shouted, Heavenly God Sword, take her and lunatic and escape immediately. Although the Heavenly God Sword was a mid-level sovereign weapon, it didn't have the power to resist so many ultimate profound. Not to mention that these ultimate profound contained the will of the Heavenly Tao. But the Heavenly God Sword didn't leave. You won't listen to me? I'm doing this for your own good. I beg you, leave quickly. Long Qin roared. The Dragon God asked me to protect you. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to escape responsibility, so I might as well die with you. The Heavenly God Sword said. Long Chen looked helplessly at the Heavenly God Sword in Long Qin, then turned to look at the lunatic and the others. This group of people also stood in front of the barrier. Facing Ryuko's 6,000 ultimate profound, they didn't retreat a single step. I'm very lucky to know you. If there's an afterlife, let's not be enemies anymore. Long Chen smiled. It seems like we're not enemies now. White-eyed Wolf grinned. Lunatic grinned. Now that things have come to this, can we write off our previous grudges? Are you asking for my forgiveness? Long Chen asked with a smile. You're already a person who's about to die. What face can't you put down? Yes. I'm begging you. Lunatic nodded. Haha, fine, from now on our grudges are written off. In the next life we'll fight side by side again. Long Chen raised his head and smiled. He activated his ultimate profound and charged toward the 18,000 ultimate profound. The Heavenly God Sword and Long Qin followed closely behind. Let's meet again in the next life. The lunatic, white-eyed Wolf, Li Feng, Master Jura, Yun Xiang and Li Zhongxing looked at each other. They also laughed and charged toward Ryuko's 6,000 ultimate profound. Chapter 40:10. The Black Tortoise Realm. Led by Little Wimp, Huo Wu and the others looked at the scene in the sky with sorrow in their eyes. Inside the Blood Demon Tower, the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus stood next to each other, holding each other's hands as they looked at the scene outside and cried silently. But at the same time, there was a smile in their teary eyes. If Mad Scientist died, the Blood Demon Tower wouldn't be able to survive. If the Blood Demon Tower couldn't survive, they would die too. But to be able to walk all the way to this day, to be able to die together with everyone, was actually a happy thing. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, the wind howled in the sky and the dark clouds rolled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds and rain poured down. It was as if even the sky was crying. However, no one noticed that at this moment, there was a snow python shuttling through the dark clouds, heading straight for the battlefield. A young man in black was lying on the back of the snow python with a green foxtail in his mouth. His eyes were half open and he looked extremely tired. In the blink of an eye, on the battlefield below, tens of thousands of ultimates covered the sky and the terrifying power shook the entire western continent. The creatures that were retreating felt this energy and couldn't help but turn around and look in the direction of the Shen family village. What are you looking at? Let's go. The reclusive antiques of the various races shouted. Their cultivation was much stronger, so they felt it more clearly. Even if they were a few billion miles away, they could still feel the terrifying danger. So, the battle in the Shen family village was very fierce. Rumble. In the sky, the thunder was even louder. Long Qin and the white-eyed wolf were about to be drowned by tens of thousands of ultimates. But then, Heavenly Lord Ji seemed to feel something and raised his eyebrows to look inside. He saw a young man in black and tattered clothes descending from the sky and landing in front of the Heavenly God Sword and the Long Qin siblings. "It's you?" Long Qin looked at the back of the young man and shouted, "What are you doing? Let's go." The young man didn't look back. A terrifying energy rolled out and the Heavenly God Sword and the Long Qin siblings immediately flew towards the Crazy One and the others. As for the snow python, it had already disappeared. Clearly, he had asked him to deliver the spatial divine item. "If you guys work together, you should be able to take care of Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang." The young man yawned again and again. Even when he spoke, he seemed tired and powerless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Several figures suddenly appeared behind the young man. These people who appeared out of thin air actually looked exactly the same as the young man. Weren't these 3,000 clones? 3,000 incarnations was a forbidden art of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. How could this person have it? But what was this? There was an even more shocking scene. With a snap of the young man's fingers, one ultimate profundity after another appeared. It was the ultimate profundity of the 6 supreme laws. How is this possible? Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes trembled. Not only did he control 3,000 incarnations, but he also possessed the ultimate profundities of 6 supreme laws of nature. The young man's expression was still languid, as if he could not wake up from his slumber. Suddenly, another finger snap was heard. Boom. A monstrous might erupted like a volcano. The will of the heavenly Tao. That was right. This was the will of the heavenly Tao. With the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, the power of the ultimate profundities instantly soared. 3,000 incarnations, ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws of nature, the will of the heavenly Tao, the strength and methods displayed by the young man were not inferior to Heavenly Lord Ji's at all. What a terrifying guy. Long Qin whispered and turned to the Heavenly God Sword. "Bring us over to support him." The other party had already broken the agreement, so they naturally did not need to abide by it. The fully awakened Heavenly God Sword was several times faster than the moment of time. It swept up Long Qin and instantly landed beside Lunatic and the others. How could this be? Ryuko roared unwillingly. All the ultimate profundities crazily attacked Lunatic and the others. But at the same time, he turned around, pulled Jiang Yunshuang and fled into the sky. On the other side, the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji had already clashed. All the ultimate profundities kept colliding, erupting with destructive power. "Who are you?" Heavenly Lord Ji was furious. Not to mention the 3,000 incarnations and 6 ultimate profundities, how could such an existence appear in a place like the Sky Cloud Realm? The young man kept yawning and said listlessly, "You are not qualified to know my name." Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The son of the monarch, the overlord of the world, actually said that he was not even qualified to know his name? At the same time, with the support of Long Qin, and the Heavenly God Sword, Lunatic and the others escaped death. However, the crisis was not over yet. Because the battle between the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji was enough to threaten the barrier set up by the Angel Sword. The barrier must not be broken. Nothing must happen to the Shin family village. The group did not have time to heal their injuries. They turned around and rushed to the front of the barrier. The power of law surged out and turned into a huge barrier. Clang. White-eyed Wolf, Yun Ziang, Li Zhongxing, Qiao Shui, and the old poison looked at each other and waved their hands. Sovereign weapons appeared one after another. Immediately, under the leadership of the Heavenly God Sword, these sovereign weapons soared into the sky and landed beside the Angel Sword, setting up a few more barriers. At this time, the Shin family village could be said to be protected by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this time, White-eyed Wolf activated the law of life to help everyone heal their injuries. This guy is too strong. Lunatic looked at the young man who was not weaker than Heavenly Lord Ji with shock in his eyes. I really didn't expect him to be so strong. Long Qin nodded. Here, not only Lunatic and White-eyed Wolf, Long Qin and his sister were also very familiar with the young man. This was because the young man had already shown great strength in the ancient world. However, although they could see that the young man was extraordinary, they never expected him to have such heaven-defying means. Since he is so strong, why didn't he make a move after the divine kingdom descended? Li Zhongxing was puzzled. This person is not on our side. Lunatic shook his head. Not with us. Li Zhongxing was surprised. And Although we already knew him in the ancient world, no one knows his origin and identity. He is like a mystery. The most important thing is that every time he makes a move, it will exceed everyone's imagination. Lunatic said. So mysterious? Li Zhongxing, Old Poison, and Xiao Shui looked at each other. This person couldn't be here to play, right? Who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? In the distance, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's faces were also full of surprise. After coming to the Sky Cloud realm for so many years, they had already investigated the well-known powerhouses of the Sky Cloud realm, but there was no information about this person. He can't be the son of your aunt and the human emperor, right? Jiang Yunshuang suddenly asked. Ryuko's aunt was the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Impossible. I didn't sense the aura of the purple gold dragon blood on him. Ryuko shook his head. Your aunt's son might not be able to awaken the purple gold dragon blood, Jiang Yunshuang said. This? Ryuko's expression froze. These words were very reasonable. The inheritance of the bloodline power might not be a biological son or daughter, but it might be a descendant of another generation. For example, Qin Feiyang. Although he didn't know which generation Qin Feiyang was a descendant of the Qin clan, from the way Qin Feiyang usually addressed the princess of the Divine Kingdom, he must be a descendant of another generation. If that was the case, then wouldn't this young man in front of him be his cousin? No. Absolutely impossible. Ryuko clenched his fists. Even if it was true, he didn't want to believe it. How could a person who didn't have the purple gold dragon blood be more outstanding than him? The ultimate profundities of the six supreme laws were an unreachable dream to him. But how could he explain the 3,000 incarnations? Although his aunt betrayed the Divine Kingdom, she would never pass the 3,000 incarnations to an outsider. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise, the first confrontation between the two finally ended. The young man still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Such a person can actually comprehend the ultimate profundities of the six supreme laws? Heavenly Lord Ji clenched his fists and felt very unbalanced. He shouted, Who exactly are you? Why do you have 3,000 incarnations? Frenzy and the others also looked at the young man. Because this was also the question in their hearts. Apart from the purple gold dragon race, only the princess of the Divine Kingdom, Qin Feiyang, and the demon ancestor had 3,000 incarnations. The purple gold dragon race lived in the Divine Kingdom, and the young man hadn't even been to the Divine Kingdom. Naturally, he couldn't have gotten them from the Divine Kingdom. As for the princess of the Divine Kingdom, she had given the 3,000 incarnations to Empress Yu in the early years, and she had already lost this heaven-defying method. Not to mention the demon ancestor. He had always been in the Black Tortoise world and had never interacted with the young man. Qin Feiyang certainly wouldn't give the 3,000 incarnations to an outsider. Both were impossible. Where did the young man's 3,000 incarnations come from? But the young man stood there as if he was about to fall asleep and didn't want to talk to Heavenly Lord Ji at all. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. What kind of attitude was this? But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the young man in surprise and asked, Are you my sister's child? Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. The child of the princess of the Divine Kingdom? It was impossible not to be impressed by the power of his image. Of course, they all knew that the child of the princess of the Divine Kingdom was Qin Badian. It had nothing to do with this young man. The young man was also stunned and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. Suddenly, a trace of slyness flashed in his narrowed eyes. He nodded and said, Yes, I am your sister's child, Qin Badian. What the hell? His words were truly shocking. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. What was this guy trying to do? He actually pretended to be Qin Feiyang's ancestor. Qin Badian? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the young man and shook his head. You don't look like him at all. Nonsense. It's not real at all. How can he look like him? The white-eyed wolf mumbled. As their child, do I have to look like them? The young man said indifferently. But you don't have the purple gold dragon blood. Heavenly Lord Ji said. Purple gold dragon blood? I don't even care about this plaything. The young man pouted and his face was full of disdain. How dare you? Since you're the descendant of the purple gold dragon, then you should protect the dignity of the purple gold dragon blood instead of looking down on it. Chapter 40:11. Protect the dignity of your purple gold dragon blood? You are thinking too much. The young man was disdainful and didn't dodge at all. He punched out lightly, but the seemingly light punch wasn't any weaker than Ji Tianjuan's. An intense battle ensued. Madman and the others finally saw the true strength of the young man. He was much stronger than them. He really is my aunt's child. Looking at the young man who was locked in battle with his father, Ryuko's face was particularly ferocious. How could a person who didn't even have purple gold dragon blood have such strength? Since he is your aunt's child, then the ancestor that Qin Feiyang spoke of must be him. It's really beyond imagination to be this strong. How did a low-level civilization that doesn't even have the inheritance of the ultimate mystery do it? Jiang Yunshuang's face was also full of disbelief. If the Sky Cloud Realm had the inheritance of the ultimate mystery, then it could be explained that this person had integrated the inheritance. But, according to their investigation over the years, they couldn't find the inheritance of the ultimate mystery in the Sky Cloud Realm. If he didn't integrate the inheritance, then he comprehended it himself? What a joke. In terms of age, as the child of the princess of the Divine Kingdom, he was younger than her and Ryuko. How could he comprehend the ultimate mystery of the 6 strongest laws? Unless this person opened the legendary gate of potential. Long Chen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze and transmitted his voice. Qin you stay here with everyone to protect the Shin family village. Brother Mo, Brother Wolf, let's go kill Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. This time we must deprive them of all their cultivation. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ryuko? Goddess? Today I will make you fall from the altar and never be able to rise again. However, just as the 3 were about to attack. Brother Madman, Brother Wolf, look! Li Feng exclaimed. The 2 were stunned and turned to look at Li Feng. They saw Li Feng looking at the sky with a face full of shock. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were immediately shocked. Long Chen and the others were the same. At this moment, the rolling dark clouds in the sky gradually turned blood red. Countless bolts of lightning also turned blood red. A terrifying heavenly might was gradually awakening. What happened? Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also noticed this scene, and their faces were full of surprise. Boom. Following closely. A terrifying aura exploded above the Shin family village. The group of people turned their heads to look at the sky above the village. Could it be Qin Feiyang? At this moment, all the villagers in the Shin family village raised their heads and looked at the sky in surprise. The life energy gathered from the entire western continent surged in the sky like a vast ocean. It was countless times more spectacular than the life laws. Everyone in the village was greatly improved by this energy. For example, Shin Dazhuang's current cultivation had already soared to the initial Divine Lord realm. This was equivalent to him crossing an entire realm in this short period of half a month. Even Shin Dazhuang himself felt like he was dreaming at such a speed. As for the other people in the village, even the strongest person in the village, Shin Dazhuang, had broken through an entire realm. What about the others? In short, everyone had been reborn. One day in the future, the hundreds of people in the Shin family village would inevitably become famous in the Sky Cloud realm. Even in the future they would become a force to protect the Sky Cloud realm. At this moment, there seemed to be a faint figure in the rolling life energy in the sky. But the life energy was too rich to see clearly. However, as the dark clouds and lightning in the sky all turned blood red, a huge vortex suddenly appeared above the village. All the life energy frantically rushed toward the vortex. In just a few breaths, the life energy in the sky disappeared, revealing a white figure. Qin Feiyang. Old Qin. Little Qin Zi. Qin Dage. Young Master. Frenzy and the others were wild with joy. That's right. This white figure was Qin Feiyang. The previous vortex was caused by him absorbing the life energy to reconstruct his body. Yes. He extracted the essence of the entire western continent's plants just to reconstruct his body. At this moment, his skin was like a newborn baby, glowing with treasure light. His temperament had also become a little different from before, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was clearly standing in front of them, but he looked a little ethereal. Who is this? Looking at Qin Feiyang standing in the sky, many people in the village were surprised. But Shin Dazhuang was like a bolt from the blue. This face, wasn't it the famous Qin Feiyang of the Sky Cloud realm? How could Qin Feiyang be in the sky above the village? He rubbed his eyes hard and looked up again. The young man in the sky didn't change at all. He was one of the legendary figures of the Sky Cloud realm. Junior Shin Dazhuang greets Senior Qin. With a quiver, Shin Dazhuang knelt on the ground with a face full of worship. Senior Qin? Shin Mulin and the others looked at Dazhuang in surprise. Grandpa Little Jia, yes, he is Qin Feiyang who has been guarding the Sky Cloud realm and protecting the world. Shin Dazhuang roared excitedly. He really didn't expect that one day he would be able to see this legendary figure in person. And it was in their Shin family village. Now, he finally understood why Madman Mo Longqin and Li Feng would appear in the Shin family village one after another. All of this was to protect Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang. Hearing Shin Dazhuang's roar, the people in the village couldn't help but tremble in body and mind. They couldn't believe it to the extreme. Now in the Sky Cloud realm, even if they hadn't seen Qin Feiyang, they would have heard of the name Qin Feiyang. Such an unattainable figure actually descended in the sky above their Shin family village? They were so shocked that they didn't associate Qin Feiyang with Gu Feng at all. Moreover, based on their understanding of this world, they already believed that Gu Feng was dead. Everyone quickly kneeled down. You can't be rude to Senior Qin, Shin Dazhuang said anxiously. The group of people came back to their senses and immediately knelt on the ground. But at this moment, an invisible force surged and blocked their legs. No matter what, they couldn't kneel down. And Shin Dazhuang, who had already knelt down, was also forcibly lifted up by that invisible force. Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were black and white, containing a heart-palpitating aura. This was the eye of life and death. But his eyes were extremely calm. I finally succeeded. He murmured and raised his head to look at the blood clouds in the sky with a trace of a smile on his face. This was his heavenly tribulation, the ultimate prodigy of the law of life and death. Moreover, it was also the heavenly tribulation of the law of death and the law of life. Because once he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, it was equivalent to comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of death and the law of life at the same time. The power of the three ultimate meanings of the heavenly tribulation could be imagined. It was more terrifying than any other heavenly tribulation. But there wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness in his expression. Then he slowly lowered his head and looked at the villagers. The smile on his face became wider. You don't have to be like this. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. After saying that, he bowed to all the villagers. This caused the entire village to be dumbfounded. What did this mean? They couldn't understand it at all. Rebirth. Haha, I knew it. This kid would definitely do it. Black Tortoise Realm. Brat was also laughing loudly. Fire Dance, Wang Xiaojie, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, the Dark Guard, the Sword Emperor, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Of course. Seeing Qin Feiyang's rebirth, the happiest people were the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus. The two of them grabbed each other's hands tightly and cried tears of joy. Boom. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking thunder, a blood-red lightning bolt descended from the sky. The heavenly might shook the world. The various Dominator divine weapons floating in the sky all felt a fatal crisis. Even the heavenly God sword and the angel sword, the two intermediate Dominator divine weapons, felt the same. Qin Feiyang, you can't go through the tribulation in the barrier. Come out or the barrier will break. The Divine King Ghost Throne shouted. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Black Tortoise Realm returned to his forehead. The universe ring also disappeared in his sea of qi. Then he took a step forward and flew 90,000 miles. In an instant, he appeared outside the barrier and stood above the various Dominator divine weapons. That's Big Brother Gu Feng's universe ring. Shin Xiaojia shouted. Gu Feng, Qin Feiyang murmured. This girl still didn't know that he was Gu Feng? Whoosh. He ignored it for now and activated his 3,000 clones. Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, help me go through the tribulation. His voice was like a bell that resounded for 10,000 miles. When the mad scientist, White-Eyed Wolf, and Li Feng heard it, they immediately activated their ultimate meanings. Li Zhongxing, Qiao Shui, and the old poisonous monster looked at each other and activated their ultimate meanings. Let's help him. After all, this is the heaven's tribulation of the law of life and death. Long Chen looked at Long Qin Yun Ziang and the masked Shura and smiled. Long Qin was a bit reluctant, but he didn't go against Long Chen's will. Boom. As the ultimate meanings appeared, the 3,000 clones behind Qin Feiyang immediately activated the purple gold dragon soul and the Eye of Heaven to copy the ultimate meanings of these people. He's Qin Feiyang. Heavenly Lord Ji looked up at Qin Feiyang and murmured to himself. The purple gold dragon soul, the Eye of Heaven, and now he had comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. This was too crazy. If he successfully went through the tribulation, even the divine kingdom would have to be careful in the future. What do you think of my descendant? He's good enough for you, right? The young man glanced at Qin Feiyang, and a trace of a smile could be seen on his lazy face. Then he looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and teased. Descendant? The white-eyed wolf was startled and looked at the young man strangely. Did this bastard pretend to be Qin Badian just to take advantage of little Qinzi? Heavenly Lord Ji looked back at the young man. Suddenly, he stepped forward and dashed towards Qin Feiyang. I'm here. Don't think about these naive thoughts. The young man activated the moment of time and instantly appeared in front of Heavenly Lord Ji. His terrifying power was released and forced Heavenly Lord Ji to step back. Then, all sorts of ultimate profound meanings were unleashed. He moved the battlefield further away step by step. He did this to prevent Heavenly Lord Ji from making trouble. On the other side, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang clenched their hands and stared at Qin Feiyang with undisguised viciousness in their eyes. They couldn't let him pass the tribulation. They had to kill him even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 40:12. Boom. The two suddenly soared into the sky and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Now, Qin Feiyang was outside the barrier, so it was easier to kill him. You are courting death. The heavenly god sword roared. The sword tore through the sky and slashed toward the two. A mere mid-level dominator weapon dares to block my path. Ryuko's face was gloomy. His 3,000 incarnations activated their ultimate intent and charged toward the heavenly god sword. For ordinary people, a mid-level dominator weapon was like a god. But for Ryuko, who had 3,000 incarnations, it was no threat at all. Even a high-level dominator weapon would have to retreat in the face of 3,000 incarnations. This was the terror of 3,000 incarnations. The heavenly god sword panicked and quickly retreated. It could sacrifice for Long Qin, but it would never risk its life for Qin Feiyang. No, this was not risking its life. In front of 3,000 incarnations, this was courting death. Swish. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and landed above Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. What are you doing? Ryuko was stunned. But before he finished speaking, he understood Qin Feiyang's purpose. Because at this moment, the first heavenly tribulation was whistling toward them. Qin Feiyang took another step and instantly appeared below Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. This way, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang became his shield. Bastard! Ryuko roared. He was actually using him to help with the heavenly tribulation. It was too late to retreat now because the heavenly tribulation had already descended. The terrifying heavenly tribulation made the two feel as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Was this the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intent of the law of life and death? It was many times more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intent of the strongest law. He did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly ordered his 3,000 incarnations to control the 6,000 ultimate intents and attack the heavenly tribulation. Boom. Following a deafening explosion, the 10 ultimate intents vanished on the spot. This, not only Ryuko but Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the others were also dumbfounded. One had to know. Back when the god-slaying tablet underwent its tribulation, the third heavenly tribulation descended and only shattered 3 ultimate profundities. But now, just the first heavenly tribulation actually directly shattered 10 ultimate profundities. 10 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws were equivalent to 10 low-level sovereign divine weapons. 10 low-level dominator divine weapons were comparable to 1 mid-level dominator divine weapon. In other words, the power of the first heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the full power of the heavenly god sword and the angel sword. After all, both the Empyrean god sword and the angel sword were mid-level dominator divine weapons. Wasn't this power a little too terrifying? Compared to the god-slaying tablet's heavenly tribulation, it was several times stronger. Without the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven, even Qin Feiyang would have died in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. It really made one's scalp tingle. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Being used by Qin Feiyang, Ryuko and Madman were enraged. The remaining ultimate intents blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because I'm undergoing my tribulation. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. He took a step forward and returned to the front of the 3,000 incarnations. His 3,000 incarnations were replicating the ultimate intents of Madman and the others. Although they hadn't replicated it yet, their aura was already enough to shake this world. Do you need help? Long Qin asked with a smile. Let me try first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. After saying that, the 3,000 incarnations behind him activated the ultimate intents of the karma law and the life and death law, exuding an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Not bad. While the 3,000 incarnations were replicating, they could activate their own intents. The ultimate intents of the karma law and the ultimate intents of the life and death law were all methods that could compete with Ryuko. So, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang wanted to attack Qin Feiyang while he was undergoing his tribulation, but that was simply a pipe dream. The intents of the two sides crazily clashed together, causing a destructive aura to spread in all directions. The barrier set up by Long Chen and the others, as well as the Heavenly God Sword and the other sovereign weapons, was constantly being shattered. Not good. Madman's expression changed and he shouted, "If this continues, the Shen family village will be finished sooner or later." Qin Feiyang also raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Ghost Divine King, immediately take the people of the Shen family village and leave the battlefield. You must protect them well." Understood. The throne of ghosts and deities responded. Then it swooped down and landed in the sky above the village. It picked up all the villagers and flew away without looking back. Qin Feiyang had been reborn and the will he left behind had also been retracted. So now, everyone could enter the Shen family village. And with the people of the Shen family village leaving, there was no doubt that Qin Feiyang and the others could truly go all out. The sovereign weapons no longer cared about the Shen family village and returned to their master's side. As the last barrier shattered, the Shen family village instantly disappeared into the dust. High up in the sky, the collision of the intents of the laws had also determined the victor. Although Ryuko had lost 10 intents of the ultimate intents when facing the first tribulation, Jiang Yunshuang's 3 intents of the ultimate intents were strengthened by the god race's imprint and their power was extremely terrifying. So in this confrontation, Qin Feiyang did not gain any advantage. But it was not a complete defeat. He could barely block it. Gotcha. The second tribulation descended. Qin Feiyang looked up and frowned slightly. When the tribulation was brewing, he could indeed barely compete with Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. But when the tribulation descended, it was a bit troublesome. Because while fighting with Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, he also had to divide a portion of his intents of the laws to resist the tribulation. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also realized this and immediately seized this opportunity to activate their intents of the ultimate intents once again and madly attack Qin Feiyang. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Madman roared angrily and the power of the source of all evil turned into a blood-colored torrent that flooded the sky and attacked Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Yunshuang. You really like to meddle in other people's business. Jiang Yunshuang was furious. The 3 intents of the ultimate intents that were attacking Qin Feiyang immediately turned in the air and blasted toward the blood-colored torrent. Boom. The blood-colored torrent continued to collapse and the 3 intents of the ultimate intents were also dispersing. But Ryuko's 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents did not stop and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. It seems that you still need my help. Long Chen faintly smiled and stepped into the sky with the ultimate intents of the law of spacetime. He activated his domain of divinity and enveloped Ryuko's 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents. Although Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones were currently copying his ultimate intents and causing his ultimate intents to be unable to be used to kill the enemy, this did not affect Long Chen much. Because as long as he had his domain of divinity it was fine. Many thanks. Qin Feiyang thanked him and the ultimate intents of the law of karma and the law of life and death activated by the 3,000 clones behind him immediately turned into a wave that swept across the sky. Boom. The second heavenly tribulation blasted toward the 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents. In just an instant, 20 of the ultimate intents were shattered. Holy shit. This power has really multiplied. The pupils of White-Eyed Wolf and the others shrank. If they were in his place they would only be waiting for death. Long Chen's pupils also shrank slightly and he smiled without turning his head. It seems that I still need Brother Qin's help to pass the heavenly tribulation in the future. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said with a smile, "Just give me the order." Although the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intents was not comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death, it was still difficult to pass without the 3,000 clones. Take the heavenly tribulation of the God-slaying tablet as an example. If Qin Feiyang had not helped back then, he would have been obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Boom. The third heavenly tribulation appeared. After shattering the power of the source of all evil, Jiang Yunshuang once again charged towards Long Chen's domain of divinity. Treat me as if I don't exist. Lunatic also charged towards Jiang Yunshuang with 2 ultimate intents of the ultimate intents of the ultimate intents. His ultimate intents could not be used to kill the enemy now. However, it was not a big problem for him. Because his fist was equivalent to the ultimate intents. The tug-of-war between the 4 began again. But now it was obviously disadvantageous to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. The White-Eyed Wolf also activated his battle soul again and began to deprive the 2 of their precepts and cultivation. The white-eyed wolf did not need to do it personally. He just needed to stand below and watch. And now, no one came to disturb him. Because Heavenly Lord Ji had been forced to the distance by the young man and could no longer be seen. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Ryuko and Lunatic's precepts would be completely deprived by the white-eyed wolf sooner or later. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and a smile appeared on his face. The luckiest thing in his life was to have this group of companions. In short, no one was more reliable than these people in front of him, including Long Qin. As for Long Qin, to be honest, the moment he woke up, he was really surprised to see Long Qin and the white-eyed wolf standing together in life and death. Although this had a lot to do with Long Qin's character, it was really rare to see such a performance. The third heavenly tribulation fell. 30 profundities of the laws shattered in response. The power of this attack had indeed increased exponentially. The heavenly tribulation of the life and death laws was ridiculously powerful. When the 10th heavenly tribulation came, wouldn't it require 100 precepts to contend with it? 100 precepts was the power of a high-grade sovereign weapon. And one had to know. There were still 89 heavenly tribulations. The power of the last heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. The first heavenly tribulation requires 10 precepts. The second heavenly tribulation requires 20 precepts. When the 98th heavenly tribulation comes, it will require 980 precepts. What the fuck, that's amazing. The white-eyed wolf murmured. What is this? Calculate the total of 98 heavenly tribulations. Long Qin said. The total of 98 heavenly tribulations? How does this count? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Are you a pig? The first heavenly tribulation requires 10 precepts, right? The second heavenly tribulation requires 20 precepts, right? The sum is added one by one like this. I really don't understand why Fire Dance likes you? Long Qin shook his head. Who are you looking down on? I was just shocked and my brain short-circuited. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly and began to count with his fingers. 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Looking at this scene, the corner of Long Qin's mouth twitched. Was this guy here to be funny? He actually started to count. After all, he was someone who had mastered the precepts of the 3 strongest precepts. Could he not be so childish? Chapter 40:13. There's no need to count your fingers. The power of the 99th heavenly tribulation is comparable to 48,510 ultimate mysteries. Yun Xiang said. What? That many? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Not to mention the white-eyed wolf, Long Qin, Master Jura Li Zhongxing, and the others could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they heard this number. Now, they finally understood why no one in this world had mastered the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. Even if one could comprehend the law of life and death and ultimate mysteries, no one could successfully pass this heavenly tribulation. Did you calculate wrongly? The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at Yun Xiang. This number was simply unacceptable to them. You do it yourself. The 1st to 10th heavenly tribulation is a total of 550 heavenly tribulations. The 11th to 20th heavenly tribulation is a total of 1,550 heavenly tribulations. Because the 10th heavenly tribulation requires 110 ultimate mysteries, and the 12th heavenly tribulation requires 20 ultimate mysteries. In total, there are 1,550 heavenly tribulations. From the 21st to the 30th heavenly tribulation, there are a total of 2,550 heavenly tribulations. The 81st to 90th heavenly tribulation is a total of 8,550 heavenly tribulations. As for the 90th to the 98th heavenly tribulation, there are 7,560 heavenly tribulations. Yun Xiang was very patient. Why are there so few heavenly tribulations from the 90th to the 98th heavenly tribulation? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course there are fewer heavenly tribulations. Because the power of the 98th heavenly tribulation is the sum of all the heavenly tribulations before it, it can only be calculated up to the 98th heavenly tribulation. Yun Xiang explained. This arithmetic problem is still a little brain-intensive. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and then said in shock, but 48,000 ultimate mysteries is really a terrifying number. Oh. If all of them are calculated, Qin Feiyang's tribulation this time requires over 97,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Yun Xiang shook his head. Why did it double again? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. It's simple. From the 1st heavenly tribulation to the 98th heavenly tribulation, it already requires over 48,000 ultimate mysteries. Just the power of the 99th heavenly tribulation alone requires over 48,000 ultimate mysteries. 48,500 for 2. Isn't that more than 97,000? Yun Xiang said. 97,000? Is little Qinzi's copy of the ultimate meaning enough? The white-eyed wolf's eyes trembled. Transcending the tribulation was also extremely difficult. If it wasn't difficult, would the law of life and death be so powerful? As for whether it's enough or not, to be honest, it's still far from enough. Yun Xiang shook his head. He himself had the ultimate profundities of 4 supreme laws. The white-eyed wolf had 4 ultimate mysteries. Long Qin had 3 ultimate mysteries. Li Feng had an ultimate profound. The masked de Jura only had a single ultimate truth. The lunatic had 2 ultimate truths. Long Qin had 1 ultimate truth. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 had 3 ultimate truths. Everyone had a total of 19 ultimate truths. All 19 ultimate truths had been copied by the 3,000 incarnations, but there were only 57,000 of them. That meant there were still 40,000 ultimate truths missing. Therefore, the 3,000 incarnations had to copy them again. Even Yun Xiang couldn't help but be shocked when he calculated this number himself. Who could survive this? The power of the supreme laws or the sovereign divine weapon was almost fixed at each stage of the tribulation. For example, although there was a slight difference in the first 5 heavenly tribulations, their power would never exceed the 4 ultimate truths. But the power of the heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death would increase with each heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation could only be successfully passed by the 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven. Otherwise, unless it was like the divine kingdom, which had enough sovereign divine weapons and enough experts who had mastered the ultimate profundities of the supreme laws. However, speaking of which, did the divine kingdom really have so many experts who had mastered the ultimate profundities of the supreme laws? Yun Xiang was doubtful. Although the divine kingdom was powerful, it wasn't easy to have tens of thousands of experts who had mastered the ultimate profundities of the supreme laws. If there weren't, then it was easy to say. With Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven, plus everyone working together, they basically had the ability to fight against the divine kingdom. But if there were so many experts, the situation in the sky cloud realm would still be unchangeable. There was another point that couldn't be ignored. That was the purple gold divine dragon clan and the god clan. The mark of the god clan couldn't be treated with standards. And the purple gold divine dragon clan also had 3,000 incarnations. Although they didn't have the eye of heaven, they had the advantage in numbers. As far as he knew, there were 3 people in the purple gold divine dragon clan who had 3,000 incarnations. King Heavenly Lord Ji and Ryuko. And now he had to count the will of the heavenly path. For example, Heavenly Lord Ji had mastered the ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws and integrated with the will of the heavenly path. His strength naturally couldn't be treated with ordinary standards. If Heavenly Lord Ji was so strong, then the king must be even stronger. If he really had to go to war with the divine kingdom. Thinking of this, Yun Xiang couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of the battle between the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji. He had to ask this young man for help, because this young man had also integrated with the will of the heavenly path. When little Qinzi succeeds in transcending the tribulation, we'll immediately charge into the divine kingdom. The white-eyed wolf's voice suddenly rang out. "No, I've thought about it. Our strength isn't enough." Yun Xiang quivered and hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf. Wait, behind the king and the others was the ruler of the divine kingdom. Then they couldn't charge into the divine kingdom. Because once they charged into the divine kingdom, it would be tantamount to sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth. What are you afraid of? Let's just do it. The white-eyed wolf snickered. Yun Xiang smiled bitterly when he heard this. He was indeed a fearless person. However, this was also good. At least they could let the divine kingdom see their courage. The sky cloud realm would not allow anyone to invade them. In the sky, Qin Feiyang had successfully transcended the 10th tribulation. Sure enough, as Yun Xiang had calculated, the 10th tribulation consumed a total of 500 law profound meanings. Frenzy 2 people and Dragon Sun 2 people's battle also caused the sky to turn dark. But in comparison, Ryuko duo was even more anxious. Because the Frenzy and Long Chen intended to restrain them, otherwise they would disturb Qin Feiyang's tribulation. But Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang had to deal with the Frenzy duo while looking for an opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang. At the same time, they also had to face the pressure of being deprived of their cultivation and laws by the white-eyed wolf. This almost made them collapse. Not good. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshuang's face changed. She felt that she could no longer control her cultivation and laws. She would never forget this feeling for the rest of her life. It was the precursor of being deprived. Ryuko also had the same feeling. Let's go. Anyway, he still needs a lot of time to transcend the tribulation. Let's go back to the Divine Kingdom to find support. Ryuko secretly said. The two decisively turned around, activated Moment of Time, and left without looking back. Where do you think you're going? The white-eyed wolf roared. Moment of Time was activated and he took a step forward. Because he had already seen that the two were afraid of retreating, he had been paying attention. Get lost. The two roared and attacked with all their strength. The white-eyed wolf was about to use its ultimate meaning to intercept the two, but suddenly remembered that Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations were still replicating, so he immediately dodged to the side. The two did not continue to kill the white-eyed wolf and quickly fled. Shwa. But at this moment, three figures suddenly descended from the void. It was two men and a woman. The woman looked to be in her 30s. She wore a snow-white long dress, and her hair was tied up high, looking extremely luxurious. There was a clear mark of the god race between her eyebrows. Of the two men, one was the monarch, the other was in his 40s. He wore a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on it. There was no mark of the god race between his eyebrows. Obviously he was not from the god race. However, one could see the terrifying aura of an emperor behind him. As soon as the three of them appeared, the monarch's palm fell, and the white-eyed wolf's war soul was shattered on the spot. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the white-eyed wolf quickly retreated to the side of Frenzy and Long Chen. Long Chen and the others also hurriedly flew into the sky and joined Frenzy and the other two. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. The monarch actually came personally. Ryuko noticed the movement behind him. He turned around and was immediately overjoyed. Grandfather. Following closely. He turned around and rushed to the monarch's side. Lord Divine King, Lord Supreme. Jiang Yunshuang was also overjoyed. Divine King? Lord Supreme? Frenzy and the others looked at the Divine King of the God race and Lord Supreme of the human race, and their pupils constricted. The aura emitted by this man and woman was not inferior to the monarch at all. Oh no. Qin Feiyang's face also darkened. With the monarch here, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to successfully pass the tribulation. Ryuko pointed at Qin Feiyang behind the white-eyed wolf and the others and roared with hatred. Grandfather, he has already comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and is undergoing the tribulation. Quickly kill him. He really comprehended it? The monarch and the other two looked at each other. A trace of shock suddenly crawled up their calm faces as they looked up at Qin Feiyang. Monarch, what do you mean by this? Aren't you afraid of the blood oath? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that his blood oath has already been broken. Frenzy said without turning his head. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Frenzy said, before you were reborn his son Heavenly Lord Ji had already arrived in our sky cloud realm. The one who fought with that young man? Qin Feiyang asked. At the beginning of the tribulation, Heavenly Lord Ji wanted to attack him, but he was stopped and forced away by the young man. However, because he was undergoing the tribulation he didn't ask about these things for the time being. That's right. Heavenly Lord Ji has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws and has also merged with the will of the Heavenly Tao. We couldn't stop him even if we worked together. If that young man appeared, we would have already died in their hands. And before the battle, Heavenly Lord Ji said that the monarch was in the Divine Kingdom to break the blood oath. Now that he has personally come to the Sky Cloud realm, this means that the blood oath must have been broken. Frenzy said. Qin Feiyang's heart was surging with waves of shock. How strong did one need to be able to break the blood oath? Since the monarch had broken the blood oath in advance, then he must be here to kill him. It seemed that comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death had completely aroused the killing intent of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 40:14. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang had already passed a few more heavenly tribulations. At this moment, the 3,000 clones had finally replicated all the ultimate mysteries of the mad scientist and the others. 57,000 ultimate mysteries floated in the air, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. The Divine King and the human race Supreme Being couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. This was the Eye of Heaven? It was indeed ridiculously strong. Coupled with the 3,000 clones, it was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger. Where's your father? The Divine King turned to look at Ryuko and asked. He was restrained by Qin Badian. Ryuko said in a deep voice. Qin Badian? The divine king was stunned. The monarch and the human race supreme being were also puzzled. Ryuko said, "This Qin Badian is my aunt's child." What? The monarch's eyes trembled. The child of the divine kingdom's princess, his grandson. Last time he asked Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Only now did he know that his grandson was Qin Badian. Wait. The human race supreme being seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Since he's your aunt's child, he's also your cousin. He's younger than you, how could he have the ability to restrain your father?" Hearing this, Ryuko suddenly felt that the human race supreme being was humiliating him. Of course. The human race supreme being didn't mean to humiliate him at all. It was he who felt this way. He was younger than him, but his strength was many times stronger than him. Of course he felt uncomfortable. But the monarch frowned. Ryuko quivered and hurriedly looked at the monarch and said, "Grandpa, not only does he have 3,000 clones, but he also grasps the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws and has integrated the will of the heavenly Tao." What? The ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. The monarch's eyes trembled. This was his grandson? The divine king and the human race supreme being were also in disbelief. A place like the Sky Cloud Realm could actually produce such a powerhouse? It was truly inconceivable. The divine king sighed. The bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon race is indeed extraordinary. No. This Qin Badian doesn't have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon. Ryuko said. The divine king was stunned. He didn't even have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon, yet he still possessed such talent? To hell with it. The monarch was unable to remain calm. As he thought about the young man, he looked at Qin Feiyang. He had always looked down on humans. They believed that humans were inherently inferior to the purple gold divine dragons. It was also because of this that he had set the clan's rules, forbidding the purple gold divine dragons from marrying humans. This was because the union between humans and purple gold divine dragons was tantamount to blasphemy against the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragons. So back then, when he discovered that his own daughter was actually with the human emperor of the Sky Cloud Realm, he was extremely angry and personally came to the Sky Cloud Realm. According to the Emperor of Feathers and others, the beast god of the Sky Cloud Sea was killed by the monarch at that time. However, he never expected that. After all these years, the descendants of his daughter in the Sky Cloud Realm were each more outstanding than the other. Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian. One had comprehended the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, and the other had comprehended the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. Such talent and such achievements were far beyond the descendants of the Divine Kingdom's purple gold divine dragon race. At this moment, the monarch's mind was in a mess. He felt that the principles he had once adhered to had now become a joke. Boom. In the distance, the battle between Heavenly Lord Ji and the young man had already reached its climax. However, no matter how dangerous and intense the battle was, the young man still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Sensing the fluctuations of the battle between the two, the monarch and the other two also confirmed Ryuko's words. This Qin Badian had indeed mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. Crack. Another heavenly tribulation descended. 57,000 ultimate mysteries hovered in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It was already enough to help Qin Feiyang block the first 98 heavenly tribulations, because the 98 heavenly tribulations required a total of more than 40,000 ultimate mysteries. When the 99th heavenly tribulation descended, Qin Feiyang would have to replicate it again. If the monarch and the other two didn't come, he was confident that he could successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. But now, he was very nervous. "You are Madman Mo?" Suddenly, the divine king looked at the madman standing in front of him. Because the madman was too eye-catching now, his 10,000 feet body emitted an explosive aura. "Yes." The madman nodded and laughed. "That's me. Who the hell are you?" "Madman, you are too presumptuous. This is the divine king of the god race." Jiang Yunshuang stood beside the divine king, his eyes filled with anger. How dare he speak so rudely to the divine king? The divine king of the god race. Everyone's pupils shrank. The divine king of the god race must be the ruler of the god race. No wonder even Ryuko had to bow respectfully when he saw him. What about this one? Long Chen looked at the supreme being of the human race. This is the supreme being of the human race of the divine kingdom. Ryuko smiled proudly. Supreme being of the human race. The madman and the others tensed up. A monarch, a divine king, and a supreme being, these were the 3 giants of the divine kingdom. Their identities and statuses were even higher than Divine Lord Ji's. Their strength was probably above Divine Lord Ji's. Putting everything else aside, the three of them had definitely grasped the ultimate mysteries of the six strongest laws and merged with the will of the heavenly Tao. The pressure in everyone's hearts instantly multiplied. I've heard a lot about the source of all evil, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Show it to me, let me experience it. The Divine King took a step forward and stood in the sky with a hint of provocation in his cold eyes. The madman stared at the Divine King, his eyes flashing red. Seeing this, Long Chen thought, don't be impulsive. You might not be her match. The madman was silent for a while and laughed. Even if I'm not her match, do we have a choice now? At most we will die here. Boom. As his voice fell, he raised his mountain-like arm and slapped at the Divine King, roaring, if I win, you will immediately return to the Divine Kingdom. As long as you have the ability. The Divine King spoke, and the mark of the god race between his eyebrows erupted with a sacred light. Clang. Immediately after, the power of time surged out, and the ultimate mysteries appeared. The Divine King grabbed the Time Divine Sword and slashed at the madman's giant hand. Lord Divine King, be careful. The power of the source of all evil can be attached to his body. Jiang Yunshuang reminded. But the Divine King didn't have any reaction, nor did he stop. The madman laughed and slapped down. Accompanied by a loud clang, the Time Divine Sword shattered on the spot, but a wound was left on his palm. But this injury couldn't even be considered a flesh wound to him. The giant hand slammed down. The Divine King activated the momentary time and instantly retreated from the range of the giant hand. Boom. The madman's palm hit the ground and a loud explosion occurred. A giant palm print appeared on the ground. Don't dodge if you have the guts. The madman's aura was like a rainbow as he charged forward. His fist was surrounded by blood-red flames. It was the power of the source of all evil. The Divine King turned a deaf ear to the madman's clamor. The Time Divine Sword appeared once more, and the terrifying sharpness seemed to be able to sever the river of time. With a loud bang, the sword tip collided with the madman's fist, and a world-destroying might erupted. Drops of blood dripped down from the madman's fist. Kacha. But at the next moment, the Divine Sword of Time shattered. The madman roared as his fist shattered the sky. Just as the Divine King was about to be hit, the Divine King activated the momentary time again and retreated. Why are you running? The dignified Divine King of the God race doesn't dare to fight with a junior like me? The madman laughed. The law of destruction and the law of time, two ultimate mysteries appeared. The power of the source of all evil surged out and merged with the ultimate mysteries. Boom. A monstrous might suddenly erupted. Then, the madman waved his hand, and the two ultimate mysteries charged toward the Divine King. At the same time, he raised his fist once more, and an unparalleled power erupted as he charged toward the Divine King. The power of the source of all evil can indeed increase the power of the body and the laws at the same time. It can't be underestimated. The human race sovereign muttered. For an existence of his level to say such a thing, it was enough to show the madman's strength. The madman went berserk. The Divine King didn't retreat. He used his ultimate mysteries to deal with the madman and didn't clash head-on. It seemed that the madman had the upper hand. But Ryuko the white-eyed wolf and the others weren't happy at all. Instead they were worried. Because the Divine King was too calm and composed. Rather than saying that he was fighting the madman, it was more like he was testing the madman's strength. Qin Feiyang was also paying attention to the battlefield. With the help of the 3,000 clones, he didn't need to worry about it for the time being. But at the same time, he was also deeply worried. Several dozen people passed by. Although the madman was incomparably valiant, the Divine King wasn't injured at all. Instead, the madman's fists and arms were left with wounds. How long are you going to hide? The madman roared. As you wish. The Divine King stepped forward and thrust out a palm, finally facing the madman head-on. The madman's expression froze. He actually intended to fight him head-on, bare-chested? Didn't he know that the strength of his body had already surpassed the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? What a naive person. Boom. The madman punched out, and the power of the source of all evil roared out in all directions like a tide. The Divine King was only a little over 1.7 meters tall. Facing the madman's massive body, he was like an ant facing an elephant. But, the moment their fists collided, a terrifying power surged out from the Divine King's palm. The madman immediately sensed this power, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. The next moment, A terrifying aura surged out from the two of them. The two of them were in a deadlock in the air and their powers constantly clashed. Boom. Several seconds later, the two of them grunted at the same time and retreated. What? Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at this scene in shock. The Divine King's physical strength were also so terrifying? This can't be real. They were already familiar with the power of the God race's mark. Whether it was Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Qin, or Jiang Xing, they could only increase the power of their laws. They couldn't increase the strength of their bodies. What was going on? Chapter 40:15. There was dead silence. Madman stabilized his footsteps and looked at the Divine King in disbelief. His feeling was the most vivid. The power that the Divine King erupted with was no weaker than his. But where did this power come from? The mark of the God race didn't seem to have the effect of strengthening the body and strength. Shwa. The Divine King attacked again and it was still a light palm. This daddy doesn't believe this. Madman's eyes turned cold. The power of all evil surged as he threw out a punch. This time, the madman could clearly see a sacred power erupting from the God King's palm as well. This was the aura of the mark of the God race. Boom. The fist and palm collided once again. The power of all evil and the power of the God race opposed each other and finally erupted with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The two retreated again, their faces somewhat pale. Obviously, these two powers were evenly matched. Madman said in disbelief, "Why is your mark different from Jiang Yunshuang's?" "Because this sovereign is the Divine King. Their marks were all bestowed by this sovereign, so naturally they can't be compared." The Divine King said indifferently. There was a trace of arrogance between his brows. "The mark of the God race was bestowed by her," Madman murmured. "Could this principle be the same as the Blood Demon race? The Blood Demon race with the mark could borrow the power of the evil moon and evil sun? Actually, we can also be considered old enemies. You represent evil while this sovereign represents light and holiness. Our encounter was destined. However, evil will never be able to defeat light." As the Divine King finished speaking, the ultimate meaning of the law of time appeared once again, erupting with a terrifying will. It was as if the heavenly Tao had descended, causing all things to tremble. Will of the heavenly Tao. Madman's expression changed. Not bad. Will of the heavenly Tao. The mark of the God race, plus the will of the heavenly Tao with your two ultimate meanings, you don't even have the qualifications to be this sovereign's opponent. The Divine King waved his hand and the Time God sword immediately tore through the sky, slashing towards Madman. "Is that so?" Madman smiled savagely. The law of thunder, the law of slaughter, the law of spacetime, and the law of destruction were all activated at the same time. He must have been scared silly. Even ultimate laws are useless, let alone ordinary ultimate laws. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang looked at each other with mocking expressions. "A loser like you has the right to mock me?" The madman looked at Ryuko and Madman with disdain. His four ultimates immediately attacked the Time God sword. Ryuko clenched his fists. As the saying goes, when you hit someone, don't hit their face, and when you scold someone, don't expose their shortcomings. But this bastard actually called them losers in front of everyone. Wasn't this clearly embarrassing them? This bastard must die. Otherwise, they would have to bear the name of a defeated opponent for the rest of their lives. In the blink of an eye, the four ultimates collided with the Time God sword. The divine sword of time, which possessed the will of the heavenly Tao, could be described as invincible. Madman's four ultimate profundities were shattered on the spot, unable to resist at all. Will of the heavenly Tao, even if the heavenly Tao descends, I'm not afraid. The madman roared, and the power of the source of all evil surged out as he punched the Time God sword. Boom. A destructive aura roared in all directions. The madman's arm was torn open and blood flowed out. But he didn't retreat. He raised his other arm and threw another punch at the time sword. This arm also shattered on the spot and blood and flesh flew everywhere. I, the madman, will not succumb to a will. Shatter for me. The madman had simply reached the point of madness. He smashed his head against the Time God sword, and blood immediately flowed out. Finally, with a cracking sound, the Time God sword that possessed the will of the heavenly Tao shattered into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth. And at this moment, the madman had already become a man of blood. But the courage he displayed shocked the three giants of the Divine Kingdom. Although there were countless geniuses in the Divine Kingdom, no one could compare to this person in terms of courage and insight. If such a person was given enough time, he would definitely become a terrifying existence in the future. Senior brother, quickly retreat. Qin Feiyang said anxiously. There's no way out. The madman shook his head. They originally thought that with the arrival of the youth and the restraint of Heavenly Lord Ji, they would be able to escape danger. But who would have thought? Before they could rejoice, the three giants of the Divine Kingdom personally arrived. This was even more terrifying than the arrival of Heavenly Lord Ji. Did the heavens really want them to die? I won't accept this. The madman roared, and a wave of death energy erupted like a volcano. In an instant, this place seemed to have become a purgatory. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a huge object appeared in the sky. It was as if hell had appeared, and it emitted a terrifying aura. 18 levels of hell. The white-eyed wolf and the others were overjoyed. They never thought that the madman would actually comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of death at this time. Crack. Boom. What followed was a sky full of tribulation clouds. Bolts of blood-red lightning roared in the sky like giant pythons. Oh no. Long Chen's face changed. It was supposed to be a good thing, but under the current situation, it had undoubtedly become one disaster after another. Because the madman was going to go through the tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation of the law of death wasn't comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death, it still required everyone to do their best and the help of the 3,000 incarnations. But now, Qin Feiyang controlled the 3,000 incarnations. And Qin Feiyang also had to face the heavenly tribulation himself. How could he divert his attention to help the madman? Even if Qin Feiyang could divert his attention to help the madman, the three giants of the Divine Kingdom wouldn't allow it. Because both Qin Feiyang and the madman had shown enough potential to threaten the Divine Kingdom. The three giants would definitely take this opportunity to strangle them in the cradle. They're really talented. Even I don't want to kill them. The king looked at the madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed with emotion. The human race is sovereign and the Divine King also had a trace of admiration in their eyes. But admiration was one thing. The threat still had to be eliminated. Otherwise, if they were allowed to grow like this, the Divine Kingdom would definitely suffer a great disaster in the future. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, 3,000 incarnations immediately appeared in the void behind the king. It seems that no matter what, we can't escape death today. Long Chen smiled bitterly. What's there to fear about death? I only hate that I can't drag a few of them down with me. The white-eyed wolf clenched his fists. Although they couldn't defeat the king and the other two, they could risk their lives to kill Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. But so what if they killed the two? Both of them left their souls in the Divine Kingdom. Not long after killing them they could be reborn. Blame us for being too naive. We shouldn't have believed their agreement and blood oath. Yun Xiang sighed. The Divine Kingdom? You don't even have the slightest spirit of the contract. You are really unworthy of being the overlord of the Divine Kingdom. No. You are clowns, disgusting. Long Chen glared at the king and the other two. If the older generation of the Divine Kingdom didn't intervene, the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom wouldn't be able to stop Qin Feiyang and the madman from crossing the tribulation. Not to mention they were forced into such a desperate situation. Haha, you can't win so you start to curse? I really admire you. But now all you can do is talk. This is the gap between your Sky Cloud realm and our Divine Kingdom. Do you understand now? No matter how you struggle, in the end, you will die like an ant without a burial place. Ryuko laughed wildly. Shut up. The one who has the least right to speak here is you. How many times have you come to the Sky Cloud realm? Count it yourself. Which time didn't you run away like a stray dog? Li Feng shouted angrily. Without the king and the other two you dare to be so arrogant? Don't talk nonsense with him. He is a clown, talking to him is a disgrace. The white-eyed wolf sneered. You still dare to be arrogant with me? Wait, I won't let you die so easily. I will let you taste a life worse than death. Ryuko stared at Li Feng and the white-eyed wolf, his eyes full of resentment. Boom. At this moment, the madman's tribulation descended. But with his current state he probably couldn't even withstand the first tribulation. Because now his injuries were too serious. Senior brother, come to me, let's cross the tribulation together. Qin Feiyang shouted. The madman took a step forward, his body quickly shrank, returning to his original state and landing beside Qin Feiyang. The tribulation also followed. The three ultimate profound meanings were annihilated on the spot. Sure enough, the tribulation of the strongest law was similar to the tribulation of the sovereign divine weapon. However, although there was Qin Feiyang's help, everyone's situation was precarious at this moment. The king took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will ask you one last time, will you follow me to the divine kingdom? And I can let the madman, the golden-winged wolf king, also enter the divine kingdom. What? Ryuko's eyes trembled. Grandpa still hasn't given up on persuading these people to join the divine kingdom? If Qin Feiyang really agreed with the strength and potential of Qin Feiyang, the madman and the white-eyed wolf, their status in the divine kingdom would definitely be above him. No. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Qin Feiyang looked at the king and was silent for a while. His eyes gradually flashed with a firm light and said, "As long as you promise me that you will never invade the Sky Cloud realm again, I can go to the divine kingdom with you. What if I don't agree?" The king asked. "Then I will accompany the destruction of the Sky Cloud realm." Qin Feiyang's voice was sonorous and powerful. "No regrets?" The king said. "No regrets." Qin Feiyang said word by word. "What a good, no regrets." The king took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly became sharp and said, "Then you will be destroyed." As his voice fell, the 3,000 incarnations behind him activated their ultimate mysteries, which were also the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. Each ultimate mysteries contained the will of the heavens, exuding a destructive aura. Swish. At the same time, Long Qin, the white-eyed wolf, Yun Xiang, the masked Dajura, and Li Zhongxing, the 3 of them, unanimously stood in front of the madman and Qin Feiyang. They didn't say a single word, but their actions already represented their determination. Sharing honor and disgrace, sharing life and death. Chapter 40:16. Even Long Qin didn't flinch. She even forgot about her hatred for Qin Feiyang and Madman. It wasn't because of the fear before death that made her forget, but because she knew that the divine kingdom wouldn't let them go, let alone the Sky Cloud realm. Even if she could survive now, she would definitely die in the future. Since she was about to die, why should she cling to the past? Don't be afraid. Long Qin grabbed Long Qin's hand and smiled. "I'm not afraid, I'm just worried about Mother." Long Qin lowered his head, his face full of sadness. Once they died here, no one in the Sky Cloud realm could stop the divine kingdom. At that time, it would be a scene of misery and suffering. Longzuan naturally wouldn't be spared. "Mother?" Long Qin looked up at the sky and murmured, "Father, where are you? Do you know what we are facing now? I don't beg you to save me and Qin but I beg you to save Mother and the billions of people in the Sky Cloud realm." "Father, did you hear me?" Long Qin clenched his hands and looked up at the sky and roared. His face was full of sadness. Sigh. White-eyed wolf and the others sighed and couldn't help but sympathize with the siblings. Boom. Opposite. The monarch glanced at the group of people indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the 18,000 ultimate laws activated by the 3,000 incarnations suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. At the same time, dragons. Longzuan, who was sitting on the balcony of the attic, suddenly broke the teacup on the table. "Longzuan, what's wrong with you?" Ling Long hurriedly ran out of the house and looked at Longzuan. Longzuan didn't speak, but as if he sensed something, he looked up in the direction of the western continent and murmured, Qin, please be safe." On the other side, the transfer of the western continent's people was coming to an end. Feather Emperor, Little Rabbit, and Shuizu, who were busy, simultaneously stopped and turned to look in the direction of the Shen family village. There was an uncontrollable uneasiness deep in their hearts. "Azure Dragon, Sea Lion Emperor, I'll leave the rest to you." Suddenly, Little Rabbit looked at Azure Dragon and the others who were not far away and instructed them. Then she opened up a space-time tunnel. The moment the space-time tunnel appeared, a destructive aura roared out from within. This aura came from the sky above the Shen family village. What are they going through? The Little Rabbit, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor's eyes trembled as they entered the space-time tunnel. This aura made even them feel despair. Above the Shen family village, 18,000 ultimate profound meanings flooded the sky, and all of them carried the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, "You're already at death's door, what's the point of transcending the tribulation? Let us make one last effort for the Sky Cloud realm." "All right." Madman nodded. Long Qin and the others looked at each other and smiled. Boom. Along with a terrifying aura, everyone activated their ultimate profound. The sovereign's divine weapons were also fully awakened. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and more than 50,000 ultimate mysteries were ready to be unleashed. Feiyang. At this moment, not far away in the void, a voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed. They looked up and saw the Blood Ancestor and the other 2 anxiously rushing out of the space-time tunnel. "What are you doing here?" "Run!" Madman roared. "They were simply here to die." This is the responsibility of the older generation. The Feather Emperor smiled faintly. That's right. You youngsters aren't afraid of death. How can us 3 old guys be deserters? The Blood Ancestor nodded. The Sky Cloud Realm is our home. Let us protect it with our lives. The little rabbit took out a jar of divine wine and drank it in one gulp. Boom. The aura of the 3 erupted. Streaks of ultimate laws and ultimate profundities appeared one after another as they charged toward the monarch and the other 2 without hesitation. 3 ants dared to join in the fun. Ryuko snorted coldly. 3,000 clones activated. 6,000 ultimate mysteries turned into a surging wave that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it charged towards the 3. Bastard, when I return from reincarnation, I will never let you go. Kill. Madman stared at Ryuko and roared. A total of more than 50,000 ultimate profound immediately charged toward the 18,000 ultimate profound of the king. Boom. A series of deafening noises suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The earth was pulverized and the void was annihilated. The sky collapsed crazily. The end of the world was nothing more than this. The ultimate profound of the will of the heavenly Tao was simply heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones replicated more than 50,000 ultimate profound, but at this moment they were like withered trees constantly collapsing. However, even with the will of the heavenly Tao, it couldn't stop their fighting spirit and anger. The monarch's 18,000 ultimates were also being shattered one after another. But in the end the king still had the upper hand. A terrifying fluctuation instantly spread across half of the western continent. Mountains and rivers collapsed one after another. The earth cracked open into a shocking abyss. Fortunately, almost all the living beings in the western continent had moved away. Otherwise the earth would be stained with blood. Poof! The aura roared. Qin Feiyang and the others were sent flying, their bodies constantly cracking. All the sovereign divine weapons were also shattered. On the other side, the Blood Ancestor and the other 2 were also drenched in blood facing Ryuko's 3,000 clones. At the same time, 2 heavenly tribulations descended, heading straight for Qin Feiyang and Madman. Although we are not brothers in this life, we are better than brothers. I hope we can be brothers in the next life. Madman grinned at Qin Feiyang with a bloody face. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Long Chen also turned to Long Qin and smiled. Don't be so naughty in the next life. After all, not every big brother can tolerate you like I can. Okay. Long Qin nodded. Sister Feng, I will marry you in the next life. White-Eyed Wolf also roared. Okay. Fire Dance, who was standing in the Black Tortoise realm, also nodded with tears streaming down her face. Just as the group of people was about to be killed, 2 figures descended from the sky. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I actually saw the ice dragon and the small beast. Madman muttered. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Father? Long Qin and Long Chen also thought their eyes were playing tricks on them, but when the 2 figures descended in front of them, they were immediately stunned. They didn't seem to be playing tricks on them. It's them. The group immediately became excited, and the fire of hope burned in their eyes. Although Qin Feiyang, the White-Eyed Wolf, and Madman hated the ice dragon and the small beast, they couldn't help but feel happy at this moment. Boom. The golden small beast opened its mouth. A shocking scene appeared. The ultimate meaning of this world, including Ryuko's ultimate meaning, and even the 2 heavenly tribulations heading for Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf, all poured into the golden small beast's mouth. That's right. Its palm-sized body actually swallowed all the ultimate meaning and the 2 heavenly tribulations in one go. Moreover, after it swallowed them, these heavenly tribulations and ultimate meaning didn't cause any harm to it. This scene. Not only Qin Feiyang and the others, even the king's trio Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang were dumbfounded. One must know. The king's ultimate meaning contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Although there were only a few hundred ultimate meaning left after the previous collision, it was enough to kill anyone present. Moreover, of the 2 heavenly tribulations, one was the strongest law. The other was the heavenly tribulation of the life and death law. How terrifying was this? But now, they were all swallowed by the golden small beast in one go? What kind of joke was this? How heaven-defying did one need to be to do this? Thinking of the 10,000-year promise with the small beast, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not to mention 10,000 years, even if he was given another 100,000 years, he might not be a match for this golden small beast. Were you guys? The king's trio came back to their senses and immediately looked at Ice Dragon and the small beast. You guys are not qualified to know. The small beast said proudly. The trio's eyes turned cold. Don't be impulsive. You guys are no match for them. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded. There's someone else? Qin Feiyang and the others were bewildered as they looked around. But no one appeared. Ice Dragon, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, what is the meaning of this? You actually came to protect them personally? The ethereal voice sounded again. We should be asking you this. A cold light flashed in Ice Dragon's eyes as he glanced at the void and said angrily, Qin Feiyang and the king have clearly made an agreement. Why don't you guys abide by it? It's just an agreement, do you guys really take it seriously? The ethereal voice said. Since it's an agreement, we should abide by it. If you don't even have the minimum integrity and spirit of a contract, do you still deserve to be the ruler of a world? Ice Dragon snorted coldly. The ruler of a world. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, their eyes couldn't help but tremble. The meaning of these words was obvious. The owner of this voice was the ruler of the divine kingdom. Hearing Ice Dragon's scolding, the voice went silent. If you guys didn't have this agreement with Qin Feiyang, even if you guys destroyed the Sky Cloud realm and killed all the living beings here, we wouldn't interfere. Just like last time when the divine kingdom came to the Sky Cloud realm and plunged the Sky Cloud realm and hell into misery and suffering, did we interfere? I hate people who don't keep their promises the most. Ice Dragon took a step forward and a monstrous aura rolled out. The king's trio, who were such terrifying existences, actually spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Their faces instantly turned pale. Grandfather. Lord Divine King. Lord Supreme. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang quickly ran to the trio's side, their faces full of horror. Just how strong is this Ice Dragon? Just a single aura was enough to severely injure the three rulers of the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Every time this Ice Dragon attacked, it was shocking because it was stronger than the previous one. Gotcha. At this time, the madman and Qin Feiyang's heavenly tribulation descended again. Qin Feiyang quivered and quickly activated the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven. The madman, the white-eyed wolf, the Longchen siblings, Li Feng, Yun Ziang, the masked Dajura, and Li Zhongxing all activated their ultimate techniques without waiting for Qin Feiyang's command. The Eye of Heaven immediately began to replicate. But now it was too late, because the Eye of Heaven required a long time to replicate. It wasn't realistic to go to the Black Tortoise world to replicate now, because once he entered the Black Tortoise world, the heavenly tribulation would also appear in the Black Tortoise world. With the power of the heavenly tribulation, if it appeared in the Black Tortoise world, the Black Tortoise world would be instantly destroyed. Chapter 40:17. I didn't die in the hands of those bastards from the divine kingdom, but now I'm going to die under the heavenly tribulation. Damn it. Lunatic roared. This was also the fault of the divine kingdom. If it weren't for the king, Qin Feiyang's more than 50,000 ultimate profound meanings would have been enough to block the first few dozen heavenly tribulations. Therefore Lunatic hated the divine kingdom even more. Boom. Seeing that the two were about to be killed by the heavenly tribulation, Longqin hurriedly looked at Ice Dragon and was about to speak. Don't call me father. Ice Dragon transmitted its voice. Hearing this, Longqin's face suddenly turned pale. What did this mean? Didn't he want to acknowledge her as his daughter? At the same time, the golden small beast turned its head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lunatic. It opened its mouth slightly and swallowed the two heavenly tribulations in one gulp. Lunatic and Qin Feiyang were stunned. What was going on with this small beast? Not only did it save them, but it also helped them pass the heavenly tribulation? They didn't believe that the small beast would be so kind. However, this ability was really amazing. It was as if in front of this small beast, there was nothing it couldn't solve in one gulp. They really couldn't figure it out. How could such a small body contain such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? The small beast ignored the two and looked up at the sky. Pretend to be silent in front of Grandpa Frog. Grandpa Frog will never be polite to those who don't keep their promises. Why are you so arrogant? If it weren't for the people behind you, would you have the strength and status you have today? The ethereal voice finally sounded again. Not convinced? Fine. Grandpa Frog will go to the divine kingdom now and destroy you. The golden small beast said domineeringly. How dare you? The ethereal voice shouted angrily. You actually doubt Grandpa Frog's courage? Interesting. You're the first. Don't worry, wait for me to destroy them, then I will destroy you. The golden small beast's gaze turned and fell on the king and the other two. Small beast had yet to make a move, but the monarch and the other two could already feel chills running down their spines just by looking at the small beast's eyes. Stop. The misty voice sounded a little anxious. What is it? Not arrogant anymore? I thought you didn't care about these people. The golden small beast sneered and said, since you breached the agreement first, shouldn't you take out dozens of inheritances of ultimate profundities as compensation to the sky cloud realm? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Inheritances of dozens of ultimate laws and ultimate mysteries? This little beast was too daring to ask for it. Not to mention inheritances of ultimate profundities of supreme laws, they didn't even dare to think about inheritances of dozens of ordinary ultimate profundities of laws. The monarch and the others were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this equivalent to daylight robbery? Heaven-devouring beast, how can you be so overbearing? Do you think I don't know what you and Ice Dragon are like? You keep saying that we breached the agreement. Haven't you broken your promises before? Aren't you just looking for a reason to openly protect the Sky Cloud realm? Just say it. Why do you have to be so pretentious? The misty voice sounded angry and seemed to be very angry. When the golden small beast and Ice Dragon heard this, their faces suddenly darkened. They were a little angry and shouted, stop talking nonsense. Quickly take out dozens of inheritances and get your people out of here. Want to take advantage of the situation? Not a chance. If you really want the inheritances, sure. As long as someone from the Sky Cloud realm can defeat any one of the 3 monarchs, I will give the Sky Cloud realm inheritances of 10 ultimate profundities of supreme laws for free. And I solemnly promise that I will not personally intervene in the war between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud realm for 10,000 years. The misty voice said. When the small beast and Ice Dragon heard this, they couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. Defeat one of the 3 monarchs? This task seemed a little too difficult for these little guys. But these little guys were currently the strongest people in the Sky Cloud realm. If even they had no hope, then others would have no hope. At this time, Qin Feiyang said, if we can really defeat one of them, then I have to add another condition. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. They really want to accept the challenge? Don't joke around. They would rather not have any compensation than fight with the 3 monarchs. You have guts, say it? The misty voice said. Qin Feiyang said, it's still the original condition. The older generation can't fight and can't kill the innocent in the Sky Cloud realm. Impossible. The misty voice directly refused. How can we give the Sky Cloud realm time to grow? This was originally my agreement with the monarchs. Now that you have breached the agreement, I will ask again. Why don't you agree? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Boom. The heavenly tribulation came again. Really annoying. The golden small beast raised its eyebrows and rushed into the sky, directly swallowing the tribulation clouds and lightning in the sky in one breath. Looking at this scene, the shock in the hearts of Qin Feiyang and others was simply indescribable. How heaven-defying is this small beast? With the disappearance of the tribulation clouds, Madman officially mastered the ultimate meaning of the law of death. Qin Feiyang also officially mastered the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. In other words, they have successfully passed the tribulation. It was originally a heavenly tribulation with a slim chance of survival, but it ended just like that? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Really domineering. If you find it annoying, just swallow it in one bite. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The corners of Li Feng, Yun Xiang and the others' mouths twitched. This was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly tribulation of the law of death and the law of life and death. Even Qin Feiyang, who controlled 3,000 incarnations in the eye of heaven, had to go all out. But this small beast swallowed it in one bite. It felt like its stomach could hold the entire world. If they also had such means, why would they be afraid of the Divine Kingdom? In the eyes of Qin Feiyang and others, this was a heaven-defying method, but for the golden small beast, it seemed to have done something very easy. The small beast landed next to the ice dragon and said lightly, Qin Feiyang's condition is indeed not excessive, but what are you thinking in your heart? Uncle Frog also knows that you don't want to give them any more time to grow. I don't deny it, the ethereal voice said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was about to speak. But at this moment, golden clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky. He immediately raised his head to look. Madman and others were also the same, their eyes full of surprise. So, the clouds covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura gradually recovered. Qin Feiyang and others were shocked. If it was in the past, they definitely wouldn't know what this was, but after seeing the fusion of the king and the divine king's will of the heavens, they could immediately tell that this aura was the will of the heavens. Why would the will of the heavens appear? Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Madman, They didn't seem to have grasped the 6 ultimate laws. So, suddenly, the will of the heavens descended from the sky, its aura locking onto Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, when did you master the ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. I didn't. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The ultimate laws he grasped now were the cause and effect law, the death law, the life law, and the life and death law. He was still 2 laws away from the 6 ultimate laws. Ignorant. This is the good fortune of comprehending the life and death law. The golden small beast glanced at the group of people, its eyes full of disdain. What? Comprehending the life and death law will cause the will of the heavens to descend. Everyone was surprised. Otherwise, how can it be the strongest law in the world? The golden small beast said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they stared at Qin Feiyang with envy. Other people needed to grasp the 6 ultimate laws before the will of the heavens would descend, but this guy already had the will of the heavens. Wasn't this strength equivalent to a huge increase? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, but when he regained his senses, he was also very excited. He never thought that comprehending the life and death law's ultimate law would have such benefits. The life and death law's ultimate law itself could crush the ultimate laws. Coupled with the will of the heavens, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Some people were happy while others were worried. The king, the divine king, and the human race's sovereign were all worried at this moment. Not only did he successfully grasp the life and death law's ultimate law, but he also integrated with the will of the heavens. In a sense, this kid had completely grown up. Even if it was them facing this kid now, they would be in a tough battle. Because their biggest advantage was the will of the heavens. But now, Qin Feiyang also had the will of the heavens, so their advantage was gone. Moreover, Qin Feiyang still had 3,000 incarnations in the Eye of Heaven. If it was a one-on-one battle, they might even be no match for Qin Feiyang. Behind the 3 of them, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang were even more furious. Especially Ryuko. He was about to go crazy. There was originally a gap between him and Qin Feiyang, and this gap was the Eye of Heaven. But now, not only did the other party successfully grasp the life and death law's ultimate law, but he also had the will of the heavens. The gap between them was 108,000 miles. He was also full of hatred for Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Because if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Ice Dragon and Small Beast, not only Qin Feiyang but everyone here would have died. How could he have successfully transcended the tribulation and integrated with the will of the heavens? However, he didn't think about it. Their divine kingdom was an invader to begin with, and it was also their divine kingdom that had violated their oath. If it weren't for the king and the others, who could stop Qin Feiyang and Madman from transcending the tribulation? Him, Ryuko? Or Jiang Yunshuang? He didn't have the strength at all. Moreover, the king and the others came to bully the weak and didn't say a word. When Ice Dragon and Small Beast came out to help, resentment immediately rose in their hearts. This kind of character, wasn't it a typical example of only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps? How is it? Do you have the confidence to defeat them now? The golden small beast asked without turning its head. We'll know after we fight. Qin Feiyang looked at the king and the others, and a fighting spirit rose from his body. The will of the heavens fell and merged into his body. In a trance, he seemed to have transformed into the heavens, standing in the clouds and looking down on all living beings, as if he could destroy a piece of heaven and earth with a flick of his finger. Moreover, after the will of the heavens fused with him, his essence, energy, and spirit were all sublimated, as if he had been reborn. The most obvious change was that some of the profound laws that he couldn't understand before, now seemed to be able to understand with a little thought. Not only could it increase his strength, but it also increased his comprehension and potential. Was this the benefit of fusing with the will of the heavens? If you can't even beat them, what can you use to defeat me? Don't forget. We also have a 10,000-year agreement. If you are defeated by Uncle Frog, then the ancient realm, Great Qin, Forgotten Continent, and even your Black Tortoise realm will all be buried with you. This is the bet you made back then. The golden small beast smiled coldly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. The joy of fusing with the will of the heavens also disappeared in an instant. Staring at the back of the golden small beast, he clenched his fists and said firmly, "This battle, I will definitely win." Ha! The golden small beast laughed and said, "Then Uncle Frog will wait and see." Chapter 40:18. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the golden small beast, their brows tightly knitted together. The small beast was obviously deliberately provoking Qin Feiyang. Logically speaking, with Qin Feiyang's calm mind, he shouldn't be provoked by the small beast. Others might not understand. But they knew that defeating the small beast had always been Qin Feiyang's long-cherished wish. What kind of hatred do they have? Even gambling with the lives of several continents? This matter. Even Long Qin didn't know. Not to mention people like Yun Xiang and Li Zhongxing. A great hatred. The madman transmitted his voice. At this time, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the king and the other two. You really dare to come out and challenge? Ryuko's face was full of ridicule. It was as if he was mocking Qin Feiyang for overestimating himself. Qin Feiyang glanced at Ryuko and the power of death rolled out. The 18 layers of hell instantly appeared, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted, carrying the power of destruction as it suppressed Ryuko. As expected. Once you master the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, you will master the ultimate meaning of the law of death and the law of life at the same time. In other words, little Qinzi now, in addition to the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he has also mastered the ultimate meaning of the three strongest laws. The white-eyed wolf whispered. Don't forget, he also has the ultimate meaning of the law of light. In total, he has now mastered 5 ultimate meanings. Damn it, more than me. The madman was indignant. More than you? Are you kidding me? Now you have also mastered 5 ultimate meanings. Li Feng was speechless. The madman was slightly taken aback, then patted his head and nodded. Yes, just now, I have already comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of death. The law of death, law of destruction, law of space, law of slaughter, law of thunder, these were the ultimate meanings that the madman had mastered. On the other side, seeing Qin Feiyang directly attacking without saying anything, Ryuko's expression changed on the spot. He hurriedly activated his 3,000 incarnations, and 6,000 ultimate meanings appeared, turning into a torrent of beasts that blasted towards the 18 layers of hell. Boom. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion, the 18 layers of hell were shattered. Although the heaven's will of death, he still hadn't activated his 3,000 incarnations at this moment. He had only one death, and didn't even activate his 3,000 incarnations. A single ultimate profundity of the law of death would naturally not be able to block 6,000 ultimate profundities. Thus, Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all. He didn't activate the 3,000's will. Steely-eyed Emperor didn't use had's will of God didn't use him. Will Z was now it had was. Will with a thought, 1,000 clones appeared. Bang. S is this God will Z. That was. There were only one. S. However, every ultimate profundity contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang just wanted to see how strong an ultimate profundity that possessed the will of the heavenly Tao was. 1,000 against 6,000. The difference between them was a full 6 times. Anyone who saw this scene would think that Qin Feiyang was like an ant trying to shake a tree, because the difference of 6 times was too big. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation, because all of them wanted to know exactly what the difference was between an ultimate profundity without the will of the heavenly Tao and an ultimate profundity with the will of the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, the two ultimates turned into torrents, exuding overwhelming power as they blasted towards each other. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the two torrents finally met in the void. A wave of destructive energy swept out in all directions like a tide. In the next moment, the two ultimates began to shatter. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang's 1,000 ultimates and Ryuko's 6,000 ultimates all collapsed and dissipated in the void. They were evenly matched. This scene shocked Madman and the others who were watching the battle, as well as Qin Feiyang who was on the battlefield. 1,000 against 6,000, they were actually evenly matched. In other words, the will of death increased the power of the ultimate by 6 times. Wasn't this kind of improvement a little too terrifying? One ultimate with the will of death was enough to compete with 6 ultimates without the will of death. It was really unbelievable. Everyone's desire for the will of death instantly rose to the extreme. I can definitely do it. White-eyed Wolf clenched his fists. He had this potential more than anyone else. This was because he himself had grasped 6 supreme laws of nature. And now he had also mastered 4 ultimate, with only the life and destruction laws left. As long as he comprehended the ultimate with the life and destruction laws, or fused the inheritance of 2 ultimate, he would successfully possess the will of death. At that time, his strength would instantly increase by a large margin. Will of death. Ryuko stared at Qin Feiyang, his expression extremely ferocious. 1,000 ultimate, with his With 6,000 ultimate? What kind of joke was this? I don't accept this. Along with a hysterical roar, his entire body radiated dazzling purple-gold divine light. The next moment, with a heaven-shaking dragon roar, a purple-gold divine dragon tens of thousands of feet long appeared. It was Ryuko's true body. Each dragon scale seemed to be forged from divine jade. Dragon might spread out, shaking the world. Boom. Not only him, but even the 3,000 clones behind him had turned into purple-gold divine dragons. Their terrifying auras caused the madman and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. The moment they returned to their true bodies, the 3,000 clones, including Ryuko, all activated their ultimate, at the same time and madly charged at Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. A human was actually more outstanding than him. Although Qin Feiyang also had purple-gold dragon blood, could it compare to him? He was a true purple-gold divine dragon. No matter what, he could not lose to this human. An ant should have the awareness of an ant. Qin Feiyang's eyes were very calm. In the past, Ryuko might have been able to threaten him, but now, he had comprehended the ultimate of the law of life and death and merged with the will of death. It was no exaggeration to say that he was not even qualified to be his opponent. The ultimate of the law of death and the law of karma were activated at the same time. Previously he had not lost even when facing 6 paths with 1,000, let alone now. 2,000 ultimate of the law of life and deaths of the law of life and death crushed the void and the earth with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this scene, Ryuko felt despair. Too strong. Just this of the law of life and death was enough to make him unable to fight back. One had to know. His opponent had not even activated the Eye of Heaven and the law of life and death. But now, he did not even have the ability to make Qin Feiyang activate the Eye of Heaven? Thinking back to the past, although he could not defeat Qin Feiyang, at least Qin Feiyang had to go all out when facing him. But now, he was afraid that even if he used all his skills, he would not be able to make Qin Feiyang activate the Eye of Heaven. The gap was not small anymore. Seeing that Ryuko's blood was about to splatter in the sky, seeing that Ryuko's confidence and fighting spirit was being destroyed by Qin Feiyang, the king's eyes darkened as he stepped in front of Ryuko. "Grandfather," Ryuko looked at the king's back with gloomy eyes. "Don't be discouraged. The purple-gold divine dragon race has always had the spirit of not admitting defeat. We cannot lose confidence because of one failure. If you can't even withstand this setback, what right do you have to call yourself a purple-gold divine dragon? What right do you have to be my grandson?" As his voice fell, a monstrous divine aura erupted. 3,000 clones appeared in the void behind him, and ultimate intents instantly occupied half the sky. There were a total of 18,000 ultimate intents. Boom. With a wave of the king's hand, 18,000 ultimate intents shot out. This was definitely a situation of suppression. Because not only did the number far exceed Qin Feiyang's, but these 18,000 ultimate intents also contained the will of the heavenly Tao. There was no suspense. Qin Feiyang's 2,000 ultimate intents were easily crushed. However, after crushing Qin Feiyang's ultimate intents, the king did not continue to kill Qin Feiyang, and the 18,000 ultimate intents stopped in the void. "Speak. Who do you want to challenge?" The king looked at Qin Feiyang, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was, but at the same time, the more apprehensive he was. If this person was from their divine nation, it would be a great thing for him as the monarch of the divine nation. However, this child was born in the sky cloud realm. And no matter what, he was not willing to follow him to the divine kingdom. From the perspective of an opponent and enemy, this child's means and potential were definitely enough to threaten the divine kingdom. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at the king, then at the divine king and the human race's supremacy. "Supremacy, are you confident in defeating him?" The divine king asked telepathically. The human race's supremacy's eyes flickered as he analyzed in his mind. In the end he sighed and said, "If he doesn't have the 3,000 clones and the Eye of Heaven, he might have a chance of winning." "Might?" The divine king was surprised. "Yes, might. Even if he doesn't have the Eye of Heaven and the 3,000 clones, he still has the ultimate intents of the law of life and death and the will of the heavenly Tao. The ultimate intents of the law of life and death are much stronger than the ultimate intents of the law of life and death. Coupled with his will of the heavenly Tao, I'm afraid that even if you activate the God race mark and the will of the heavenly Tao, you won't be able to block the ultimate intents of the law of life and death." The human race's supremacy sighed. "Yes. As long as this child comprehends the ultimate intents of the law of life and death, he will have completely grown up. I'm afraid that apart from the king, no one in the Divine Kingdom can stop him. The Divine King's expression was extremely complicated. But at the same time, he was also extremely angry. If it wasn't for the fact that the king cared about the Divine Dragon Sword and made an agreement with Qin Feiyang, how could there be such a situation? What was even more infuriating was that, in the end, in order to rescue Ryuko and the others, they made a 10,000-year agreement and even made a blood oath. Wasn't this equivalent to giving Qin Feiyang time to grow? I know what you're thinking. But things have already come to this point. It's useless to blame anyone. Besides, the king must be regretting it now. Besides, how smart is the king? How could he not think of this? He must think that even if Qin Feiyang is given another 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, he won't be able to comprehend the ultimate intents of the law of life and death. It's not just the king. Didn't we think the same back then? But who would have thought that in just a few decades, he would be able to comprehend the ultimate intents of the law of life and death, instantly reaching the heavens in a single step? So, if we want to talk about the responsibility, it's not all on the king. The two of us are also responsible because we underestimated this child's comprehension ability and potential. The human race's supremacy side. Chapter 40:19. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, challenging the sovereign of the human race or the divine king. That's right. Although they are strong, they don't have 3,000 incarnations and are easier to deal with than the monarch. The madman also said excitedly. As long as Qin Feiyang won this battle, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 10 ultimate laws. For the Sky Cloud realm, this was something they didn't even dare to think about. But now, the opportunity was right in front of their eyes. And as long as they won this battle, the sovereign of the Divine Kingdom wouldn't intervene in the battle between them and the monarch for 10,000 years. They definitely wouldn't dare to easily believe the promise of the Divine Kingdom. But now it was different. Now there was Ice Dragon and Small Beast personally overseeing. If the Divine Kingdom dared to break the promise again, they would inevitably face the wrath of Ice Dragon and Small Beast. In other words, Ice Dragon and Small Beast were witnesses now. If you break the promise, you won't give them face. With the character of these two bastards, not giving them face was simply courting death. Therefore, there couldn't be any accidents in this battle. Not only was it related to Qin Feiyang's dignity, but it was also related to the fate of the Sky Cloud realm in the future. Since they couldn't lose, they naturally had to choose the weaker ones. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at the sky and said, I still want to adhere to the previous conditions. As long as I win this battle, the older generation of the Divine Kingdom can't make a move. Absolutely impossible. An ethereal voice sounded. If Qin Feiyang could even defeat the 3 monarchs, then in the future, in a one-on-one situation in the entire Divine Kingdom, except for him, the sovereign, who else could be Qin Feiyang's opponent? At that time, if the older generation of the Divine Kingdom were restricted from making a move, then wouldn't Qin Feiyang be able to do whatever he wanted in the Divine Kingdom? Because the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom couldn't stop him now, they could only rely on the older generation. Moreover, even the older generation couldn't fight Qin Feiyang one-on-one. In a one-on-one fight he would definitely lose. Qin Feiyang looked a little annoyed as he said in a deep voice, if that's the case, we'll have to add another 5 ultimate intents. 5 more? Everyone looked at each other in anticipation and nervousness. Don't be unsatisfied. 10 ultimate profound legacies is already my limit. The misty voice said angrily. Everything was caused by the Divine Kingdom. I don't think it's too much to ask for the inheritance of 15 ultimate mysteries. Qin Feiyang didn't want to be outdone, so he fought back. Not too much. Opposite. The Divine King raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you know the value of an inheritance? Then do you know how much damage your Divine Kingdom has brought to our Sky Cloud realm? Qin Feiyang looked at the Divine King, anger rising in his eyes. The Divine King said angrily, in these years of confrontation, it seems that your Sky Cloud realm has always had the upper hand. What damage can there be? Aren't your words a bit unreasonable? You invaded the Sky Cloud realm, aren't you harming us? Now you came to kill us, aren't you harming us? If it wasn't for the Feather Emperor and the others who moved the creatures of the Western Continent in advance, what do you think the Western Continent would be like now? Let me tell you, the people will be in a terrible situation and blood will flow like a river. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. After causing so much damage to the Sky Cloud realm, they still put on an aggrieved look. How could their skin be so thick? The Divine King frowned. Okay. Let's not talk about this time, let's talk about the last time. The last time you came to the Sky Cloud realm, the entire continent fell apart, and countless creatures died tragically. And the Nether King's Hell. All the creatures of the Nether King's Hell died in the hands of Ji Yunhai and the others. Isn't this harming us? The monstrous sins you bear will never be washed away. Qin Feiyang shouted, his hair standing on end. After hearing his words, the Divine King was speechless. Although the God race didn't participate in the battle last time, it was undeniable that the God race was also a member of the Divine Kingdom. The God race naturally couldn't escape the responsibility of the sins committed by the Divine Kingdom. If there isn't an inheritance of 15 ultimate laws, I refuse to challenge you. Let Ice Dragon and the others kill their way to the Divine Kingdom and let you experience the taste of despair. Qin Feiyang said each word with a pause, his eyes filled with strong killing intent. This kid, he actually used us to scare them. The golden small beast grumbled. Who asked us to stand here now? Ice Dragon shook his head. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the king and the others couldn't help but look at Ice Dragon and the small beast, their eyes full of wariness. The ruler of the Divine Kingdom also fell silent. After a long time, the ethereal voice finally sounded. All right, as you wish, I'll give you the inheritance of 15 ultimate laws of nature. However, if you lose, you'll be my slave for the rest of your life. You are not worthy. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and looked at the king. I challenge you. What? The madman and the white-eyed wolf's expressions froze. Didn't he challenge the Divine King and the human sovereign? Why did he impulsively challenge the king? This person could become the king of the Divine Kingdom, so his strength must be above the human sovereign and the Divine King. How foolish. There was a ready-made soft persimmon, but he had to pick a bone that was difficult to chew. The Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit had also come to the side of the madman and the others. Seeing Qin Feiyang's decision, they couldn't help but feel a little angry. They knew the reason why Qin Feiyang challenged the king. Because the king was the highest authority of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. First, he challenged the king for the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Second, he wanted to prove to the king that a human possessing the Purple Gold Divine Dragon's blood might not be a disgrace to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Could also be a pride. But now, was it the time to be impulsive? The inheritance of 15 ultimate laws and the ruler behind the king and the others were the key. However, they also knew. What Qin Feiyang had decided would not change because of anyone. Now they could only pray that Qin Feiyang could win this battle. The king was also surprised by Qin Feiyang's challenge. At first, he also thought that Qin Feiyang might challenge the Divine King or the human sovereign. However, he didn't expect that without saying a word, he would directly target him. Challenging him was tantamount to challenging the entire Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, or even the entire Divine Kingdom. Because as the king, he represented the Divine Kingdom. If he lost to him, it wouldn't be shameful. After all, he was the strongest person in the Divine Kingdom. But if he could defeat him, not only could he obtain 15 inheritances, but he could also raise the fighting spirit of the Sky Cloud realm. At the same time, he could suppress the morale of the Divine Kingdom. Could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, did he really think he could defeat him? In a one-on-one battle, the Eye of Heaven could be ignored. Because the Eye of Heaven needed a long time to copy the ultimate laws. He was confident and also had the ability to forcefully interrupt Qin Feiyang before he could copy it. So, the only thing that could threaten him was the ultimate laws of life and death. He didn't know how strong the ultimate laws of life and death were. However, on the whole, the ultimate profundities that he had grasped far surpassed Qin Feiyang's. This was his capital. Since you chose me, then go all out. The king said. Before he could finish his words, the 18,000 ultimate meanings floating in the void instantly erupted with a monstrous divine might. They shattered the vast sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Of course I will go all out. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and his 3,000 incarnations instantly activated. Life with a thought, death with a thought, heaven with a thought, hell with a thought, kingdom of life and death, descend. The 3,000 incarnations looked pious as if they were praying to the heavens. Their loud voices shook all directions. As their voices fell, streaks of shocking might surged out from the sky. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Kingdom of life and death. This should be the ultimate law of life and death. How heaven-defying was it? They were really looking forward to it. The originally clear sky surged with the power of life and death. Black and white alternated, emitting an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Boom. The next moment, 3,000 kingdoms appeared. Each of these kingdoms was like an independent world, boundless. One side was heaven and the other was hell. And in the center of each kingdom, everyone could see a figure. This figure was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. It was as if he was the heavenly Tao of these kingdoms, looking down on the world. 3,000 incarnations, 3,000 kingdoms. Everyone looked at these 3,000 kingdoms and felt a sense of insignificance. It was as if they were facing 3,000 worlds, and even their divine souls were trembling. At this moment, the monarch's 18,000 strands of ultimates were about to reach Qin Feiyang. Suppress. Qin Feiyang took a step back and raised his hand. The 3,000 kingdoms of life and death instantly carried an aura as mighty as the heavenly might, shattering the sky and pressing down on the 18,000 ultimate Upanishads. Boom. A series of loud noises immediately sounded, deafening everyone's ears. This part of heaven and earth instantly turned into chaos. Terrifying waves of air surged out in all directions like an avalanche. With Small Beast and Ice Dragon around, Frenzy and the others naturally didn't have to worry about being affected by the battle. At this moment, they stood in the wind and watched the 3,000 kingdoms collide with the 18,000 ultimate laws. Their faces were full of shock. Each kingdom of life and death could shatter an ultimate profound. However, Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf couldn't help but frown at this result. Wasn't it said that the ultimate laws of life and death could crush the ultimate laws of the strongest laws? But why was there a situation where they were evenly matched? Didn't you guys notice that Qin Feiyang hasn't activated the will of the heavenly Tao? Long Chen looked at the two of them. He hasn't activated the will of the heavenly Tao? Frenzy and the others focused their eyes. As expected, the 3,000 kingdoms didn't contain the will of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the 3,000 kingdoms only had their own power. The power of the kingdoms could compete with the ultimate laws of the strongest laws that had fused with the will of the heavenly Tao. One had to know. Whether or not they had fused with the will of the heavenly Tao was a completely different concept. Qin Feiyang had personally tested it before. An ultimate law with the will of the heavenly Tao was 6 times more lethal than one without the will of the heavenly Tao. In other words, each of the monarch's 18,000 ultimate profundities were 6 times more powerful than ordinary ultimate profundities. 6 times was equivalent to 6 low-level sovereign divine weapons. Chapter 40-20. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's kingdom of life and death didn't contain the will of the heavenly Tao. Without the will of the heavenly Tao, it could compete with the king's ultimate meaning. In other words, without the will of the heavenly Tao, the kingdom of life and death could compete with 6 sovereign weapons. Wasn't this heaven-defying enough? In the past, everyone said that the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death could crush the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, but no one expected it to be to this extent. This kind of gap was separated by the will of the heavenly Tao. Because the will of the heavenly Tao could also increase one's combat power by 6 times. If, at this time, the king's ultimate meaning didn't integrate with the will of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't these 3,000 ultimate meaning of the law of life and death be able to compete with the king's 18,000 ultimate meaning? Because without the will of the heavenly Tao, one ultimate meaning of the law of life and death could compete with 6 ultimate meaning. 3,000 multiplied by 6, wouldn't that be 18,000? Strong. The Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf's eyes trembled. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death was so strong without the will of the heavenly Tao. If Qin Feiyang activated the will of the heavenly Tao, the power of the kingdom of life and death would increase by 6 times. How terrifying would that be? Even if it was the monarch's 18,000 ultimate meanings, it would still be a one-sided battle. This was the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? It was hard to imagine. In this battle, Qin Feiyang would win. Dozens of breaths passed. The 3,000 kingdom of life and death finally collapsed. 3,000 of the monarch's 18,000 ultimates had crumbled. Although the king had the upper hand in the first round, he couldn't be happy at all. Because he had already discovered that Qin Feiyang didn't activate the will of the heavenly Tao. He must end the battle quickly. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 15,000 ultimate meaning rushed towards Qin Feiyang like a tide. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Finally, my efforts were not in vain. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. In order to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, how many difficulties had he experienced over the years? Especially before. In order to protect him, everyone almost died in battle. Now the bitterness was finally over. The lethality was comparable to 6 sovereign weapons. Who could imagine? It was no wonder that the life and death laws were so difficult to comprehend, and the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. There was a reason for this. It was because the laws of life and death were too powerful. If he wanted to possess such a powerful technique, he would have to endure it. If you can't, you'll lose everything, even your life. If he could endure it, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. After testing the might of the life and death law's ultimate profundity, Qin Feiyang's confidence soared, and he no longer held back. If he was still unable to defeat the monarch even with such powerful means, he might as well just bang his head against a wall. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death once again descended from the sky. Will of the heavenly Tao, open. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. As the will of the heavenly Tao was activated, the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death instantly erupted with an even more terrifying aura. At this moment, not only this region but the entire western continent began to tremble. The giant mountains continued to crumble. The ground caved in madly. Abyssal rifts spread across the entire continent like giant pythons. At this moment, if one were to look down from the sky, they would definitely see an earth-shattering scene. The entire western continent was being destroyed. The rifts were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was as if a layer of spider web had been laid out. This was a disaster. It was doomsday. But fortunately, all the living beings in the western continent had already retreated. Otherwise, this instant would be enough to turn the western continent into a sea of corpses and blood. On the battlefield, the white-eyed wolf and the others were extremely excited. With such a powerful kingdoms of life and death and the will of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't they be able to kill even gods? But on the other side, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, who were standing behind the human race's supremacy and the divine king, were horrified. Not only them, but even the human race's supremacy and the divine king couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. The power of the life and death law's ultimate profundity was far beyond their imagination. Originally, they still had a trace of luck in their hearts. With their strength, they might be able to defeat Qin Feiyang. But now, after witnessing the terror of the life and death law's ultimate profundity with their own eyes, that bit of luck in their hearts instantly disappeared. Facing this kid, they would definitely lose. In an instant, the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death met with the 15,000 ultimate profundities. The kingdoms of life and death that had merged with the will of the heavenly Tao was simply like a god descending to the mortal world, unstoppable. One kingdoms of life and death was enough to compete with 6 ultimate profundities. The king's ultimate profundities were shattered wave after wave. So powerful, the monarch himself was also dumbfounded by what he saw. The lethality displayed by this kingdoms of life and death was even more terrifying than the legends. But now, even he suddenly lost his confidence. One kingdoms of life and death that contained the will of the heavenly Tao could compete with his 6 ultimate profundities. Wouldn't 3,000 kingdoms of life and death be able to compete with 18,000 ultimate profundities? In other words, now Qin Feiyang could compete with him just by relying on the ultimate profundities of the life and death law and the will of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, in addition to the ultimate profundities of the life and death law, Qin Feiyang also had several other ultimate profundities: karma law, death law, life law, and light law. These 4 ultimate profundities had yet to be activated. If all of them were activated, how ridiculous would it be? Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, all 15,000 ultimate profundities were shattered. However, Qin Feiyang still had 500 kingdoms of life and death left. The outcome has been decided. There's no need to activate the Eye of Heaven. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. The remaining 500 kingdoms of life and death immediately attacked the king. The outcome has been decided? If I only have this bit of strength, am I still worthy to be the king of the divine kingdom? The king snorted coldly. The 3,000 avatars behind him once again activated an ultimate profundity. What? This is the karma law's ultimate profundity. Frenzy and the others were shocked. Previously, the king activated the 6 ultimate profundities of the time law: time array, devour law, death law, nothingness law, and destruction law. But now he activated the karma law's ultimate profundity. In other words, he had mastered a total of 7 ultimate profundities of the time law. Not to mention 7 ultimate profundities of the time law. To be able to comprehend 7 ordinary ultimate profundities of the time law was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That was too strong. Out of the 8 ultimate profundities of the time law, the king had mastered 7. Only the life law had yet to be mastered. After reaching the sovereign realm, there was no limit to the number of profundities one could comprehend. For example, Qin Feiyang had already comprehended 7 profundities of the time law when he was in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Light law, force law, wind law, force law, slaughter law, thunder law, karma law, and later he even obtained the destruction law in the Yin Devil land. That was equivalent to 8 ultimate profundities of the time law. As long as he continued to comprehend and had the ability, he would be able to comprehend the ultimate profundities of these profundities of the time law. Now it was naturally even more terrifying, because he had comprehended the life law, death law, and life and death law. In other words, the current Qin Feiyang alone had mastered 11 types of profundities of the time law. When he finally comprehended the ultimate profundities, what kind of scene would that be? He would probably scare the others to death. Boom. The 3,000 ultimate profundities of the time law, after activating the will of the heavenly Tao, immediately rushed towards the 500 life and death kingdoms. Another series of earth-shattering noises. In the end, the ultimate profundities of both sides were destroyed in the void. 7 ultimate profundities of the time law, powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang looked at the king in admiration. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was the purple gold dragon blood. You're not bad either. If it were the divine king in the human race supreme, you would have won by now. The king was full of praise for Qin Feiyang. Similarly, purple gold dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When the divine king in the human race supreme heard this, they immediately looked at the king in dissatisfaction. Wasn't it just relying on the 3,000 incarnations? Without the 3,000 incarnations, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. Qin Feiyang glanced at the divine king in the human race supreme, then looked at the king and said, "Then please answer me now. Is the purple gold dragon blood still a disgrace on a human?" The king was stunned and frowned. "This is the reason why you challenged me?" "That's right. I just want to prove that although we both have the purple gold dragon blood, I am stronger than the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan. I also want the ancestor to see that she was right to choose the human emperor in this life. Not only me, Qin Feiyang, but the descendants of the Qin clan will also be more outstanding than the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon clan." Qin Feiyang stepped out. The Karma Divine Lotus, the 18 levels of hell, and the kingdom of life and death roared out in unison. The 3,000 incarnations behind him also activated the 3 ultimate profundities in an instant. The 3,000 kingdom of life and death combined with the will of the heavenly way was enough to contend with 18,000 ultimate profundities. The 3,000 Karma Divine Lotus and the 18 levels of hell could also contend with the 6,000 ultimate profundities of the king. In total, it was 24,000 profundities. In other words, although he couldn't compare to the king in terms of quantity, he had surpassed the king in terms of quality. Because, even if the king had mastered the 7 ultimate profundities, after the 3,000 incarnations activated, there would only be 21,000 profundities. There was a difference of 3,000 profundities. Did he still need to activate the Eye of Heaven? Not at all. Watch carefully. The Qin clan will definitely surpass the purple gold divine dragon clan in the future. Qin Feiyang roared. 903 ultimate profundities instantly turned into a raging wave and surged toward the king. "I look forward to your surpassing." The king took a step forward and activated the 7 ultimate profundities. Behind him, the 21,000 ultimate profundities of the 3,000 incarnations also appeared instantly. Immediately, 21,007 ultimate profound surged out in a mighty manner. Seeing this, Ice Dragon waved his hand. An invisible force surged and turned into a shield wall in front of him. The white-eyed wolf and the others ran behind Ice Dragon and Small Beast. The collision between the two was equivalent to the collision of tens of thousands of sovereign divine weapons. No, there would be more. Because their ultimate profundities were supported by the will of the heavenly Tao. If one really calculated, it might be the sum of hundreds of thousands of sovereign divine weapons. This kind of fluctuation wasn't something they could withstand. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the 2 ultimate profundities finally collided. At the same time, an invisible will descended and protected the 4 supreme beings of the human race as well. But the Western continent wasn't so lucky. More than half of the Western continent was turned into ashes in an instant. It turned into chaos just like the beginning of heaven and earth. Even the heavenly cloud ocean, the eastern continent, the northern continent, the southern continent, and the various forbidden areas could feel the terrifying aura. All living beings in the heavenly cloud realm, at this moment, they were all looking in the direction of the western continent with shock and worry between their brows. Chapter 40:21. In the chaos the wind howled. Terrifying fluctuations surged like a raging sea. In such an environment even a sovereign weapon would shatter in an instant. Madman and the others stood behind Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Their hearts were in turmoil. On one hand, it was because of Qin Feiyang. Before comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, even the heavens prides of the divine kingdom would have to struggle to defeat them. But now, after comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, his combat strength instantly soared to another level. No, not just one level. Now Qin Feiyang's combat strength could be said to be 10 times or even 100 times higher than before. Let's not talk about Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf. After all, he was brothers with Qin Feiyang. It was impossible to have a bloody battle with him. But Long Chen was confident that he could compete with Qin Feiyang, because his god's domain could not only restrain the 3,000 incarnations but also the ultimate meaning. Once he entered the god's domain, the 3,000 incarnations and the ultimate meaning couldn't be activated. This was his confidence. But at this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang standing in front of him, he no longer had this confidence. However, he wasn't jealous. On the contrary, he was gratified, because Qin Feiyang was able to successfully master the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, partly because of him. It was simple. If it wasn't for him, Madman, and the others desperately protecting Qin Feiyang, he would have died in the hands of Ryuko and the others. Qin, do you regret helping him now? Suddenly, Ice Dragon's voice sounded in Long Chen's mind. Why do you say that? Long Chen was stunned and looked at Ice Dragon puzzledly. Because you indirectly created a strong enemy in the future. Ice Dragon secretly said. Strong enemy? Long Chen shook his head and smiled. It's hard to say whether we'll be enemies in the future. Even if we do become enemies in the future, I won't regret what I did today because I didn't do it for them, but for the entire Sky Cloud realm. Hearing this, Ice Dragon's face was filled with gratification. He sighed. If your mother could be as open-minded as you, how could the dragons of the ancient world have fallen into such a state where everyone hates them and wants to kill them? Long Chen muttered to himself, Mother was wrong, but she is still your wife. Father knows. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved her when the dragons were exterminated. Ice Dragon nodded. Suddenly, the father and son noticed that Long Qin, who was next to them, had been silent the whole time. His face was faintly pale, and there was even a trace of fear. Qin, what's wrong? Don't tell me you were scared silly by Qin Feiyang's strength. Long Chen was suspicious. In the face of such ridicule, Long Qin didn't get angry at all. How was this her character? If it were any other time, she would have rolled her eyes at Long Chen. But at this moment, she grabbed Long Chen's arm as if she was looking for a sense of security. She also looked at Ice Dragon from time to time with a panicked look. Girl, what are you doing? I don't think I provoked you? Ice Dragon was puzzled. Long Qin was still silent. Qin, what's wrong with you? Long Chen couldn't help but worry. Long Qin looked at Ice Dragon, summoned up her courage and asked, What did you mean by that? What did I say? Ice Dragon was puzzled. You told me not to call you father. Long Qin whispered, tears almost flowing out. Did you say that? Hearing this, Long Qin immediately looked at Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon was also stunned and nodded, Yes, I did say that. Why is that? Long Chen was confused. Ice Dragon smiled bitterly and said, You silly girl, I told you not to call me father because I don't want the people of the Divine Kingdom to know about our relationship. Long Qin was stunned and a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. She asked, Is that all? What else do you think? Ice Dragon was helpless. I thought you didn't recognize me as your daughter. Long Qin looked aggrieved. What are you thinking? How can I not recognize you? Whether it's you or your brother, you are my flesh and blood. I only feel sorry for you. Because I have never been with you since you were young. Ice Dragon sighed secretly, and there was deep self-reproach on his face. Long Chen was sad but soon calmed down and said, Are you worried that the Divine Kingdom will specifically target us after knowing about our relationship with you? Yes. I don't want you and your brother to become a bargaining chip for them to blackmail me. So you must keep this matter a secret, and also tell Qin Feiyang and the others not to reveal this to the Divine Kingdom. Ice Dragon said secretly. Okay. Long Chen nodded and asked secretly, Father, after the battle is over, can you stay for a while? I want to have a good chat with you. Ice Dragon looked deeply at Long Chen and nodded with a smile. Okay. During the conversation, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Not a single one of the monarch's 21,000 ultimate profound meanings remained. They were completely annihilated. But Qin Feiyang's side still had dozens of ultimates of the kingdom of life and death, and hundreds of ultimates of the law of karma and the law of death. Although there were only dozens of ultimates of the kingdom of life and death, their power was not inferior to the hundreds of ultimates of the law of karma and the law of death. Let's end this. As Qin Feiyang said these 3 words, the remaining ultimates immediately turned into a torrent and drowned the king. The purple gold dragon blood dyed the chaotic area. However, just when everyone thought the battle was over, a majestic life force emerged, followed by a huge purple gold dragon roaring out. This was the true body of the king. There was also a purple gold dragon mark between his eyebrows. He's full of energy again? Then didn't little Qin Zi's efforts in the previous battle be in vain? The white-eyed wolf frowned. What kind of mark was it? It actually had such power. This was equivalent to having an extra life. It's not over yet. The king was more than 10,000 feet long, and the dragon scales all over his body were emitting a dazzling purple gold light. Behind him, his 3,000 incarnations also turned into purple gold dragons, and their dragon power shook the world. Boom. Accompanied by a shocking aura, the 21,000 ultimates once again appeared, tore through the chaos and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Even though I still have a life, it's in vain. Qin Feiyang shook his head. 9,000 ultimates instantly appeared and charged toward the king like an army of thousands of men and horses. If they could defeat the king once, they could naturally defeat him a second time. But at this moment, a purple gold dragon soul also rushed out from the king's back. Battle soul? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Draconic penitentiary. The king's voice was like a bell, and a huge barrier instantly fell, shrouding Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations. That's right. Grandpa still has a trump card, and that's his innate superpower. Seeing the barrier appear, Ryuko couldn't help but feel refreshed. The eyes of the divine king Jianghu, the human race's supremacy, also flickered. The purple gold dragon soul, draconic penitentiary, what could that be? The white-eyed wolf and the others were surprised. But in the next moment, their faces changed color. They saw that the cultivation of Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations in the Draconic Penitentiary had plummeted from the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm to the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. What kind of joke was this? In a battle of this level, a sudden drop in cultivation would be fatal. The most important thing was, ordinary battle souls were almost useless when they reached the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm, but the king's battle soul could actually suppress Qin Feiyang's cultivation by 1 realm. That's right. That was suppression. It wasn't like the white-eyed wolf, depriving. Suppression wouldn't be lost forever. As long as the Draconic Penitentiary disappeared, the cultivation would immediately recover. But now, how could this Draconic Penitentiary disappear? On the battlefield, Qin Feiyang took a look at the barrier, then nodded in realization. So this is your trump card. As expected of the monarch. It seems that if I don't use all my means, I really won't be able to defeat you. As soon as he finished speaking, roar, accompanied by a dragon roar, the purple gold dragon soul soared into the sky. The eye of heaven instantly opened. That's right. This guy has the eye of heaven, so the battle soul can still be replicated. Frenzy patted his head. Can it really be replicated? Long Qin whispered. If even the king's Draconic Penitentiary could be replicated, then his god's domain must also be replicated. And the result proved. Not only could it be replicated, but it was also replicated in an instant, covering the king and his 3,000 incarnations. The king's cultivation also immediately plummeted to Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. Bastard! Ryuko clenched his fists tightly. Originally, he thought that his grandfather could rely on the Draconic Penitentiary to kill Qin Feiyang. He was ready to celebrate, but he didn't expect that in less than a blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang replicated the Draconic Penitentiary. Eye of Heaven? Is it really so heaven-defying? Is there really no opponent? In the blink of an eye, the ultimate meaning of both sides collided once again. Both of their cultivation were suppressed to Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. The situation didn't change at all. The king looked at Qin Feiyang with an extremely complicated expression. This is the descendant of his daughter in the Sky Cloud Realm? Sure enough, he is more outstanding than the descendants of their purple gold divine dragon clan. Eye of Heaven, 3,000 incarnations, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, the will of the heavenly Tao, these strongest means had basically fallen into the hands of this child. His rise was unstoppable. Sigh. After a long time, the king sighed and said, I lost. And he lost to a human with purple gold dragon blood, and a junior at that. An unprecedented sense of frustration rose in his heart. Ever since he became the king, he had never experienced failure again, and he had forgotten the taste of failure. It turned out that it was so painful. The divine king and the human race supreme looked at each other, and a sense of sympathy rose in their hearts. Because they knew the king too well. Losing was already a huge blow to the king, not to mention losing to a junior and a descendant of his daughter in the Sky Cloud realm. Even this Qin Feiyang was at least the 4th-generation descendant of the Qin clan, or even the 5th-generation descendant. Otherwise, why would Qin Feiyang call the Divine Kingdom's princess ancestor? In fact, Qin Feiyang was really the 5th-generation descendant of the Qin clan. Qin Badian, Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin and Qin Feiyang's father, these were the 4th generation. Qin Feiyang happened to be the 5th generation. And the king was the father of the Divine Kingdom's princess, so this generation had to be added. Just imagine. A descendant 5 or 6 generations away actually defeated him. Who could bear this blow? Not to mention the high and mighty king. Chapter 40:22. I won. The white-eyed wolf murmured. Not bad, this kid. Even the monarch admitted defeat. Felt like a dream. The madman gritted his teeth and said, the inheritance of 15 ultimate intents is about to be in your hands. Are you excited? What are you thinking? All you think about is the inheritance. Have you thought about little Qinzi's safety? The white-eyed wolf stared at him. The madman was stunned. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said disdainfully, you're not a decent person, but you want to pretend. Do you know what this is? Pretending. Cough cough. The white-eyed wolf coughed and smiled awkwardly. I hope there will be the laws of life and the laws of destruction in these 15 inheritances. Because with these 2 inheritances, he could activate the will of heaven. Your nature is immediately exposed. The madman rolled his eyes. Shut up. Suddenly, the golden small beast shouted without looking back. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. They raised their eyebrows and looked at the small beast's back. Brother Wolf, don't be impulsive. We can't beat it now. The madman said. I know. The white-eyed wolf murmured. The small beast's eyes were locked on Qin Feiyang and seemed to be looking forward to it. The madman and the white-eyed wolf also looked up. Although the king admitted defeat, the battle wasn't over. The ultimate intents continued to collide and the destructive aura spread in all directions. After a while, the previous situation appeared again. The king's ultimate intents were all shattered. Qin Feiyang still had dozens of kingdoms of life and death and hundreds of karma and destruction intents left. The remaining ultimates were like a pack of ferocious beasts as they charged towards the monarch. The king has admitted defeat. Stop. The divine king was startled and immediately shouted. Ryuko's face was also full of anxiety. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. There's no need to say anything more. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. The monarch waved his hand and calmly faced the incoming ultimate profound. Just as the monarch's blood was about to splatter across the sky, all of the ultimate mysteries suddenly stopped and hovered above the monarch. The little golden beast raised its eyebrows at the sight of this. Not killing? White-eyed wolf and madman were also stunned. However, on second thought, this man was the father of the princess of the Divine Kingdom and Qin Baishan's grandfather. Given Qin Feiyang's character, he would not be able to kill him. Furthermore, he had once promised the princess of the Divine Kingdom that he would show mercy to the people of the Divine Kingdom, especially the purple gold divine dragons. Qin Feiyang was also struggling in his heart. If he didn't kill him, the monarch would definitely bring disaster to the Sky Cloud realm. This was betraying the trust that the common people had placed in him. But if he killed him, how could he face the princess and ancestors of the Divine Kingdom? One had to know. Until now, the ancestors had never seen their biological grandfather. It was really a dilemma on both sides. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed, looked at the monarch and pleaded, promise me don't hurt the creatures of the Sky Cloud realm anymore. In fact, we can live like a family. A family, the monarch murmured, looked up at the sky and shook his head. It will never be possible. This is our fate. Don't be stubborn, okay? Do you have to force me to kill you? I really don't want to do this. My ancestor, your grandson, has always been searching for his identity. If you let him know that his grandfather is still alive in this world, how happy would he be? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Grandson? The monarch's eyes trembled and his expression became extremely complicated. And your daughter, don't you want to get her forgiveness? In fact, she has always missed you. Can you put yourself in her shoes and think about it from her perspective? The grudges between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud realm can't continue to accumulate. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of pleading. Madman and the others looked at each other and also silently looked at the monarch. If the monarch could really change his mind, it would be a good thing for the people of the Qin clan and the entire Sky Cloud realm. War, power, interests, ambition, desire. Are these things more important than family? If I had a choice, as long as I can live a peaceful life with my family, I am willing to give up everything I have now. Because in my eyes, nothing can be compared to family, lovers, and friends. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. For him, these were all extravagant hopes that were unattainable. But for the monarch, this was a matter of decision. Why must he insist on starting a war? War not only hurt himself but also the family around him and those innocent creatures. Was it worth it? When the monarch heard this, there was a trace of pain on his face. Yes. Was it worth it? Until now, what did he get in return? Indecisive, it's hard to achieve great things. The small beast suddenly snorted, turned around, and angrily left. Boss Frog, where are you going? Ice Dragon was stunned and hurriedly asked. It's annoying to look at. The little golden beast said without even turning its head. Then it disappeared from everyone's sight. Ice Dragon smiled helplessly and was about to chase after it, but Long Chen pulled him back. He turned to look at Long Chen and saw Long Chen's pleading eyes. He couldn't help but soften and secretly said, "Okay, I'll stay and have a good chat with you." Long Chen was overjoyed. He raised his head and continued to look at Qin Feiyang. He could understand Qin Feiyang's feelings. For Qin Feiyang, no matter what choice he made, it was a painful thing. The small beast said he was indecisive, but in fact he was not. Indecisiveness also depended on the person. If it were the Divine King or the human race supreme, Qin Feiyang would definitely not show mercy based on his character. But the monarch was really different. Putting aside the relationship between the Divine Kingdom's princess and Qin Badian, Qin Feiyang himself also had an inseparable kinship with the monarch. On the battlefield, there was dead silence. Everyone was waiting for the monarch's answer. After a long time, the monarch shook his head and sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "There are many things that you and I can't choose." "There is nothing that you can't choose, only whether you are willing to choose or not," Qin Feiyang said. "Then you can take it that I'm unwilling to choose." The monarch was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, "You're challenging my limits." Qin Feiyang was furious. The various ultimate mysteries that he had stopped suddenly crashed down. Grandpa, monarch, Ryuko and the other three's faces changed color. But the monarch himself was very calm in the face of death. But at this time, an invisible will descended and blasted towards Qin Feiyang's ultimate mysteries. With a loud bang, dozens of ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, hundreds of ultimate mysteries of the law of cause and effect, and the law of death were shattered on the spot. So ruthless at such a young age. Do you know that you are deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors? The ethereal voice sounded again. Even if I am deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors, it is still better than you not being inhumane. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky and shouted angrily. What did you say? The ethereal voice carried a trace of hostility. I said that you are inhumane and even worse than a beast. Do you hear me clearly now? Qin Feiyang said word by word, his eyes full of anger. Without thinking, he knew that the person who really wanted to invade the Sky Cloud realm must be the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. You are courting death. The invisible will suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. But at this time, Ice Dragon took a step forward and raised his hand to slap the will. The will immediately collapsed and said angrily, "You said that you won't intervene personally before, and now you are going back on your word? Do you really want us to kill our way to the Divine Kingdom?" The voice was silent for a moment and said gloomily, "Fine, for 10,000 years I will not intervene. But after 10,000 years, if you and the heaven-swallowing beast come out to stop me again, then don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, another will descended and swept up the monarch and the others before flying away like lightning. Hey, where is the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries? The white-eyed wolf shouted. "I will send someone to send it to you." The ethereal voice responded and did not speak again. It's finally over. Yun Xiang let out a long breath as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yes. The masked de Jura nodded. Everything that happened today was like riding a roller coaster. If it weren't for everyone's ability to bear it, they would have had a mental breakdown. The Blood Ancestor said, "Since it's over, then prepare to deal with the aftermath." The Feather Emperor looked at the madman and the others and said with a smile, "Go and have a good rest. Leave the aftermath to us." Okay. The madman and the others nodded. This battle was indeed exhausting. Long Qin waved his hand and the demon ancestor appeared. "Thank you for your hard work. Long Chen looked at the demon ancestor. It's nothing. The demon ancestor waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang. He couldn't help but sigh. Because at this moment, everyone had relaxed except for Qin Feiyang. He kept looking in the direction the monarch and the others left. The madman waved his hand and Fire Lotus and the mermaid princess also came out of the blood demon tower. The two immediately walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at Qin Feiyang's side. They found that there was a smile on Qin Feiyang's face. He is actually smiling? The two girls were speechless. Looking at Qin Feiyang standing there silently, they were almost worried to death. That was because they all thought that Qin Feiyang was angry. After all, the ruler of the divine kingdom rescued the monarch from under his nose. Feiyang, what are you smiling about? The mermaid princess was suspicious. It's nothing. I just understood something. Qin Feiyang smiled. What is it? Both of them had a curious look. Why are you two like curious babies? Qin Feiyang was speechless. With a thought, the 3,000 incarnations dissipated. He turned his head to look at Long Chen and the white-eyed wolf. No matter what, this crisis was resolved. The Sky Cloud realm could be peaceful for a while. Brother Qin, I will congratulate you later. I will also talk about some of my views on the monarch. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Then he pulled Ice Dragon and turned to leave. Long Qin also followed. Don't come. Long Chen raised his hand to stop him. What? Long Qin suddenly had a look of dissatisfaction. Because I am your big brother. After Long Chen finished speaking, he quickly left with Ice Dragon. Looking at the backs of the two, Long Qin was so angry that he stomped his feet. Some views on the monarch? Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen's back. His eyes flickered. Did this guy also see something? But thinking about it, it made sense. With Long Chen's observation, he would not ignore these details. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf looked at Long Qin jokingly and asked, You are not a wild child that they picked up, are you? Wild child? Long Qin was stunned. The next moment he reacted and said angrily, What did you say? Say it again. If you were not picked up, then why did the father and son exclude you? So pitiful. Why don't I help you find some biological parents out of kindness? White-Eyed Wolf's face was full of playfulness. Bastard. Long Qin was irritable. He gritted his teeth and pounced forward. Look. With such a bad temper, how can you marry in the future? Yunxiang Azura, are you willing to marry her? White-Eyed Wolf ran and shouted. He seemed to be quite energetic. Yunxiang and Long Qin's faces darkened. Could he not lead the trouble to them? Chapter 40-23. Since when did the two of them become so close? The Feather Emperor and the other two walked over and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin suspiciously. Close. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin, it seemed that they were a little different from before. Senior brother, what's going on? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and asked. Hey. Madman grinned and looked at the angry Long Qin with puffed cheeks and said, Actually, after interacting with her for a long time, you will also find her cute side. Cute. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really a little strange. Even Madman had changed his view of Long Qin. On the side, the demon ancestor looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin with a trace of a smile in his eyes. It seemed that everything was developing in the best direction. Let's not talk about them first. Congratulations, you have finally comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of life and death. The blood ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Kid, you are really something. After coming out of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, you actually hid such an important thing from us. The Feather Emperor stared at Qin Feiyang unhappily. The little rabbit also looked unhappy. Didn't I intend to give you guys a surprise? Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. The two rolled their eyes. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment before looking at everyone and asking, Are you guys unhappy that I didn't kill the king before? Why would we? Others don't know your situation, but don't we know? If it were us, we wouldn't be able to do it either. Madman patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. The blood ancestor sighed and said, Actually, when you were about to kill the king, Feather Emperor was very worried. Worried? Qin Feiyang looked at Feather Emperor. Yes. After all, he is the father of my sister-in-law and my brother's father-in-law. Feather Emperor nodded. His expression was full of worry. Although it was already in the past, he would still have to face it in the future. How should he choose at that time? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself for a while. He looked at Emperor Yu and said, You don't have to worry about the monarch's matter. I will take care of it. When the time comes, I will give everyone a satisfactory explanation. All right. Feather Emperor smiled in relief. To be able to have such a descendant, he felt proud from the bottom of his heart. The Blood Ancestor said, "Then take a rest. We'll deal with the aftermath. We'll immediately inform the entire Sky Cloud realm that you've defeated the monarch. When we know about this, the morale of the Sky Cloud realm will definitely be different." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he looked at the three of them and warned, "You must settle down the people of the Shin family village. Also, regarding the appearance of the ice dragon and the small beast, do not spread the news." "Understood." The three of them nodded, turned around and left quickly. After Qin Feiyang saw the three of them off, he looked at everyone present and bowed sincerely. He said gratefully, "Thank you everyone. This time, if it weren't for everyone desperately protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to wait for the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. This was all owed a favor. No need to thank me. After all, if we were in trouble, you would do the same. But now you've reached the sky in a single bound. In the future, don't forget us who once went through life and death with you." The masked de Jura waved his hand and smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If I say that I will never forget, it will be a bit pretentious, but I will remember it for the rest of my life." "You're not going to thank me?" At this time, Long Qin flew over while panting. "Aren't you chasing the white-eyed wolf?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That bastard ran away. I can't catch up." Long Qin snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at this woman. It seemed that she was really different from before. She was no longer so cold. "Is it so difficult for you to say thank you?" Long Qin looked at him angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What's so difficult about it? Thank you. You're not sincere at all." Long Qin snorted and looked up in the direction where Long Chen and Ice Dragon disappeared. Her eyes were full of suspicion. In the distance, it was a broken mountain range. Long Chen and Ice Dragon stood side by side. Ice Dragon glanced at Long Chen, who was silent, and said with a smile, "Just say what you want to say." Long Chen took a deep breath and turned to face Ice Dragon. She asked, "Father, I can see that when you face Mother, you don't have the gentleness of a husband and wife. What's wrong with you? Did Mother do something wrong to you?" Ice Dragon's face suddenly stiffened and he said with a wry smile, "You're too direct. Didn't you ask me to say it directly?" Long Chen looked at him with grievance. Ice Dragon was helpless. He pondered for a while and sighed. "Your mother didn't do anything wrong to me. Then why are you so cold to her?" Long Chen was puzzled. "It's a long story. Back then, when I traveled to the ancient world, I accidentally met your mother. Perhaps you can imagine that a person like me won't easily fall in love with a woman, so when I first met your mother, I didn't take it to heart. At that time, the unlucky blood progenitor ran to the ancient world to show off his prowess. The dragon tribe was helpless against him. When I saw the situation, I decided to help the dragon tribe in the ancient world because we were all divine dragons. The blood ancestor was seriously injured and sealed by me. Since then, your mother has been following me, saying that it was to repay me. Isn't there a saying like this? Love grows with time. Then, ahem. An accident. Your mother became pregnant with you." Ice Dragon God looked a little embarrassed. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. His appearance was an accident? Don't think too much. This? The accident I'm talking about is, we're all men, you know. Ice Dragon blushed. All right. In any case, I'm the result of that accident. Long Chen said helplessly. Ha! Ice Dragon laughed dryly and continued, Then I gave birth to your sister. To be honest, I was really happy when I saw you and your sister. I finally had a family, a pair of children, and a beautiful wife, but, at this point, Ice Dragon's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. What? Long Chen's eyelids twitched. Ice Dragon said, One day I discovered Yi Zhong's existence. Yi Zhong? Long Chen's heart trembled. Who in the dragons didn't know that Yi Zhong was infatuated with his mother? Could it be that his father was jealous? Don't think too much. I'm not at the point of being jealous. Ice Dragon glared at him. Then what? Long Chen was puzzled. Ice Dragon took a deep breath and sighed. This is because your mother doesn't have any feelings for me at all. The reason why she was with me was because she saw my strength and thought that I could bring benefits to the dragons. Impossible. Long Chen shook his head. Silly boy, this is the reality. Once, your mother kept Yi Zhong by her side. Do you think she felt guilty? No. She was using Yi Zhong's feelings for her to make Yi Zhong a chess piece in her hands. The Divine Dragon Palace is the best proof. Ice Dragon sighed. Long Chen looked flustered and wanted to explain. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang is Yi Zhong's disciple. He already knew that your mother was using Yi Zhong, so he tried his best to persuade Yi Zhong to defect. Yi Zhong also came to his senses later. Otherwise, under your mother's manipulation, he would have become a sinner of the ancient world's human clan. Because the divine dragon palace that he created has harmed too many humans. Ice Dragon shook his head. Long Qin was silent. Also, your mother was too ambitious, too ruthless and selfish. I'm not slandering her. You saw what she did in the ancient world with your own eyes. Not to mention humans, even other creatures are not worth mentioning in her eyes. So, when I saw her true colors, I began to deliberately distance myself from her. Ice Dragon sighed deeply. This was a mistake he had made in the heat of the moment. Long Qin lowered his head and said, "So, if it weren't for Qin and me, you wouldn't have come to visit Mother?" Although it's a bit heartless, it's true. I was able to bring her to the Sky Cloud realm and give her so many divine items. It's all because of you and your sister. Now that you're also a man, you should be able to understand the feeling of being deceived by a woman, so I can't let go of this matter. If you and your sister blame me, then there's nothing I can do." Ice Dragon said. Long Qin was silent. "That's enough. This is a matter between your mother and me, it has nothing to do with you and Qin, so you don't have to worry about it." Ice Dragon smiled slightly. "You're my and Qin's biological parents, how can I not worry?" Long Qin muttered. Ice Dragon rolled his eyes and said, "If you really have the time, you might as well worry about your own matters." "What matters do I have?" Long Qin was taken aback and looked at him in puzzlement. Ice Dragon said in surprise, "You're already so old, don't you have any thoughts?" "What thoughts?" Long Qin was more and more puzzled. "Getting married and having children. Are you going to be a bachelor for the rest of your life?" Ice Dragon was speechless. Why was this brat so stubborn? Long Qin was stunned. "Let me tell you, you have to pass on the family line for me. You really have to learn more about this from Qin Feiyang." Ice Dragon said. Ahem. Long Qin coughed a few times and said with an embarrassed smile, "Well, this matter is not urgent." "Not urgent?" Ice Dragon was speechless. He knocked Long Qin's forehead hard and scolded, "You're really a blockhead. Alright, I'm leaving." "You're leaving?" Long Qin hurriedly looked at Ice Dragon, his eager eyes seemed to say, "Stay. I'll come back when you find a wife. Remember, I'm your father's example. You don't need to find a wife who is beautiful or powerful, as long as she really likes you." After saying that, Ice Dragon stepped into the air and left. Long Qin's mouth twitched and he shouted, "If Mother changes, will you forgive her?" Ice Dragon stopped and pondered for a while. He said without looking back, "Wait until she changes." Then he disappeared under Long Qin's pitiful gaze. Sigh. After a while, Long Qin sighed, turned around and walked toward the Shin family village. Chapter 40-24. Above the Shin family village. Qin Feiyang and the others had almost recovered from their injuries. Because now, Qin Feiyang had grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of life. Even if you turned into a pile of meat paste, you would soon be alive and kicking. Where did the white-eyed wolf go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Madman suddenly realized that something was wrong. The white-eyed wolf had disappeared for too long. Wait. Yun Xiang looked up into the distance and frowned. The battle between Heavenly Lord Ji and that young man seems to have disappeared? It really disappeared. After the battle ended, they were unable to suppress their joy and almost forgot about the young man. But who is he? He actually grasped the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws. This is not something an ordinary person can do, and he even has 3,000 incarnations. This is too strange. Madman frowned. The identity of this young man was simply a mystery. No matter how he did it, as long as he is not our enemy. Qin Feiyang smiled. In fact, he also couldn't figure out the 3,000 incarnations. Moreover, why did he pretend to be his ancestor? Was it really just to take advantage of him? But according to his understanding of the young man, he didn't seem to be such a boring person. But what they didn't know was that somewhere in the Western continent, 3 figures stood together. It was Ice Dragon, Small Beast, and the young man. Small Beast stared at the young man angrily and asked, "Kid, what are you doing? Who told you to fight in the Sky Cloud realm? You called me here just to blame me?" The young man was stunned and couldn't help but frown. There were also serious injuries on his body. It seemed that he didn't gain any advantage in the fight with Heavenly Lord Ji. Nonsense. If anything happens to you, how will we explain it to your father? Small Beast said angrily. The young man pursed his lips and said, "Don't mention that old man. When I left, he said he didn't care about my life or death. Ice Dragon and Small Beast looked at each other helplessly. Are you done? If I'm done, I'm leaving. The young man was very impatient. If Qin Feiyang and the others were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop from shock. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of Small Beast and Ice Dragon? This was the first person. Are you still impatient? I'm telling you, come back with us now. Don't cause trouble here. Small Beast's face darkened. Hey. Are you kidding me? Am I causing trouble? If it weren't for me, Heavenly Lord Ji would have destroyed the Sky Cloud realm long ago. Besides, it wasn't easy for me to borrow an identity and I can fight openly. This is the time for fun. I won't go back even if you beat me to death. The young man shook his head, revealing a stubborn expression. What do you mean? Ice Dragon and Small Beast looked at him suspiciously. I am Qin Badian, the son of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom and the Human Emperor. Therefore, whether it is the 3,000 incarnations or other means, the people of the Divine Kingdom will not suspect anything. The young man said with a sinister smile. Is this why you pretended to be Qin Badian? Ice Dragon and Small Beast looked at each other in dismay. This kid was too much of a troublemaker. Yes. Otherwise, I would be too bored to do anything. Okay, that's it. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, don't bother me. By the way, Uncle Ice Dragon, I will help you take good care of your son and daughter. After saying that, the young man turned around and ran away. Ice Dragon and Small Beast looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Brother is back. At this time, White-Eyed Wolf finally came back. He waved at Qin Feiyang and the others from afar. You dare to come back? Longqin's eyes suddenly spat fire. Stop it. I will be angry if you continue. White-Eyed Wolf hurriedly glared at Longqin and said with a dark face. Afraid of you? Longqin snorted. Okay, I am afraid of you. I have something important to say. White-Eyed Wolf walked to Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, that young man is gone. Gone? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Yes. Just now, I went to look for him. But when I rushed to the battlefield, he and Heavenly Lord Ji were gone. White-Eyed Wolf said. Heavenly Lord Ji must have left with the monarch and the others. As for this young man, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, anyway, he is still in the Sky Cloud realm. We will meet him sooner or later. Actually, I want to find him to join us. Now that you have comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, even the monarch is no match for you. Now, we have completely changed from passive to active and transferred the battlefield to the Divine Kingdom. But the strength of the Divine Kingdom is unfathomable. Although you can defeat the monarch, you may not be able to stop those old antiques of the Divine Kingdom. So, to be safe, we have to drag this young man with us. White-Eyed Wolf smiled slyly. But I have also invited him, but he has not replied to my message. I guess there is no hope. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What are you talking about? All of them look so miserable. Accompanied by a faint laugh, Long Chen stepped on the air and came over. Everyone looked up and saw that only Long Chen came back. Long Chen immediately flew over and asked, where is father? He left. Long Chen smiled. He left just like that? Long Chen's face suddenly turned pale and said, brother, did you really pick me up? Long Chen was stunned and puzzled. Why do you say that? Otherwise, why didn't father tell me when he left? I think, as that bastard White-Eyed Wolf said, I am just a wild girl that you picked up. Long Chen lowered her head, looking wronged. Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, looked up at White-Eyed Wolf and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Just kidding. White-Eyed Wolf smiled embarrassedly. Long Chen rolled his eyes, rubbed Long Chen's head and said with a smile, don't think so much. Hasn't father always been like this? If you don't believe me, I will accompany you to find father and do a blood test. What do you mean? A blood test? Don't make it sound like I was picked up. Long Chen was dissatisfied. Yes. Long Chen nodded and did not forget to glare at White-Eyed Wolf. It's my fault. White-Eyed Wolf smiled apologetically. He did not expect that a casual joke would make Long Chen take it so seriously. After calming Long Chen down, Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, congratulations. You're doing the same? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Long Chen shook his head, smiled and asked, the Divine Kingdom hasn't sent the inheritance yet? No. Do you think they will go back on their word? Li Zhongxing frowned. I don't think so. Xiao Shui hesitated and said, it will be embarrassing for the ruler of the Divine Kingdom to go back on their word. That depends on whether they are afraid of being embarrassed or not. If they are not afraid, we can only watch. Old Poison could not help but say. Don't worry about them. Long Chen waved his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Did Emperor Yu and the others go to deal with the aftermath? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then send a message to them and tell them not to spread the news about Father and the others. Because Father and the others do not want to attract too much attention. Long Chen said. Don't worry. I have already told them about this. Qin Feiyang smiled. Told them? Long Chen was taken aback, nodded and said with a smile, All right then. Since you have worked so hard for so long, why don't we sit down and chat while drinking tea? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, a group of people immediately appeared in the Devil's Land. Young Master. Master. The people gathered in the Devil's Land immediately swarmed over. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and smiled apologetically. You have been so good to us. It is only right for us to be worried. Pai Lupi said with an annoyed smile. Qin Feiyang laughed, looked at Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu and said with a smile, The two of you can return to Zhongzhou in the future. The affairs of the Black Tortoise world will continue to be handed over to Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. The brother and sister's faces turned pale. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any prejudice against you now. It's not that I don't trust you. I asked you to return to Zhongzhou because you have family. Go back and accompany your family. At the same time you can calm down and cultivate well. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. But, the brother and sister were still a little flustered. We are doing this for your own good. You have seen the strength of the divine kingdom with your own eyes. If you don't cultivate hard and make yourself stronger, you won't even be qualified to be cannon fodder in the future. Madman raised his eyebrows. Yes. The brother and sister shrank their necks and hurriedly nodded. In fact, they had seen Qin Feiyang's attitude towards them now, and they no longer had the disgust they had in the past. And in these years they had indeed changed a lot. However, it was also because they had been in the Devil's Land all year round and managed the affairs of the Black Tortoise world that they had gradually become accustomed to this kind of life. Suddenly letting them leave, they were still a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Qin Feiyang looked at the brother and sister, and then looked at the 6,000 secret guards and said, Not only them, you also have to cultivate desperately for me. Back then, I organized a group of secret guards so that at the critical moment, you can step forward bravely and save the world. Such a big responsibility. Someone smiled bitterly. In the past they had never thought of such a problem. This was because in the past saving lives was simply a joke to them. In short, they were just a group of lowly ants, why should they care about them? But now, after following Qin Feiyang for so many years, they had learned what it meant to be responsible and responsible. It is precisely because of this great responsibility that I have spared no effort to cultivate you all these years. The door of potential, the epitome of law. These resources, I would rather not have them myself and give them to you all first. So I hope that you all will not disappoint my expectations and even more so, not let outsiders think that I, Qin Feiyang, have raised a group of trash. Tell me, can you all do it? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The 6,000 secret guards roared, their voices like a bell resounding in all directions. Qin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Good, I look forward to your rise. In the future, when comprehending the profound meaning of law, if you encounter difficulties or bottlenecks, don't feel embarrassed. Find whoever you can. Face is not something that can be eaten. Yes. Everyone bowed in response. All right then, all of you are dismissed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned around and flew toward the courtyard not far away. As the number of people continued to increase, the courtyard here was almost a town. Senior Sword Emperor. Qin Feiyang called out to Sword Emperor and the group of elders. What's the matter? Everyone turned around and looked at him in confusion. Chapter 40-25. Qin Feiyang walked over and whispered, Don't take what I said just now to heart. I wasn't talking to you. The Sword Emperor and the others were stunned. I was afraid that you would think too much, so I specially explained it. Qin Feiyang scratched his head. Although he was very strong now and was the #1 person in the Sky Cloud realm, in front of these old people, he would always be a child. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the others couldn't help but laugh. The Mermaid Emperor said discontentedly, You brat, I didn't want to scold you but you just had to ask for it. Are we such petty people? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded again and again. He naturally didn't dare to neglect the Mermaid Emperor. After all, he was the ancestor of the Mermaid Princess. Enough. We know that. No matter how hard we old guys work, we can't catch up to these shadow guards. The Blackwing Emperor waved his hand. That's not what I meant. You really misunderstood. From the beginning, I brought you to the Black Tortoise realm to let you live a comfortable life. I never thought of letting you take action and worry about mundane matters. Qin Feiyang hurriedly explained. The Mermaid Emperor and the others looked at each other and sighed. See, you all dislike us for coming. You all? Qin Feiyang was a little at a loss. Ha! All of a sudden they burst into laughter. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and said, I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, we won't join in the fun, but it's really boring to stay in the Devil's Land all day. Indeed. The Blackwing Emperor nodded. The Black Tortoise realm is so big you all can go out and walk around. Qin Feiyang said. How many years have we been in the Black Tortoise realm? Which place haven't you been to? We've been everywhere. The White Wing Emperor also shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, Then I can't help it. I can't let you go to the Sky Cloud realm, right? I'm worried. There's a way. The Mermaid Emperor chuckled and gave the Black Wing Emperor and the others a look. They all nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. He asked cautiously, What is it? Simple. The Mermaid Emperor glanced at the Mermaid Princess behind him and laughed hoarsely. You two should hurry up and have a few children. Then we old men will be very busy. It was indeed a trap. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. The Mermaid Princess, who was standing behind him, also blushed. Good luck. The Mermaid Emperor patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and looked at Long Qin, the Crazy One, and the others with a smile. He said, The same goes for all of you. Young people, don't be so restrained. Indulge when it's time to do so. Otherwise, where will the incense come from? Long Qin and the others were also stunned. Zhuo Shaoxian and Huo Wu, who were standing beside the Crazy One and the White-Eyed Wolf, had their cheeks as red as apples. Even Long Qin lowered his head shyly. All right, I won't disturb you. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand and left with the Sword Emperor and the others with a smile. Ahem. The White-Eyed Wolf coughed and hugged Huo Wu. He laughed and said, Sister Feng, since the old man said so, shall we go and indulge ourselves? What did you say? Huo Wu immediately twisted the White-Eyed Wolf's ear and said angrily, Last time at the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, you said those nonsense to Qin Feiyang and the Crazy One. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Wife, please spare me. I was wrong. The White-Eyed Wolf immediately wailed. Were you wrong? Huo Wu leaned over to the White-Eyed Wolf's ear and whispered, I see that you are quite intimate with Long Qin outside. Do you want to take in another concubine? That's a good idea. The White-Eyed Wolf's eyes lit up. Are you okay? Huo Wu's face darkened. She pulled the White-Eyed Wolf's ear hard and almost pulled it off. No. It's about to be pulled off. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The miserable howl sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and the others for help. However, the group of people were gloating as they flew towards the tea garden. You have no loyalty. The White-Eyed Wolf cursed angrily. He thought to himself, This jealous woman is really scary. Huo Wu let go of her hand, looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and asked, Tell me honestly, are you interested in Long Qin? The White-Eyed Wolf rubbed his ear. Why did she suddenly become so calm? No. This was the calm before the storm. Huo Wu sighed and said, Actually, as long as you don't hide it from me, I won't object. After all, it will be easier for me to take care of you. Really? The White-Eyed Wolf asked. Do you really have such thoughts? She turned hostile immediately and pulled the White-Eyed Wolf's ear again. Her face was full of anger. I'm devoted to you, you bastard, but you still want to take in a concubine? In the tea garden. Qin Feiyang and the others sat around the table. A pot of ancient dragon god tea filled the tea garden with the fragrance of tea. Listening to the White-Eyed Wolf's miserable howl, Long Qin shook his head and sighed. Who would have thought that the arrogant golden-winged wolf king outside would become a kitten when he came to the Black Tortoise world? No. He's not a kitten, he's a little lamb, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The madman grinned and took out a jar of unparalleled divine brew. While listening to the White-Eyed Wolf's miserable howl, he drank happily. My girl is the best. She just sat there quietly, obedient and sensible. Don't drink so much. Zhuo Shaoxian, who was standing beside him, glared at him. The madman's expression froze. He hurriedly said to himself, So many people are watching. Leave me some face. When we get home later, you can do whatever you want to me. Who wants to do anything to you? Zhuo Shaoxian secretly rolled her eyes. Look, my Miss Xiaoxian is still the gentle, virtuous, and considerate one. The madman grabbed Zhuo Xiaoxian's hand, his face full of pride. Zhuo Xiaoxian blushed. Ahem. Care about the feelings of us single dogs. The mas de jura coughed and lowered his head to drink his tea. I just want to torture you single dogs. How about it? Go ahead and be envious. The madman laughed loudly. He was really arrogant. The mas de jura's mouth twitched. He didn't say anything else. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At the same time, the demon ancestor glanced at the group of people while drinking his tea. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and grabbed the mermaid princess's hand. He looked at Long Chen, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, Brother Long, not long ago, you said that you want to talk about your opinion of the king. What do you mean by that? As soon as he said that, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Long Chen looked at the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, Don't tell me you don't have an opinion. Tell me your opinion first. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Long Chen nodded. Wait. But suddenly, the demon ancestor spoke. He put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, Let's talk about something else first. Just at this time the white-eyed wolf walked over with Fire Dance. Fire Dance, who was incomparably valiant before, was now gentle and kind. She hugged the white-eyed wolf's arm and walked leisurely. The white-eyed wolf's appearance was extremely miserable. Especially his ear, it was almost deformed. Brother, you really don't have any loyalty. Walking into the tea garden, the white-eyed wolf glared at everyone fiercely. Then he took out a jar of unparalleled divine brew. Let's not drink today. Look, everyone is drinking tea. It's not good for you to drink. Fire Dance smiled gently. The white-eyed wolf stared and immediately pointed at the madman. Isn't he drinking too? Before he finished, Fire Dance's eyes flashed coldly. The white-eyed wolf was immediately stunned and said with a flattering smile, Okay, I won't drink. Drinking tea is good for health. Little Qinzi quickly pour the tea. He flattered Fire Dance with a smile, but when it came to Qin Feiyang, he immediately became fierce. I didn't provoke you? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He poured a cup of tea for the white-eyed wolf. Letting this wolf cub drink tea was really too difficult for him. However, what no one noticed was that Long Qin was hiding a sound transmission godstone in his hand. There was also a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Qin Feiyang handed the teacup to the white-eyed wolf, then looked at the demon ancestor and smiled. What do you want to say? It's about Long Chen bribing Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin. The demon ancestor said. Long Chen's pupils immediately shrank. The white-eyed wolf and Frenzy couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and stare at the demon ancestor angrily. Bribing Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, Zhuo Xiaoxian, Yun Ziang, Mas de Jura, Li Feng, Li Zhongxing and Long Qin were also suspicious. Don't stare at me like that. The demon ancestor helplessly looked at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and smiled. If there wasn't today's battle, I definitely wouldn't have brought up this matter in front of Long Chen. Then what do you mean now? If you say it like that, how can we set a trap for him in the future? The white-eyed wolf was very angry. He had always been brooding over this matter. And he had been waiting for Qin Feiyang to come out of seclusion to plan a trap for Long Chen. In any case, he wanted Long Chen to suffer a double loss after trying to trick him. But now, since the demon ancestor had brought it up in front of them, there was no way to target him anymore. Like I said before, if there wasn't today's incident, I wouldn't stop you from setting a trap for him. But today, in order to protect Qin Feiyang, whether it was Long Chen or Long Qin, they risked their lives. They didn't even flinch in the face of death several times. And Frenzy, have you forgotten? When you were facing Heavenly Lord Ji, you personally said that all the grudges in the past would be written off. And you also said that you would fight side by side in the next life. And White-Eyed Wolf, you also shouted very loudly at that time. The demon ancestor smiled. Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf's expressions froze. They really did say that. Personally, I think that although there is indeed an irreconcilable grudge between the two of you, since both of you can say such things in front of Heavenly Lord Ji, it proves that you don't hate each other in your hearts. So what I want to say is that since we have already started this, why don't we take advantage of this moment to completely end it once and for all? So that we don't have to constantly be on guard against you scheming against me and me scheming against you all the time in the future. How tiring would that be? The demon ancestor sighed. Only by completely resolving these grudges could everyone truly work together to deal with the divine kingdom. Chapter 40-26. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf became silent after hearing this. Although they didn't like Long Chen and his sister, the effort they had put in this time was obvious to all. What's going on? Can you tell us first? Qin Feiyang looked at them. It seemed to be quite serious. White-Eyed Wolf glanced at Long Chen and said, Little Chen, do you want to tell us yourself or do you want us to help you? Can you not call me that? It's too awkward to hear. Long Chen smiled bitterly, put down his teacup and sighed. I really underestimated Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. I thought they would be tempted, but I didn't expect them to tell you guys in a blink of an eye. You didn't underestimate them. They were indeed tempted. Mu Qing even wanted to scheme against Dong Xingyang. Madman harumphed coldly. Then how did you guys find out? Long Chen looked at them suspiciously. Devil Ancestor. After meeting you, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing came back. The Devil Ancestor had already found out something was wrong. Madman explained the situation briefly for Qin Feiyang to hear. So that's how it is. Long Chen nodded and looked at the Devil Ancestor with admiration. No wonder you're the one who once forced Qin Feiyang into a desperate situation. What happened in the past is a sin. The Devil Ancestor shook his head. Whenever he thought of the sins he committed in Great Qin, he couldn't help but feel remorseful. That's why he was working hard to resolve the grudges between them. Because he knew this kind of hatred the best. If he didn't resolve the grudges between them now, this hatred would only grow deeper in the future. It might even evolve into the current situation between the Sky Cloud Boundary and the Divine Kingdom. At that time, the Sky Cloud Boundary would be in even more danger. Qin Feiyang finally understood that Long Chen was preparing for a rainy day. This move was really ingenious. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang both possessed the strongest fighting soul. Once he convinced the two of them to cooperate with Long Chen, he could really deal a fatal blow to them from behind. Qin Feiyang asked, Where are Mu Qing and the others now? Inside the Blood Demon Tower. Madman said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Call them out. Madman waved his hand and 3 figures appeared. They were Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang. Brother Qin, congratulations. Dong Xingyang cupped his hands and said. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Mu Tianyang also shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily and said, It will be the same after your fighting souls have evolved. Easier said than done. The two of them sighed and sat on the empty seats next to him. However, Mu Qing stood at the side with an extremely panicked look. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing and turned to look at Madman. He asked suspiciously, Where are Old Pei and the others? They have been on the battlefield. As for now, they should have left the land of buried gods. They might be in the demonic palace in the eastern continent because we have been cultivating in seclusion in the demonic palace all these years. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Mu Qing with a smile. Have you really not felt how I have treated you all these years? Mu Qing lowered her head and was so ashamed that she could not show her face. The door of potential is opened for you. The nomological miniatures are all yours. I even let you go with me when I go to Big Brother's place to cultivate in seclusion. I think I have done well enough, but why can't I move you? If I remember correctly, we have known each other longer than Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor. Back then, when your sister died in the hands of Zhuge Mingyang, I was a little sad. Moreover, we are about the same age. I always thought that you would be more reasonable than Mu Tianyang, but now your actions are not even 1/10 of Mu Tianyang's. At least Mu Tianyang still remembers Dong Xingyang saving his life, but you have completely forgotten about it. If Dong Xingyang didn't save you back then, would you still be alive? Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disappointment. Hearing these words, Mu Qing clenched her fists and nodded. Yes, I was wrong in this matter, but didn't I already swear a blood oath? What else do you want? If you do something wrong, you naturally have to bear the corresponding consequences. How about this? I'll invite you to stay in Soul Sealing Valley for a while. Qin Feiyang smiled. Soul Sealing Valley. Just hearing this name was enough to make people shudder. Not to mention staying there for a while, it was simply torture. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. Thank you for making the trip and bringing her there. What's so hard about it? I'm happy to help. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and stood up to look at Mu Qing. Let's go. I'll take you to enjoy life. Qin Feiyang, you can't do this to me. Even Dong Xingyang himself has chosen to forgive me. What right do you have to hold on to it? Mu Qing hurriedly ran behind Mu Tianyang to seek protection and shouted. Because I have a better conscience than you. I've always believed in one truth. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Moreover, by doing this, you've offended not only Dong Xingyang, but also our trust in you. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "If he doesn't cooperate, you know what to do." The white-eyed wolf laughed again and again. Was there a need to say it? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing again and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, you're going there to reflect on your mistakes. It won't torment you for too long. After 3 years you can come out of Soul Sealing Valley." After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The white-eyed wolf picked up Mu Qing and rushed toward Soul Sealing Valley. "No, ancestors save me. I don't want to go to Soul Sealing Valley," Mu Qing wailed. "Qin Feiyang," Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. "I'm doing this for his own good. If you continue to be so lenient with him, sooner or later he will get into big trouble. At that time, I'm afraid we don't even need to do anything. Others will kill him." Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and said in a deep voice, "That's right. This is like educating a child. If you can't bear to punish him now, society will help you educate him in the future. When that time comes, the beating he will face will not be so simple." The madman grinned. Sigh. Mu Tianyang sighed and fell silent. 3 years is very fast. In the outside world it's just a blink of an eye. The demon ancestor smiled at Mu Tianyang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Long Qin and said, "Now let's solve your problem." Long Qin drank his tea and remained silent. Qin Feiyang also picked up his teacup. As he drank, he smiled and said, "Brother Long, do you want me to express my opinion first? After all, I'm in the wrong this time." Long Qin shook his head. Thinking about it now, his behavior this time was indeed a bit stupid. However, he really didn't expect to be discovered by the demon ancestor. It seemed that the demon ancestor was the one he should fight for the most. However, it was almost impossible to fight for the demon ancestor. Because after that battle, the demon ancestor had already repented. In short, the once heinous demon ancestor had disappeared. The demon ancestor sitting in front of them now was filled with justice and benevolence. He would never bow to anyone for the inheritance of the ultimate profound. "Since you said so, then I'll talk about my inner thoughts first." Qin Feiyang let out a breath and said with a smile, "I didn't have a good impression of your mother and sister in the past, but for you, Long Qin, I have only admiration and appreciation. Don't forget. I, the person you hate, am risking my life to protect you this time." Long Qin snorted coldly. "I know. That's why I said in the past. Now I have gratitude and appreciation for you in my heart." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I don't need your appreciation." Long Qin had a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, looked at Long Qin and continued, "Let's talk about the grudges between us. Back then, it was your mother who attacked my ancestor first. She wanted to snatch my ancestor's bloodline power and let you fuse with it. Later she attacked me for the same purpose." "I know that. Actually, I don't need it at all." Long Qin nodded. "You really don't need it, but your mother doesn't think so. This is the fuse between us. In fact, whether it's me or my ancestor, we only hope for the world to be peaceful and all things to coexist. Therefore, my ancestor created the Dragon Slayer Palace to fight against you dragons. Later, because of me and senior brother Feng Zi's participation, as well as the support of the billions of creatures in the ancient world, we won the war. At the same time, other than you and your mother, the dragons were all wiped out. To be honest, when the war ended back then, I had already let go of this hatred in my heart." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Are you sure you've let go?" Long Qin frowned. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Of course, the matter between me and your father definitely won't end like this, but this is a grudge between me and him. It has nothing to do with you." "But we're his children," Long Qin said. "I know. But isn't there a saying that goes like this? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor." Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin snorted coldly and said, "Don't look so magnanimous. You can let go, but we can't. After all, this is the hatred of the extermination of our clan. But have you ever thought about how many innocent living beings were slaughtered by your dragon clan when you ruled the ancient world? For example, Fire Lotus. Back then she died in the hands of your ancestral dragons. If I hadn't met her, I'm afraid she would still be wandering the land of the dead." Qin Feiyang sighed. Fire Lotus also clenched her hands, but she soon loosened them. Because on the day of the extermination of the dragons, she had already let go of the hatred in her heart. Long Qin was speechless. "As for coming to the Sky Cloud realm, the Dragon God Sword and the Sacred Eye Sword attacked me. This was all instructed by your father. It has nothing to do with you. Of course, it may have something to do with your mother. but now it's no longer important. After all, you have sacrificed so much for the Sky Cloud realm, and even risked your lives to protect me. Even if I want to kill her, I have to consider your face, right? As for the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm, back then I said that whether it's the dragons, the Feng people, or the Kirin clan, once Long Zun and the other two die, the past grudges will be written off. So now, except for Ice Dragon and Small Beast, I have no hatred for anyone. This is what I think in my heart. The truest thought. Qin Feiyang smiled. Chapter 40-27. After saying that, Qin Feiyang calmly drank his tea. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's face. It was very sincere, without any trace of lying. But thinking about it, it made sense. The dragons of the ancient world had already paid the price for their sins. There was indeed no need to hate them. Moreover, Long Chen's contribution to the Sky Cloud realm was enough to make up for everything. Demon Ancestor smiled and said, Qin Feiyang has already said his thoughts. Long Chen, you should also express your position. The cycle of cause and effect is all retribution. Everything in the ancient world was caused by the brutality of the dragons. The creatures of the ancient world can't tolerate us dragons. It's reasonable for them to rise up and resist. As far as I'm concerned, the dragons of the ancient world will go to the point of extinction. It's all our fault. So, regarding this matter, I have never blamed anyone. I believe that all of you can see this, but, speaking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but look at Long Qin. In his mind, Long Zun's figure appeared. I can understand. You also have no choice. But for your mother and sister, this matter can only be explained by you. It's useless for us to say more. Instead, it will cause their disgust and make the situation even more chaotic. Demon Ancestor said. Thank you. Long Chen smiled gratefully. However, today we sit down to talk about these things, not to see your mother and sister's attitude, but mainly to see your attitude. What is your attitude? Now that everyone is already comrades who have gone through life and death together, you might as well say it directly. Demon Ancestor smiled. My attitude, it's naturally best if we can get along peacefully. Actually, when we were in the ancient world, I wanted to make friends with Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, and White-Eyed Wolf. Because I feel that fighting with them is very reliable. However, what I admire most about them is their sense of brotherhood, never abandoning their companions and caring for the common people. Long Chen smiled slightly. Isn't this the same as what we thought? If it weren't for our different standpoints, we would have become friends in the ancient world. Senior brother, don't you think so? Qin Feiyang looked at Lunatic and smiled. Yes. Lunatic responded weakly. He had indeed let go of the previous grudges, but this time, Long Chen plotted against them behind their backs, which made it difficult for him to let go. There's nothing to be calculative about. Although he schemed against us behind our backs, he also risked his life to help us. Let's call it even. Qin Feiyang. The madman frowned and suddenly stared at the demon ancestor as he said unhappily, You really are a good person now. If you were in Great Qin, would you be like this and have such conflict with old Qin? Cough cough. It's all in the past. Can we not mention it? All right. Lunatic sighed helplessly and looked at Long Chen. Not long ago, I saw you and your sister fighting side by side with us, and it really touched my heart. As long as you don't plot against us behind our backs in the future, I'll pretend that nothing happened in the past. I don't agree. Long Qin immediately shouted. I don't agree either. Another voice sounded. It was Li Feng. At this moment, Li Feng stared at Long Chen and his sister, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Lunatic Ancestor was stunned and slapped his head hard. He had actually neglected Li Feng, an important factor. Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, and Long Chen were all easy to talk to. After all, they had always admired each other. However, Li Feng hated the Dragon Clan to the bone. Moreover, it was also because of this hatred that he had walked all the way to where he was today. Li Feng had devoured countless living beings in the past. Why did he do this? It was nothing more than wanting to take revenge for the villagers. In order to take revenge, he worked hard to become stronger and scrupulous. Now, he had finally grown up. But before he could take revenge, suddenly, everyone wanted to write off the past grudges. He definitely could not accept it. Although we can let it go, this kid can't. We have to understand as well. After all, we have witnessed the destruction of Cloud Mountain Village with our own eyes. The tragic death of the villagers is too big of a blow to him. Lunatic sighed secretly. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. You really want me to let it go? Sure. Let Longzuan go to the ancient world, kneel at the entrance of the village, kowtow and repent. Li Feng said. What did you say? Long Qin turned to stare at Li Feng, his eyes flashing coldly. Did I say something wrong? This is the sin committed by dragons. Li Feng said angrily. Then was it my mother who killed the people in your village? Qin Feiyang has said before that every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you want to take revenge, go find the people who massacred your village. Don't be like a mad dog biting people everywhere. Long Qin snorted coldly. Qin. Long Qin reprimanded. Why are you reprimanding me? It's clearly him who wants to put this groundless crime on my mother. Long Qin said angrily. Although the village wasn't massacred by Longzuan, it was you dragons who massacred the village. As the ruler of the dragons, doesn't your mother have any responsibility? Li Feng roared, his eyes were bloodshot. The murderous aura around his body rose like a blood-colored flame. According to what you said, if you accidentally fell, wouldn't you blame the god of creation? Because it was the god of creation who created this world. The two of them were tit for tat. What are you arguing about? If you don't agree, go out and fight. Whoever wins has the final say. Lunatic looked at the two of them impatiently. Fine. Li Feng stood up and looked at Long Qin. If you can defeat me, we will write off this debt. Sure. If you can defeat me, I will kneel down and apologize to you in front of everyone on behalf of my mother. Long Qin also stood up with a swoosh and stared at Li Feng. It's a deal? Li Feng asked. It's a deal. Long Qin said. Li Feng took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Big brother Qin, I don't want to make things difficult for you, so I want to use my own method to solve this matter. I ask for your support. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng, looked at Long Qin and asked, What do you think? Sure. Long Qin nodded. Since he wanted to solve it, then he might as well solve it completely, lest he drag it out and cause more trouble. If that's the case, Qin Feiyang looked at Long Qin and Li Feng, took a deep breath, stood up and said, Then I'll fulfill your wish, but you are no longer children, so you have to keep your word. Finished? He turned to look at Li Zhongxing and the other two and said with a smile, You guys go and recuperate first. All right. The three of them nodded. Immediately. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, except for Li Zhongxing and the other two, everyone present immediately appeared outside. Outside. The fluctuations from the previous battle had not dissipated. Not to mention this short period of time, even if it was 100 or 80 years, this land would not be able to recover its vitality. Because the damage was too serious. Unless there was enough life energy. Long Qin took a step out and landed 1,000 miles away. He turned to look at Li Feng and said, This battle regardless of life and death. Hearsay. Li Feng smiled and also took a step out, landing in front of Long Qin and said, Fight to the death. Afraid of you? Long Qin laughed coldly. The ultimate meaning of the three strongest laws was instantly activated, and the aura of destruction surged in all directions like a tide. At the same time, Li Feng also began to use his puppet real body. The three puppet real bodies were like three merciless death gods. Boom. The ultimate meaning of the space-time law was activated, and 4 galaxies fell from the sky, exuding the power to destroy the world. You're using your trump card? The demon ancestor frowned. Otherwise, do you think this is a game, a joke? Madman sneered. He had absolute confidence in Li Feng. Although Li Feng only mastered 1 ultimate meaning of the strongest law, and Long Qin mastered 3, Li Feng had the puppet real bodies. 3 puppet real bodies, plus himself, meant that Long Qin was now facing 4 Li Fengs. 3 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws were not enough. Boom. Sure enough, accompanied by a loud noise, Long Qin's 3 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws were mercilessly crushed on the spot. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face was slightly pale. It seemed that Li Feng had the upper hand, but Qin Feiyang inadvertently discovered that Long Chen's face at this moment did not have the slightest bit of worry for Long Qin. Could it be? What other tricks did Long Qin have up his sleeve? If that was the case, this method must be able to threaten Li Feng, otherwise Long Chen would not be so calm. However, since Long Qin still had tricks up his sleeve, why didn't he see him use it when facing Heavenly Lord Ji and the Monarch? On the battlefield. You dare to compete with me with that little bit of strength of yours? Li Feng's expression was extremely ferocious, and the remaining ultimate meaning of the space-time law flooded the sky, crazily attacking Long Qin. He did not show any mercy at all. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Who are you looking down on? Long Qin laughed angrily. A wave of space-time power rolled out. A river of stars descended from the sky, slamming into the river of stars that Li Feng had summoned. Two ultimate profound meanings were shattered in response. Li Feng was also forced to retreat, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This madman was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the strongest laws that Longqin mastered seemed to be the time array, the death law, and the karma law. How could there be another ultimate meaning of the space-time law? Most importantly, he had never seen Longqin open it before. As expected, Qin Feiyang murmured and turned to Longqin. It seems that your sister has integrated another ultimate meaning in these years. Longqin smiled but did not say anything. Hearing this, the demon ancestor and the others looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. It was indeed different to have a powerful father. Inheritances were easy to obtain. If it wasn't for the ice dragon, Longqin probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law, let alone 4 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. What was the saying again? It was true that comparisons were odious. Zhuo Shaoxian was confused. If she has integrated another ultimate meaning, why didn't she activate it when facing Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch? Silly girl. Madman grabbed Zhuo Shaoxian's hand and explained, how powerful are Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch? Even if she activates the ultimate meaning of the space-time law, what's the use? That's right. Even if she has mastered 6 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws and integrated them with the will of heaven, she can't defeat Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch, let alone 4 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws. After all, both of them have 3,000 incarnations. Longqin nodded and sighed. Thinking of the 3,000 incarnations, he could not help but feel tired. Chapter 40-28. On the battlefield. Li Feng stabilized his body and raised his head to look at Longqin. I really didn't expect you to have hidden an ultimate meaning. There are still many things you didn't expect. Longqin sneered. The ultimate meaning of the 4 strongest laws appeared out of thin air. So what if you have more ultimate meanings? Is this something you comprehended by yourself? Isn't it all because of your father? Otherwise, what are you? Li Feng's face was full of ridicule. So what if it is? At least I have a father to rely on, but do you have one? Longqin retorted. This sentence undoubtedly ignited the anger in Li Feng's heart. Carrying a monstrous aura, he charged forward. I have touched your sore spot, right? Orphan. Longqin sneered. Damn woman, I will kill you. Li Feng roared. Who taught you to be so arrogant when you're an orphan? Longqin wasn't afraid at all. Boom. Both of them clashed. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. This is bad. Qin Feiyang whispered. What's wrong? Madman looked at him, puzzled. Even if Longqin grasped the ultimate meaning of the 4 strongest laws, he shouldn't be Li Feng's opponent. After all, Li Feng still had the ultimate meaning of the slaughter law. Can't you see that Longqin is deliberately provoking him? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. You mean Longqin also knows that Li Feng has the ultimate meaning of the slaughter law, so he used this method to anger Li Feng and make him lose his mind? Madman was bewildered. Yes. Once Li Feng loses his mind, I'm afraid he will forget about the fact that he grasps the ultimate meaning of the slaughter law. In the face of such a battle, Longqin can still maintain a calm mind and target Li Feng's weakness. We really can't underestimate him. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Then do we need to remind Li Feng? Madman asked. This is their battle. It's best if we don't intervene. Moreover, for Li Feng, this is also a rare tempering. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and then silently watched the battlefield. The battle had reached its climax. Longqin kept provoking Li Feng with words. Li Feng had completely lost his mind and had not activated the ultimate meaning of the law of slaughter. Think about it. What would happen if a person who had lost his rationality fought with a person who was calm and collected? There was no suspense. Those who had lost their rationality would gradually be at a disadvantage. Just like this, Li Feng was gradually suppressed by Longqin. Even with the help of the 3 true body puppets, it was useless. Wounds kept appearing on his body, making him look extremely miserable. Bang. After several hundred rounds, Longqin seized the opportunity and slapped Li Feng's chest with his palm. Li Feng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a meteor, dyeing the sky red with his blood. I can't beat her? What's going on? I seem to have forgotten something. But what exactly is it? Calm down, you must calm down. Qin Dage has taught me more than once that the stronger the enemy, the more important it is to maintain a calm mind. Li Feng mumbled, shaking his head. Boom. At the same time, Longqin did not give Li Feng the slightest chance to counterattack. 4 ultimate mysteries were activated, releasing monstrous divine power, and charged toward Li Feng at lightning speed. That's right. I still have the ultimate mystery of the law of slaughter. As the crisis of death shrouded him, Li Feng suddenly quivered and finally thought of the law of slaughter. Go to hell. Immediately. He roared, and the two ultimate mysteries of the law of space and time and the law of slaughter instantly appeared. At the same time, the three true body puppets had also activated two ultimate mysteries. In total there were 8 ultimate mysteries. Rumble, the aura of the 8 ultimate mysteries surged, destroying everything in all directions. Accompanied by a loud explosion that shook heaven and earth, Longqin's 4 ultimate law ultimate mysteries and Li Feng's 4 ultimate law ultimate mysteries were destroyed in the void. Immediately after, Li Feng and the true body puppet's 4 ultimate mysteries of the law of slaughter transformed into a blood sword, rolling up monstrous waves of blood, and madly charged toward Longqin. I didn't expect that I would be able to wake up at the critical moment. Longqin was infuriated. A terrifying sovereign aura spread out from his body. Angel's sword. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Although the angel's sword had been shattered in the collision with Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch, it was still a mid-level sovereign weapon. Even if it was heavily damaged, it could still unleash a destructive divine power. Brother Longqin, this is not fair. Zhuo Shaoxian looked at Longqin and said. To this, Longqin just smiled. You really are an idiot. Frenzy looked at Zhuo Shaoxian helplessly. This little girl was really too naive. He really dared to let her go out alone in the future. Otherwise, if she was sold, she would have to help count the money. What kind of battle was this? It was a battle of life and death. It was not a spar, nor was it a joke. Everything depended on one's means. Therefore there was no such thing as fair or unfair. There was only victory and defeat. Clang. The heavenly god sword attacked. Although it was heavily injured, its divine power was still hard to block. The ultimate profundities of the 4 ordinary laws were annihilated in an instant. Following that terrifying sharpness, they surged towards Li Feng in an overwhelming manner. Li Feng's expression changed drastically and he quickly dodged. But the angel's sword was not an ordinary weapon. It was a sovereign weapon and had its own consciousness. Seeing Li Feng dodge, it did not chase after him. Instead, it directly slashed at the 3 puppets. The 3 puppets were annihilated. At this moment, the angel's sword attacked Li Feng. Longqin also attacked furiously. Li Feng did not give up. 2 ultimate profound appeared and blasted at the angel's sword. With a loud bang, the angel's sword was sent flying and its light dimmed. Obviously, the current angel's sword could only unleash the power of 1 ultimate law. In other words, its current power was about the same as a low-level sovereign weapon. It could be seen how serious the damage was when it fought with Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch. However, although the heavenly god sword was sent flying, Longqin was also with the young master. The ultimate profound of the time law turned into a translucent long sword and placed it across Li Feng's neck. There was a bloody mark on his nose and streams of blood flowed down. You lost. Longqin said. Li Feng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Don't be unconvinced. This is not a spar nor is it a game. I have a sovereign weapon. This is my ability and ability. You don't have it. That's your problem, so don't make me look down on you. Longqin waved her hand and the time divine sword dissipated. The angel's sword also turned into a stream of light and disappeared into her body. Li Feng lowered his head and his eyes kept trembling. Drops of tears fell. These were tears of unwillingness. After cultivating so hard for so many years, he actually lost to Longqin. Was the blood feud of the village really over? Could everyone rest in peace? Ah, I'm really a piece of trash. Li Feng roared at the sky, tears blurring his vision. This is not good. He's been hit. Lunatic whispered. He's shouldering too much. Even if he wins this battle against Longqin, it's impossible for him to really let it go. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. How could he comfort him? But suddenly, Longqin took a step forward and landed in front of Li Feng. Everyone looked at Longqin suspiciously. If you want to laugh, laugh. Li Feng glanced at Longqin and turned to leave. Longqin's heart trembled. From Li Feng's eyes, there was no color, as if he was a walking corpse. It seemed that the blow this time was really not small. I'm not here to laugh at you. Longqin looked at Li Feng's back and said. After saying that, under everyone's shocked gaze, he knelt in the void. Brother? Longqin hurried forward, pulled Longqin and asked, What are you doing? Why did you kneel to him? You kneel to me? When Li Feng heard this, he suddenly trembled and turned to look at Longqin. He was still kneeling in the void and said angrily, Are you humiliating me? I've been defeated by your sister and you still kneel to me? I don't mean to humiliate you. I'm not kneeling to you, I'm kneeling to the souls of those who died tragically in Yunshan village. Yunshan village was massacred by the dragon's clansmen. As the prince of the dragons, I also have an unshirkable responsibility. I apologize to you on behalf of them. After saying that, Long Qin bowed. Li Feng lowered his head and looked at Long Qin, his hands tightly clenched together. At this moment, his heart was extremely complicated. While blaming Long Zun, he was also blaming Long Chen and Long Qin. But he never thought that Long Chen would actually kneel in the void and beg for forgiveness at this moment. One must know. He was defeated by Long Qin. But Long Qin still chose to do this. He was moved. The hatred that had been buried in his heart also loosened. At the same time, he was in pain again. Did he really have to let go of this hatred? But his heart was in a mess. He didn't know how much time had passed. He turned around, looked at the horizon and said, I admire you just like I admire Qin Dage because you are a responsible man. But this hatred has long been deeply rooted in my heart. It's really too difficult for me to let it go. Get up, I want to be alone and think about it. After saying that, Li Feng took a step forward and left without looking back. Long Qin raised his head and looked at Li Feng's back. A trace of a smile gradually crept into his eyes. Because he could feel that the hatred in Li Feng's heart was changing. Long Qin pulled Long Qin up and said discontentedly, I've never seen such a foolish brother like you. Fortune favors fools. Long Qin smiled slightly. There was no use in running away from these things. He could only face it. See, this is Long Qin. For the sake of the overall situation, he can let go of everything. We can't not cherish such a person. The demon ancestor laughed secretly. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Even Lunatic was full of admiration for Long Chen at this moment. In order to eliminate the hatred in Li Feng's heart, he could actually let go of a man's dignity. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. He hoped that Li Feng could walk out of the hatred. After all, the dead can't be resurrected. The living should live well and not be controlled by hatred. If one was always bound by hatred, even if one could live a peaceful life, one's life would lose its meaning and would not even have the most basic happiness. Chapter 40-29. Li Feng left. No one knew where he went. Although Qin Feiyang was worried, he didn't chase after him. Because Long Chen had already gone this far, what else could he say? He could only let Li Feng make his own decision. The group was preparing to enter the Black Tortoise world. But at this moment, a figure descended in the void ahead. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up, and their eyes lit up. The person who came was Old Wu of the Divine Kingdom. As soon as Old Wu arrived, he saw Qin Feiyang and the others and said, Qin Feiyang, come with me. With that, he turned and walked into the distance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Long Qin, Madman, and the others were also puzzled. What did this person mean? Madman frowned and said, he should be here to deliver the ultimate inheritance, right? But why did he call you over alone? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged and let go of the mermaid princess's hand. Wait for me here. With that, he chased after Old Wu. A moment later, the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived above a shattered mountain. Old Wu finally stopped. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked at Old Wu's back. Old Wu also turned around and sized up Qin Feiyang for a while before saying, now you're impressive, even the monarch was defeated by you. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, if you came here just to say this, then forgive me for not seeing you off. As expected, after comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, you started to become arrogant. Old Wu sneered. I'm arrogant? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Was this person here to find trouble? If he was arrogant, would he have followed them all the way here? If he was arrogant, would he have called him you? The word, you, was a form of respect for old people. How could he not see such obvious respect? She really wondered if there was something wrong with this old man's eyes. This is what you want. Old man Wu waved his hand and 15 palm-sized iron boxes appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and scanned it briefly before putting it away. Aren't you going to open it? Old Wu was stunned. Is it necessary? If there's nothing else, please go back. Qin Feiyang looked at him disdainfully. Since he said that the old man had no regard for anyone, he would let this old man experience what it meant to have no regard for anyone. Old Wu blew his beard and glared. Are you all right? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. His expression was filled with impatience. You, Old Wu glared at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, I am at least half a teacher to the princess of the divine kingdom. So what? What does it have to do with me? Besides, half a teacher can't mean anything. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. Why? You're not convinced? Suppress me if you can. Qin Feiyang sneered. That's right, this was arrogance. He really wanted to ask this old man if he felt good. Was there a need to ask? Old Wu was about to explode when he saw Qin Feiyang's arrogant attitude. If he didn't know that he couldn't win, he would have attacked. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Qin Feiyang urged. If there was nothing else, this old man wouldn't have called him here alone. I'll endure it. Old Wu took a few deep breaths and calmed the anger in his heart. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Do you have a grudge against the ice dragon and the heaven-devouring beast? How do you know? Qin Feiyang was stunned. At that time, before you fought with the king, didn't the heaven-devouring beast say that you had a 10,000-year agreement with it and bet the lives of several continents? For you to bet the lives of several continents with it, I'm afraid this is not an ordinary hatred. Old Wu said. So the king and the others heard it. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. However, why did this old man suddenly mention this matter? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I do have a great hatred with them. Old Wu smiled, glanced around and said in a low voice, There is a saying that there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Since you have a grudge against them, why don't you cooperate with our divine kingdom? Cooperation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes, cooperation. You should have experienced the strength of our divine kingdom by now. If we help you, your chances of successfully taking revenge in the future will definitely be much higher. Old Wu smiled. This? Qin Feiyang pretended to ponder. For you, this matter can only be beneficial. Moreover, you have the purple gold dragon blood and are the descendant of Her Highness the Princess. Naturally, you are family with the king. Since you are family, you should work together to fight against the enemy. Tell me, is there any truth to what this old man said? Old Wu looked at him with a smile. It makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. We are family, there is no need to make such a fuss. The ice dragon and the heaven-devouring beast are our biggest enemies. You may not know how strong they are. In fact, I don't know either, but I heard from the king that even if our divine kingdom and your sky cloud realm join forces, we still can't beat them. Think about it, such a powerful existence, is it something you can deal with alone? Old Wu struck while the iron was hot and continued to instigate. Fighting alone is indeed very difficult. Qin Feiyang kept nodding. So, as long as we work together, you will no longer be alone. With the foundation of our divine kingdom, we can definitely be your backer. Not to say that you will immediately seek revenge, but at least you won't have to be so humble when you see them in the future. Old Wu looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. He didn't expect this kid to be so easy to fool. Ha! However, just as his imagination was running wild, Qin Feiyang smiled. With a playful expression, he said, Do you think that you can make me your chess piece by relying on your glib tongue? Old Wu frowned. Even the ruler of your divine kingdom is scared to death when he sees the ice dragon and the small beast. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say that you want to be my backer? Also, all this time I have not been fighting alone. I have a group of reliable companions around me. You people are not even 1/10,000th of them. No, saying 1/10,000th is flattering you. You are not even 1/10,000th of them. And the family you mentioned is even more of a joke. If the king really considers me, Qin Feiyang, as his family, would he come to kill me when I am going through the tribulation? He even didn't hesitate to violate the blood oath? That's not how you treat your family. Of course. You are my family. I, Qin Feiyang, am also not worthy of you. As for the ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast, you don't have to worry about that. I will take care of it myself. If you are in the mood, you might as well train Ryuko and the others. After all, they are all the heavens' prides of the divine kingdom. If you lose again and again, you will not lose the face of the sky cloud realm, but the face of your divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang said with a mocking face. It could be said that he was merciless. Old Wu clenched his fists. Don't stare at me like that. And don't treat me as a fool. Although I am not as old as you, in terms of conspiracy, I will not put 100 of you in my eyes. Okay, that's it. I won't see you off. Take care. Qin Feiyang laughed and turned around without looking back. He waved his hand and strode away. Little bastard. Old Wu stared at Qin Feiyang's back with a gloomy face. He came to deliver the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning out of kindness, but he did not expect to be severely humiliated. It was too much. But he never thought that if he did not take advantage of his seniority in the beginning, would Qin Feiyang humiliate him like that? He was purely looking for trouble. Who are you calling a little bastard? Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Old Wu was shocked and quickly turned his head to the left. He saw a young man in blood-red clothes standing on the mountain below like a beast. This young man was Li Feng. He was just casually looking for a place to calm down. However, he did not expect that Old Wu would bring Qin Feiyang here. Thus, he had heard the conversation between the two of them. Li Feng? Old Wu's pupils shrank. Li Feng took a step forward and landed in front of Old Wu. He said coldly, "Answer me, little bastard?" Old Wu raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Are all the juniors of the Sky Cloud realm so presumptuous?" Killing intent flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He took a step forward and immediately gave a loud slap on Old Wu's face. He said gloomily, "You dare to curse Qin Dage behind his back, are you looking for death?" Old Wu was dumbfounded. He actually slapped him directly? Boom. But the next moment, he was enraged. The ultimate profound of the destruction law, the space-time law, and the death law roared out. Li Feng sneered and took a step back. The real bodies of the three puppets appeared. The two ultimate profound appeared together and charged towards Old Wu with the power to destroy the world. Boom. Along with a loud sound, Old Wu's three ultimate profound shattered on the spot. One must know. Even Long Qin, who had mastered four ultimate profound of the strongest law, could not defeat Li Feng without the angel sword, let alone three ultimate profound. That was completely unstoppable. Ah! Along with a tragic cry, Old Wu flew out and smashed into the mountains below. His body was torn apart. The last time we fought in the land of buried gods, didn't you have the thunder battle armor and the thunder battle axe? Why didn't you show them? Li Feng took a step forward and stepped on Old Wu's chest. His face was full of killing intent. Old Wu exploded in anger. Not only was he humiliated, he was also beaten up. If he really had the thunder battle armor and the thunder battle axe, he would have taken them out when Qin Feiyang humiliated him. Would it be your turn to be arrogant here? Actually, the thunder battle armor and the thunder battle axe were not his sovereign divine weapons. The sovereign divine weapons above the intermediate level were basically under the personal control of the monarch. If others wanted them, they would first have to get the monarch's permission. And this time he was here to deliver the ultimate profound inheritance. He did not want to become enemies with Qin Feiyang and the others, so he did not bring the sovereign divine weapon. But he did not expect to meet Li Feng, this little devil. Li Feng licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, "I wonder if you have left your divine soul in the divine kingdom like Ryuko and the others?" Hearing this, Old Wu's scalp went numb. Li Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He stomped down, and the broken body instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist that filled the void. But it did not hurt Old Wu's divine soul. "You'd better watch your mouth in the future, especially in front of Big Brother Qin." Scram. Li Feng shouted. Good. You're good. Just you wait." Old Wu shouted, took the universe ring, turned around, and fled in panic. Finally vented my anger. Li Feng looked at Old Wu's back and muttered. If Old Wu heard this, he would be fuming with anger. How dare he use him as a punching bag? But then a trace of confusion appeared in Li Feng's eyes. If he let go of the hatred in his heart, what else could he do next? At the same time, Qin Feiyang was standing in the void in the distance. He had already sensed the moment the battle broke out. He stopped there and watched silently. Seeing Old Wu flee in panic, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. What an unlucky guy. Then, he pondered for a while, then turned around and left without saying a word. Now he should give Li Feng some time alone. There were some things that Li Feng had to figure out himself. When he really could not figure it out, he would come forward to enlighten him. After all, he was no longer a child. He could not rely on him for everything.